For those of you who are just now tuning in, they are sorting Class 1 of the Durocs, and they just made the first call for Class 2 Durocs to go in the sorting ring and back behind us here while they're judging Class 1 here. So for those of you who got pigs in Class 2 of the Durocs, you came in just in time. They are actually being sorted back behind us while they're placing Class 1. As you can see up front here, the judges are working through their placing pigs right now. Is that correct, Wayne?
Yeah, they're on Class 1 here, and they've done their second sort, and so as soon as they have what they feel is their top 10, then they'll excuse the ones out here in the ring. You know, you that are kind of new to this, they've started a two-judge system. It's been several years ago, and you know, it's been a great effective system because it creates, you know, quite a bit of stress to trying to do it by yourself. And you know, what's cool is that, you know, San Antonio and other shows as well.
Well, good morning. Certainly excited to be with you here again in San Antonio this year. And with this first class of reds, sure looks like we're off to a good start. I think there's still some quality represented within the Gilts out here. Maybe just need to tweak them in an area or two, but the young people brought us a really nice set of Gilts. Let's give these ones a nice round of applause as they head back.
Will has just exited these young individuals from the ring. They did a great job showing today, but they just were not on the top end what they were looking for. So those of you who are tuning in, they've excused these kids that are out in the ring right now. I think they showed very well. Just wasn't what they were looking for in the top end. And after they excuse these kids, these other ones who are pinned back in these holding pins here will be sorted for the top individuals. And it looks like he has...
There's 10 of them out there, and it looks like I don't see any ribbons dispersed yet. So that's every one of these still have a fair opportunity and a great opportunity to come back and move further up if they're toward the last few pins. So you know, and I appreciate that they're doing that because, you know, it's once you get a smaller group out there, you can get a better evaluation of all parts of the gilt and everything. So yes, everyone's got a fair shot out here, and here we go with the first one letting out. Looks like they've all pinned two more, or two back again. That was in the first couple pins there, and what they're going to do is sort them back down, and probably, I suspect, it being the first class, they might start placing them after the fourth place. I'm not sure. No ribbons have been given out yet to this point.
So like you said, Wayne, they're pinning the ones back right now, back to the pin after they've initially come out. The ones he wants to keep, it looks like, in his top end, like you said. And I'm sure just based on kind of what I've seen so far, they're going to maybe go from, after they pin the initial top 4 or 5, they're going to place from bottom up from there.
Absolutely.
And what's really good for those of you who can't see, you know, the judges right now. I know we're looking at the hogs, but what I've noticed with the two judges, they're talking together and they're evaluating them together, and they're talking amongst each other, and they're doing a great job of communicating with each other, which is exactly what you want to see in a two-judge system.
And what's so good about how San Antonio does it, where Will was the secondary judge last year, he is now the primary judge. He's basically teaching our secondary judge kind of the ropes, and it allows him to get comfortable with what's going on out here, and kind of that they get on their mindset on the type of animals that they want to select, and they appear to really be working well together, and that's what's the really one of the most important things of a two-judge system, is having two that it doesn't matter if they like the same type of hog maybe that I like or anybody else likes, but that they're consistent in what they choose. That way they work together and can get through it more quickly, and they have a pattern.
Looks like he is placing.
Looks like they've placed fifth on down, and now they're going to go ahead and let out the top four, and then come up with placing first through fourth place, as you see the first one coming out there. You know, as these hogs come out, you know, you teach these exhibitors, and they work hard and practice at home as well. As one of the things I always have tried to teach these young people to do is, you know, have a kind of a setup at home where you kind of have a little closed quarter and release them out. So you teach them to come out slowly, relaxed, and not running of any sort, so that you can, as they excuse that pig, they're coming out, and you show the front end, show the side and rear parts as well. You know, making sure that the judge gets to see all good parts of your breeding gilt.
Looks like he has 3 out right now. I think there's a couple more. What does it look like to you, Wayne? Just one
more. They've placed 5th through 10th, and you know, what are they looking for in a breeding type of gilt? As you see, I think you see 4 individuals out here. They're really square tracking from behind. They've got good width through their chest floor. And of course, they have some good capacity behind the depth of body, behind the shoulder blade, back into that flank area, as you need that in a breeding gilt to carry. You want them to have 10 pigs if possible, and so you want some good depth of body to them and broodiness to them, and that's where you can see their prominent underlines. And these registered purebreds have to be registered 6 on each side as far as on their nipple amounts.
Totally correct, Wayne. He just placed his first place pig. It looks like the young man in the bluish purple shirt.
Well, like I alluded to there before we turned the other gilts out, I think just a tremendous way to get started. And you know, when these two gilts were the first we turned out, and I walked up to Joe and I said, "Man, that's 2 very, very good Duroc gilts that are very, very different." And honestly, some decisions to be made today, early in the day, in terms of what you want to stand for, what you want your females to look like out here today. And I thought the young man's gilt, just one that has more extras. She's stouter arms, she's bigger back, she's got a bigger rear leg, and then with all those extras, that gilt still stays comfortable in terms of her range of motion. That's one that's hard to make, that's just more rememberable, in my opinion, in terms of the extras she brings to the table. Very, very good gilt. Young lady's gilt that comes in second here, honestly, this is the first gilt I saw of the day, and I thought, well, this one's going to be tough to beat, because she's basic. She's so good in terms of her basic basic fundamentals, the angle to her shoulder blade and front end, the softness to her forerib and center body, and then she's got a rear leg that just doesn't quit. She's got flex and cushion at the ground. She gets out and hinges with good range of motion. She's not as stout. She's not as big back. She just doesn't bring the extras to the table that the young man's Gilt does. But man, what a way to get started with that pair. My compliments to those young people. Young ladies Gilt that's going to go ahead and come out of 3. Another one that's very, very intriguing from a hog breeder's perspective. When this one sticks her head out of the gate, she's simply overwhelming in terms of the amount of chest and just dimension she's got as she drives right at you. Step off to the side of her. She wants to get a little stilty out of her front end, wants to get a little harder and drier through her forerib and center body, but that's one that represents some very, very wild pieces. Another one to go ahead and be good, a good one to go ahead and be 3. Young man's Gilt that comes out 4, a good ribbed, good bodied, soft-centered kind of Gilt. She wants to flatten just a little bit everywhere. When she comes out of the back of her blade, she wants to get a little shorter hip, and she just doesn't have the same kind of bone and structure as those Gilts we've got ahead of her. Another one that comes next here that offers some very extreme pieces, big arm, big back, stout featured. She just needs to be softer through her forerib and center body, and then just needs to hinge looser off of both ends of her skeleton before we can work her up any higher. Young lady that comes next drives a very, very neat Gilt. Joe and I talked about this Gilt quite a bit. If I were a betting man, I think this Gilt could potentially be the youngest Gilt in the class. Looks like she's on her way up, just one that needs more time, more bulk, and just more mass to get up any higher. Excuse me, I'm amped up and ready to go. The Gilts that we work through the rest of the class have some muscle, have some feature, just need to be better balanced to get up any higher today. Good class to get rolling with. My compliments to them.
Alrighty, everybody. While they're sorting Class 2, they're doing the initial sort. So how that works back there, the pig goes through the initial sort with Will, Mr. Hildy, and if he likes an animal, he'll point straight ahead, and that pig will go to the pen to be sorted later once they sort all the pigs in that class. And if, say, Will sends them to, I guess, depending on which direction the camera is facing, to the side, it's going to go to our secondary judge, Joe Grindstead, and he'll be able to determine if it's going to go straight back to the pen or go into the big pen where they will sort those animals to see if there's any they want to keep back. So just because you go to the secondary judge does not mean that you don't have a shot to potentially get placed. It just will not be in the initial sort that Will determines. But while they're sorting through Class 2, now granted, please forgive me if I butcher some of these names, but wanted to kind of give you guys what the placing was in Class 1 of the first class of the Duroc Purebred Gilt class. In 10th place, we had Emily Smith from Lumberton FFA. In 9th place, we had Hadley Colderman from Wilson County 4-H. 8th place was Veronica Duran from Godley FFA. 7th place was Adeline Rogers, so I apologize if I mispronounced your name there, dear. And then 6th place was Brooklyn Peoples Fifth place was Cole Jackson. Fourth place was Colton Glass. Third place was Bromley Watson. Second place, Hallie Hawkins. And first place of your Class 1 Duroc Purebred Gilts was Hunter Vallis from Montgomery County 4-H. So big congratulations to all those young individuals that were in Class 1 that made the top 10, because that was a pretty deep class, wouldn't you say, Wayne?
Absolutely, for a nice young set of females that haven't even hit their peak yet. As Landon was mentioning to you that have just joined us, they are sorting Class 2. We have 36 head in this class. The 8 birth dates range from August the 8th through August the 12th. And as Landon was saying, our lead judge is Will Hildy. He is making a determination. If this gilt hits him really hard, he's going to go ahead and send it on to the pen. If he's not sure, or if he's not sure he wants to keep him, then he'll send him to our secondary judge, where this individual will get another evaluation. And if he determines that he doesn't want to keep that individual, then it'll be gone on back to the pen. The ones that he wants to keep on the secondary judge will go in the big arena. As you're seeing, you're probably not seeing, you're seeing the sort now, but we have 2 out in what we call the big arena now, and these have been put in by our secondary judge.
Well, and for those of you who are watching that may be showing later today, I want you to keep an eye on the kids that got sent onto the big arena, so they have a secondary shot to get pinned by the judges once they evaluate the rest of the stock back behind us in the sorting rings, the initial sort. So what these kids are doing, and I'll tell you guys this too, you don't want to wear your hog out too quick. So when you're in the big arena and the judges aren't there, make sure that your pig is groomed and ready to go, and just kind of relax a little bit, because you're going to have a shot to show again for these 2 judges, and you don't want to wear them out too quick, especially when the judges aren't even in the ring. So these young individuals are doing a good job making sure that their animal's cleaned off, and also getting ready for once Will and Joe come out here to do the secondary sort.
Well, and as Landon said, one thing I want to emphasize as well, I mean, and you emphasize to your kids or your students, is if you get into that big ring, you still have a chance. I'll never forget Landon when he was showing his in the market show. He got the big ring, and and it's hard to see these pigs sometimes in the small ring. As a judge, I mean, you're seeing them up so close, you really don't get to sometimes see all the features of that animal. And when you get them out in the big ring, you can really see them. Well, Landon ended up getting pulled then, and ended up winning the class. And so, that's a story to keep in mind, that you never give up, because it can be missed in the short ring, because it is hard for those judges to see them sometimes up close like that.
Especially like you think in the smaller rings, they only get about 3 or 4 good steps before they're at the end of the pin. So the judges are doing a good job back there. Say they don't get a good look right from the beginning, they take a little bit, give the kid an extra couple seconds to get the pig set up and ready to go. And like Wayne said, never give up. If you get put in the big ring, don't be discouraged. Don't think, oh, they didn't pull me, they didn't like my animal. That is not necessarily true, because like Wayne said, I was put in the big ring during the Barrow show in my time and ended up winning the class. So, I mean, there's an opportunity for any of these kids in the big ring to potentially be in the top end. And all that has to come down to, you talk about you can have a good animal, but if you can't show it, you'll never get the best evaluation of that animal and set up for the judge, because it comes down to your presentation of that animal for the judge. If you keep the head up, keep it moving, give them all profiles of your animal, whether it be the side profile, rear profile, front profile, and always go show the judges the strengths in your animal. Say your hog may not have as much rear end, but has a good front end and good side profile. As a shower, you want to focus on showing off those good points and maybe trying to hide the not so good points of your animal from the judges. Not to say that's a bad thing, it's just a good showmanship to show them the high quality parts of your animals to get the best potential shot at higher placing. And it looks like so far, Wayne, he's got a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pulled so far in the holding pens to be sorted for the top end. And it looks like there's about 6 in the big arena so far. So those individuals will have a secondary shot to potentially get pinned and pulled for the top. It looks like he was placing about 10 in the last. He placed 10 in the last class, correct?
Yes, and they'll be placing 10 in every class throughout the day in every breed.
And like Wayne said, we are judging Class 2 of the Duroc Purebred Gilt shows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. For those of you just tuning in, there is 36 head in Class 2, and the date ranges are from August 8th through August 12th on this particular class in Class 2. It looks like they've just excused the individuals back to their pens, and now they're doing their sort of the top 10, and he has 12 pulled right now, so there'll be 2 that do not place in the top 10. For those of you just tuning in, they're judging Class 2 right now. They've done their initial sort, and they've pulled back 12 animals. And what they're doing, the judges are doing, for those of you watching, they're pulling back probably 4 or 5 for their top end, and they're going to place from 10th all the way down to 5th, and then pull out their ones that they pulled back originally for the top end of the class. Right now we're doing Class 2 of the Durocs, and in Class 3 looks like they're coming in back behind us over here for the initial sort once they place all the individuals in Class 2. So while we're doing Class 2, while they're judging Class 2, Wayne, tell us about the upcoming class after this one, which would be Class 3.
Yes, Class 3 is being called up in the back. We've got 40 head in that class, and the birth dates on that class ranges from August the 3rd through August the 7th.
And based on what they're looking for right now, I know we've only sorted one class and watched them judge one class, but what are some things that you've noticed that Will and Joe were looking for in a gilt, especially the Duroc breed, as of right now, after judging one class and watching them evaluate, Wayne?
I think what they did kind of in the first class is kind of set their pattern together so that they were both on the same page, and they talked the strengths and the differences in between each one, and that they saw each other's, that they saw the same strengths and the same weaknesses so they can get their pattern. So usually it's always tough for these young people when you start in the first class, because you know, it's that what I call the warm-up class to try to get ready to judge the entire day, and it kind of sets precedents on how they want to try to establish their pattern through the entire day. So it looks like what I could see from the first class, there, as I was mentioning, the top 4 especially had some really squareness down to the ground from from front to rear. Had some little differences in the amount of broodiness to them, but they all had enough and in that respect. But they're really looking at mobility. They're trying to put the most structurally correct one that they can at the top of the class, but still keep a pattern consistent all the way through.
And it looks like they're placing 5th through 10th right now of their animals. And like I said, after they place 5th through 10th of this class, they're going to bring the initial ones that they pinned back for the top end of the class, which looks like about 4 animals that are left in the holding pens back here. So right now they are placing 5th through 10th in Class 2. They just called Class 3 back to the holding areas back here while they're judging Class 2. So for those of you just tuning in, we are judging Class 2 of the Duroc breed. And after this class is over with, we will start the initial sort for Class 3 of the Durocs after they finish judging this class. Now it looks like they're pulling their top 4 individuals out for the placings in Class 2 here. And like I said, it's really good to watch these two judges, Dad, judge together, Will being the lead judge, and the associate judge is Joe, and they're talking together after each one of these individuals is coming out, so they're on the same page of what they like or what they change. You know, you can just watch their body language, and they both judge and talk them together, which is so important when it comes to a two-judge system. Like you said, they're setting their pattern and their precedents and kind of what they're looking for in the ideal gilt and what each one of these individuals has as they're coming out of the gate, which is super important when it comes to evaluating these top 4 animals. Wouldn't you agree, Wayne?
Absolutely, and I think you, the viewers, when you kind of compare the initial young class that came in, we had maybe a little differences in broodiness and body. However, we get these 4 out here, and they're really uniformed. You see a lot of body, especially in the 3 over there, the one in the pink and the young lady in the plaid and the young man there. You really see some broodiness in that makeup there. All of them got really good width of chest, really deeper in that flank area, and can get out there and glide.
Looks like the judges just placed their top 2 individuals, and here we go. Tahir will talk the evaluation of the class.
As we get into class 2 of these red gilts, we thought the young man's darker colored red gilt, just when you take balance and build and throw that out the window, because they're both good built and balanced, there's simply more extras in this one. She's stouter featured up front. She's got a stouter jawbone. She's got a bigger arm. Still maintains a feminine, attractive look through her front end. Would maybe like to expand her through rib cage and center, but thought there were just more extras within that gilt, and still balanced really well, especially from the side view profile. Young lady's gilt that goes ahead and comes in too. Man, from this one's shoulder blade back, we really like her. She's 3-dimensional through her rib cage and center body. She's really 3-dimensional when you get right up on top of her. She hinges and goes out of a loose, comfortable rear leg. We just got to change this one's look and maturity pattern through the front 1/3 of her body. She's frailer about her jawbone. She's crestier at the top of her neck. She just needs to be stouter featured and neater looking up front to go ahead and get around that one that wins. Young lady's gilt that comes in 3 here. Man, a beautiful profile in gilt. When you're off to the side of this one, she paints an awesome silhouette in terms of her angles, joints. She runs uphill, hinges comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. Just when you get right on top of her, there needs to be more of this gilt. She needs more bulk, mass, and dimension all the way through. The one that comes next does offer you more bulk and mass, particularly when she comes right out of the gate. She opens with a great big chest floor and rib cage. You step off to the side of her, it's harder to get this one to balance. She needs to be softer and looser in her spine, and it just needs to go with more flex and authority out of her rear too to get any higher within this drive. One that comes next, beautifully patterned, beautifully designed kind of gilt, needs more bone and feature and more bulk. The same could be said for the next couple gilts that come out, and then we run into some structural issues when we get down into the bottom end of this class. Another good class of those Duroc gilts are compliments to the young people.
While the judges are evaluating Class 3, we're going to go ahead and tell you the placings on Class 2. So I apologize in advance if I butcher some of y'all's names, but I will do my best. So in Class 2, the placings from 10th through 1st, we had 10th place was Brody Hurley. 9th place was Richard Hinton. 8th place was Kylie Brown. 7th place, Brooke Feltz. 6th place was Avery Wells. 5th place was Kelly Verips. 4th place was Cody Kelso. 3rd place went to Zoe Alamon. 2nd place went to Hadley Rogers. And our class winner of Class 2 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts here at San Antonio was Brody Busby from ARP FFA. So congratulations to the top 10 in Class 2 of the Duroc Gilts. We are now sorting through Class 3, the initial sort, Will being the lead judge and Joe being the associate judge today.
Yes, and the birth dates on this class, there's 40 in this class, and it ranges from August the 3rd through August the 7th. Looks like so far he's got 4 in the pen, and we've got 2 in the big arena at this point.
What I've noticed with the two judges, what they're doing is they're usually pinning about 12 back, 11 to 12 to evaluate for their top 10 individuals. Is that correct, Wayne?
Yes, they're going to have 10 placings in each and every one of these classes. So they want to make sure that they get that everyone gets a fair shot, so they'll keep a few extra.
And for those of you just tuning in, we are doing the initial sort of Class 3 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
Looks like we've got 5 in the pen so far.
And there's also 40 head in this class. It looks like that's a pretty good size class, Wayne, isn't it?
Absolutely. And you know, in this gilt show, it's, you know, you win a little bit of prize money into it if you place, but you know, it's kind of a winner take all within the breed. You know, where it really pays off is if you win the breed champion, then you'll receive a $10,000 scholarship.
And kudos to San Antonio for being able to get enough money and a lot of money over the years to give these kids some scholarship money to take on to the next chapter in their lives, you know, whether it be a trade school or a college of their choice, JUCO or four-year university. But this really helps these individuals to pay for their school.
Absolutely. And you know what's also cool about this in these scholarships is in years past, years back, if you had won the scholarship, then it went down to the reserve. But they have since changed that now, and now the champion is the only one that receives it. And if you've won it, that's it. If, however, you have an opportunity to win it a second time, which is something that's fairly new to the program over the last few years. So what happens is you will cap out at $20,000, but you know, it doesn't have to be in the gilt show. I mean, they have so many other events in the market barrow show, and you could win it in the steer show or whatever. And if you won one in the gilt show and then you come back and win in the barrow show, you actually get up to $20,000. Or you know, if you won 10,000 in one and you won the skeleton, you get 10,000. But once you hit your 20,000, you've maxed out. But what a great opportunity that San Antonio has brought to the table to allow. The potential is they give a lot of scholarships up to $20,000. You have the opportunity through your entire school career to win that.
That's right, Wayne, and you know, $20,000, it goes a long way. That's a whole year's worth of school that's paid for these kids, and kudos, like Wayne said, to San Antonio for doing all this for all these kids and individuals. Looks like they have 11 pins, 11 pigs pulled out so far in their initial sort of Class 3, and there's 4 in what we call the Dead Sea, and it's where they're going to have an opportunity to show for potential placing as well. So they'll get a second look at their animals. For those of you watching in the back over here, Will is going to be the initial lead judge here, and he's sorting them. If he points straight ahead, that means you get pinned for opportunity to get a placing. If he points to the left, which would be the right for the viewers watching right now, it'll go to our secondary judge, which is Joe, and he will either point straight ahead to go to the big arena to be evaluated for a potential spot to get pulled for a placing, or send you to the right and you will go back to your pin. These individuals out here are doing a great job getting their heads up, and you know how important it is to, as soon as you get let out of your pen, to have that animal set up, ready to go and moving for the judges to look at it, because you only get about 3 to 5 seconds with that judge, and these kids are doing a great job getting these animals set up and ready to show for these judges to get a good look at their animal. Looks like there's 12 pigs pulled back so far in Class 3 so far for a chance to make the top 10 potentially.
Looks like only 4 out in the big arena, even though that he has 12 and 12 already, and there's 10 placings. That's not to say that he wouldn't come back and pick another 1 or 2, especially if they think this class is really deep, or they think that they might have missed this and want to compare it to the ones they placed in the pen.
Looks like he has 14 pulled back in this class for potential at the top 10, and that's more than what he's pulled in the first 2 classes.
That is correct. That's the most he's pulled. So it means it's really a deep class, and he has since excused the ones out in the big arena.
And like we were talking about he has excused the ones in the big arena. So those kids did a good job presenting their animal and having a secondary shot. But as they make their way back to the pens, we want to acknowledge the good job they did showing to have a second chance out there in the ring. So right now they are sorting the 14 that they pulled for a chance to make the top 10.
And your class winner is Emily with Godly, FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Class number 3 is entering the arena.
So what the judges are doing right now, they're evaluating, for those of you tuned in, they're pulling each pig out individually, taking a good look at it, and talking amongst each other on what they like, dislike, or whatever. And if he points at you, you go back to your pen for a chance at the top 4 to 5, kind of is what they've been doing in the past 2 classes, judging on their pattern. But there's 14 pigs they have pulled back in this class, which is more than what they've done in the past 2 classes. So it means this class is very, very deep as a whole, and they saw a lot of things that they liked in these 14 individual breeding gilts. So that speaks volume for how deep this class is. This class runs from August 3rd through the 7th in age.
Yeah, as you can see, he's got 5 out there presently, and you can really tell they're all really uniformed, and I can see why they've got 14 out there to work with. As you see, as these kids are exhibiting their gilts and stuff, once you let them out of the pen and let them see them there, you want to take them back toward the fence area like they're doing there, because they'll turn around. Don't think, they're looking at each pig as they're coming out, but then they're also looking at comparing the one coming out and seeing what they have that they've already let out. So having that distance away from them can really see some great profiles to your gilt. So that's real important once you take them out of the ring to get them out away from the judges where they can see them and kind of separate yourself from the other pigs. Don't get crammed up in a corner with some other gilts.
And looks like he's pinned 3 back so far for his top end, and we still have another 5 or 6 to sort through. Looks like he pinned another one back for his top end, and he still has 5 more to go through. So that shows you how deep this class is. If they've already pulled 4 back for your top end and still has 5 more to do the initial evaluation coming out of the pen. Individuals out here doing a really good job of keeping the pigs' heads up and finding your judges and getting away from all the other animals. And for those of you who are listening who want to look at maybe showing an animal and everything, it's good to watch these young individuals that are showing right now, because they're doing a great job of keeping their animal away from the other animals and getting a good look in front of the judges and not getting what I call lost in the crowd. Looks like he's got 8 pin back for his top end, and they only place 10 individuals, so there's a lot of deep animals in this class, and he's placing them as we speak, but he's got 8 pin back for his top end, so there's just a lot of depth to this third class of Duroc gilts today, and you can tell these judges are getting excited evaluating on these good stock.
Yeah, these kids that didn't get in the top 10, they have nothing to be ashamed of. They just wound up in a really deep, consistent class here, and if any of these are part of a breeding herd program coming forth, there are going to be some really good gilts in here, and it doesn't matter what they place, just make the top 14 out of 40, and to be this deep, it is something it's something to be proud of.
We talked about earlier, if you do not get pinned initially from the initial sort in your class, you go to what we call the Dead Sea or the big arena, and you have a chance to potentially get pulled back for the placing. And I will tell you, there was 2 that came out of this last big arena that got pinned, and now they're in the top 8 that have not been placed yet. So they went from the bottom end of the class, and they moved all the way up just by the the sheer drive of these individuals to keep showing and profiling, and so just never give up, even if you don't get pinned right away, because you still have a chance to make the top end if you just go out there and show your tail off. And we just now have witnessed this in this last class. There's been a couple that have gone to the big arena, and now they're in the top 8 of a very, very, very deep class of Duroc Gilts, this class 3.
Well, I think that's a perfect example of what we discussed earlier on that example that happened to you, Landon, in that when you get them out in this big arena versus a smaller area, you can really, that pig can get out there and really stride and take the type of step and comfortable step that they're used to taking, and I think that's what gave these other people a second chance that got them in the top 8.
What's different in this class too, like, he's got his top 8 that he's pulled back, and now he's reevaluating him and pulling the top end that he really likes back again. So, wow, that's awesome.
That's the first class so far today that he's done that. So that just shows you the depth of this class.
And I think the farther we get along in the classes of the Duroc breed, I think the more competitive it's going to get the older they get, because they're more at a maturer age to where they're kind of at their peak and their look and everything. And I really think that it's going to get more competitive as it goes on. Looks like he is now placing his 8th, 9th, or 8th down to about 5th, and he's got 3 pigs pulled back for what could potentially be his top 3 individuals.
Yeah, he's starting from 5th on, so he's now placed his 5th place, and he'll go all the way through the 10th place.
Right now, Will and Joe are going through, looks like their top 3 individuals that they pulled back twice, which is different in comparison to the first 2 classes. To show you how deep this class was, they're going to be evaluating their top 3 individuals in this class. And I mean, the way they look at these 3 gilts early on, they've been high on them the entire class, and looks like they just placed them. The young lady in the red was third, the young man was second, and the other young lady in the kind of bluish was first in the class. And Will is fixing to get on the mic and talk and evaluate these pigs.
My compliments to those young people. The one that comes in three, man, from the side view profile, has some absolutely wild pieces. Her soundness ahead, her bigness of arm, her softness and pliability to her forerib and center body. You get right on top of her. She's shapely and three-dimensional, leaves you wide, true, and square. It's when she drives right at you. She's got to be better from her chest, knee to ground. You fix that gilt in that one particular area, and man, she gets right in the mix within this class. Just got to change her in that regard. Gilt that comes next, another breeding gilt, I guess, for lack of a better term in my opinion. She's a little softer on her front pasture, maybe not as tall and slick as some of these gilts out here, but man, that one, it is stout feature. Big arm, big comfortable rear leg. Just need to extend that gilt up front and make her just maybe a little taller at the point of her shoulder, make her reach just a little better up front. But I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that one raised something someday, because she's got some very neat pieces that you can breed around and make some progress with. Gilt that comes next, beautifully designed. She's tall shouldered, she's round ribbed, she's fresh back. She simply needs to be styled or featured for us. We work through the rest of these. Here's a gilt that just needs to be better now. A couple of them need a hinge just a little looser behind. Good class of those red gilts. Congratulations to the young people.
All right, congratulations to Class 3 exhibitors. Class 4.
How are you? Good to see you.
Here are results from Class 3. In 10th place, we have Landrace, St. Abraham, Pasadena, FFA. The 9th was Willow Herber from Gillespie County 4H. 8th was Delaney Hemmings from Palm Beach, FFA. 7th was Weston Herber from Gillespie County 4H. 6th was Tristan Travis from Lake Dallas, FFA. 5th was Kenny Myers from Fort Bend County 4H. 4th was Jake Lyons from Agriculture Science and Technology. 3rd was Eliza Pinky from Jacksboro, FFA. 2 was Jackson Hall from the Jersey, FFA. And 1st was class champion of the Patriot Rayburn, Hamilton, FFA.
Okay, they've just finished Class 3, and they've got Class 4 in the background, fixing to sort that. There are 34 head in Class 4, and the birth dates range from August the 1st to August the 2nd. So a lot of gilts having, the same birth date. So there's only a day apart in this class as they sort this class. Not quite as big as the class before. In Class 3, where we had 40 head. Landon's back here as well. We've just got in the placings, and I'll have him announce the placings in Class 3.
Okay, once again, I apologize if I do not pronounce all the names correctly, but I'll do my best. For the placings in the top 10 of Class 3, and like Dad and I talked about, you know, Class 3 was the deepest we've seen so far. He had 14 pulled back, which he usually pulls back only 10 or 11, and they definitely took their time on this class to show you how deep it was. So in 10th place, we had Juan Hernandez. In 9th place, Willow Herber. In 8th place, Lila Pankey. In 8th place, we had Delaney Hemming. In 7th place, we had Weston Herber. 6th place, we had Tristan Travis. 5th place, Kennedy Myers. 4th place, Jaden Vines. 3rd place, Lila Pankey. And 2nd place, Jackson Powell. 1st place was exhibited by Peyton Rayburn. Peyton Rayburn of Hamilton FFA. So congratulations to those individuals. Those top 3 were very, very deep, Wayne.
Absolutely, and in fact, if you guys view that first place is so far, in my opinion, is the front runner so far, in my opinion. She is just really pulled apart and still flexible and heavy bone, really extended through her front end. But she's one of the best kind that I've seen up through this class right now. I know we got a lot more classes to go, but really, if you're looking how to build one, that's one that really comes to the top, in my opinion.
Like Wayne was talking, we are now sorting Class 4 of the Purebred Duroc Gilt here at San Antonio. And like Wayne said, for those of you just tuning in, there's 34 in Class 4, and the date ranges are August 1st through August 2nd. So that shows you how tight this class is when it comes to age.
While they're sorting this Class 4, I just want to thank Tim for webcasting, for allowing us to give you a play-by-play during this Junior Gilt show. They have really done an outstanding job of putting this all together and allowing us to be a part of this, and we thank you for what you guys do for the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Yeah, like Wayne said, Taylor Fort, they do a wonderful job with their podcasting, and they've got some great individuals who give you a play-by-play ringside shot, side profile, and it's just like, you know, honestly, I prefer watching it on the podcast more than I do in the arena because, you know, when you're in the stands, you only get one perspective, but these young ladies and young men who are out here with the cameras, they have so many different angles that they can shoot during any given time, so it almost feels like you're watching like an NFL football game. You get all different sorts of views, up close, wide shots. They're just doing a wonderful job, and we can't thank them for enough for what they do for us at home who cannot be here to be able to watch the show and support these youth all over the state of Texas. Looks like the judges have 6 pulled back initially, and like we were talking earlier, the judges usually pin back between 8 to 11 per class, what we've noticed. Now, I know it's still early on in the show, and we've only judged 3 classes, but they've set a pattern of pulling about 8 to 10 back initially, and then they go to the big ring for those who didn't get initially pulled to have a chance to make the top 10. He may pull between 12 and 14 animals. They place the top 10, but if you make the top end of your class, I mean, there's a lot of good features about your gilt, so don't give up. And, you know, when it comes to the breeding side of things, that's so different. Just because, say, you don't have everything that they're looking for in the ideal gilt does not mean that that gilt cannot raise some really, really good livestock, because in the breeding side of things, you know, you look for pieces. You look for the best attributes in a hog. Say, I've got a gilt that is real square made, real pulled apart in the front end, and has a very clean neck area, but also maybe needs to be fixed a little bit more in the rear end, maybe needs to be a little wider. You can take something like that and put it on a board that has width and muscle on its rear end and come up with the ideal show pig. You never want to breed, something that has like kind because you're just going to get, an average kind of hog. You want those extremities in your pieces to carry on the next generation of either barrows or gilts. So just because you may not have the first place doesn't mean an 8th, 9th place can't produce something that's very well respected and very well competitive in the stock shows to come. And this is what's cool about the Gilt show. We're looking at future grand champions, people or gilts that could raise the next grand champion at any major or county show being shown right now. So it's cool to see them at a young age before they get bred and move on to be mamas one of these days. Tuning in. For those of you just tuning in, we are doing the initial sort of Class 4 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and looks like the judge has 11 pigs pulled back. No, excuse me, 9 pigs pulled back, and he's got about 6 or 7 in the big arena, which now Will and Joe are going out there to see if there's anything in the big arena that they want to pull back to compete for your top end of the class, which that would be 10th place on. And they're evaluating them together as they do. And what's great to see 2 judges go out there, and you have your lead judge and your associate judge, and they compete together and talk together on each pig, and that's what I love about it. So looks like he's sending these back to their pens. He has the ones he wants pinned for the top end. These individuals are being excused back to their pen. Kudos to them for showing their tails off out here and getting a second look at a potential spot. But looks like the 2 judges have what they need for their top end, and it looks like he has 11 pulled back, and they will place 10 of those individuals. Right now, the judges are evaluating their top 11 individuals that they pulled back from the initial sort to place in the top end. And for those of you just tuning in, what they're doing is they're evaluating each individual as they come out of the gate. And then if they like one of the animals in the ring, they will pin it back to the pen to be in the top, 4 or 5 in the class. Looks like the judges have 2 pulled back so far for their top part of the class, and they have 5 more to evaluate that have not come out of the holding pen yet, and there's 4 in the ring. So it looks like Will and Joe just pulled 1 more back for the top end, young lady in the light blue shirt. We are judging Class 4 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and I think they're fixing to call up Class 5 to the holding pen.
We also want to remind the crossbred visitors, please wait till we call you to the staging area. We want to make sure we eliminate any extra crowding that we have, so please wait till you are called to enter the staging area.
Looks like the judges have pulled 5 back so far for their top end. They're going to place 10 in this class, and it looks like there was 11 or 12 that they had pulled back from the initial sort. So 1 or 2 of the individuals may not make the top 10, but to make it in the top end of this class that was so deep is just a wonderful thing. And so kudos for all those kids that are still out here. And it looks like they're placing 10th all the way down to about 6th place, and they'll pull these other 5 out that they have for their top end after they start placing these. Looks like they placed 6th place now, and they're going to move up to 10th place.
Well, Joe and I thought maybe this class fit together, maybe just as logically as any we've had to work through today. I think the young man's gilt right here is an easy handle. That gilt's big-chested. She's round-bodied. She's got shape and muscle when you get on top of her. Step off to the side of her, and she paints an awesome silhouette from the side view profile. Her length of hip, her bend to her rear leg, cushion to her rear pastern are also good. That one's packing some heat and still built to the T, in my opinion. And that gilt combines a lot of good things together to go ahead and be your class winner here. Very, very nice kind of gilt. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be 2 gives you just an awesome side view shot. She's high-headed, she's tall-shouldered, she's flat back, she's long hip, she's comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. It's when you watch this gilt come right at you and go directly away from you that we need to change her. She needs to be square in her knee when she comes right at us, and then you step right in behind her and watch her go away. She ever so slightly wants to shift her weight onto the outside of her hoof wall. You just need to tweak her in that one particular area. But man, that one's side view profile is so good. Neat kind of gilt that comes out here in 3. Man, this one's look and presence and just front 1/3 of her body, absolutely unforgettable. She needs to be softer and more pliable through her forerib and center body, and you could probably stouten her rear leg up just a bit. I'm not sure if this gilt got more days on feed or can continue down the road. If this one does the right things, you could tell me she wins a show 3-4 weeks or a month from now, and I wouldn't be surprised because that one has some very unique parts and pieces. Gilt that comes next, big arm, stout featured kind of gilt. She wants to get a little more upright in terms of the angle to her blade and front end. As a result, the longer we ask this particular female to go, she just wants to tighten too much up front, and then we need to blend her just a little differently right there through her ham-loin junction. Gilt that comes next, big-chested, round-bodied kind of gilt. Wants to get a little crestier up through her pole and her front end. Then we need to stouten her down low and just hinge her a little differently behind, but certainly admire that one just from a width, muscle, and bulk standpoint to work into the top end of this drive. Rest of these we work through here. Good rib, good bodied one that needs to bounce a notch better. Then we run into some feet and leg issues, a couple of them that just need to be stouter. Good class of reds to work through. Our compliments to the young people.
All right, for you guys who just started tuning in, we just finished up Class 4 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. The 2 judges, which would be Will and Joe, are sorting through Class 5 right now of the Durocs. And in Class 5, we have 32 head, and the date ranges are from July 26th all the way through July 31st. There's 32 in Class 5 of the Duroc Gilts. For those of you just tuning in, we just finished up Class 4. And in Class 4, I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the placings. And once again, I do apologize if I butcher some of you guys' names, but we're all very proud of you for making the top 10 in this class, very difficult class. In 10th place, we had Bristol Nice. In 9th place, we had Victoria Lindecky. In 8th place, we had Cade Barber. In 7th place, we had Preston Ralston. In 6th place, Addison Horn. In 5th place, we had Jenna Murray. In 4th place, we had Kinsey Short. 3rd place was Kate Swan. 2nd place was Caitlin Kirby. And in 1st place of Class 4 of the Duroc Gilt Show, we had Ty Gorey of Springtown FFA. So congratulations to all of our top 10 exhibitors in Class 4 of the Duroc Gilt Show. We are now evaluating Class 5 of the Duroc Gilts here at San Antonio, and they are doing their initial sort as we speak. So good luck to all these exhibitors in Class 5. And for those of you just tuning in, we're going to kind of talk about our judges again. Our lead judge today at the Purebred Gilt Show is Will Hilty, and we welcome him from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up and diversified in livestock farm, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years in his younger career. He is the owner and operator of Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. Will is judged at the Indiana State Fair before, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, the Exposition, and San Antonio. He was actually the associate judge last year, and this year he is now the head judge. Our associate judge this year is Joe Grinstead, and he's from Lebanon, Indiana, and he was a member of the 2010 National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team, graduating from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural economics in 2013, and was a member of the 2012 livestock judging team there at Purdue. He is a swine production supervisor for Co-Alliance Cooperative Incorporated, and we welcome him and appreciate him and his family, competitively showing livestock over the years, and that consists of himself, Callie, his wife, their 3 sons, Kipton, Kaysen, and Cannon. So we welcome both these 2 guys here at San Antonio, and they're doing a wonderful job working together and communicating with each other, and they look like they've got a really good pattern kind of set. And what you're looking for and what they're looking for is, completion in your animal. When I say having a complete animal, meaning it's square on all 4s, it's very tall at the point of the shoulder, has a real good neck and clean frontedness to it. Very, very square made in the hip, and they want them to walk very square and be very mobile out there, and have a good depth of body and make them look more like a foundation broody gilt. And that's what I've noticed so far in their judging pattern. And if you have all those qualities, check all those boxes, you've got a really good chance to make in the top end of the gilt show here. So we welcome those 2 guys and appreciate everything they're doing for us and all the individuals who work so hard at this show. And they're taking plenty of time with each one of these individuals and not trying to rush through things, but really, really give each individual a good chance out there. So we credit them and appreciate what they're doing for these kids. For those of you just tuning in, we're on Class 5 right now, and there's 32 head in the class, and the date ranges are from July 26th through the 31st, and right now he's got about 2 pinned back, and there is 1 in the big arena right now for a second shot to potentially get pulled back. They've, in the past 4 classes, they pulled about between 8 and 12 for their top 10 sort, and they'll place 10 of whatever they have out there. And so they usually pull about between 8 and 12, and we've seen several that have come from the big arena and placed in the top 10, which has been great for some of these individuals who think, hey, he didn't like my animal, but they go out there and show in the big arena for the secondary sort, and they get pulled back and end up making the top 10 just by going out there and showing their tails off.
Yeah, and in Class 3 is a perfect example of that. That being the biggest class so far of the day, it was 40 head. There was actually 2 in the Dead Sea that actually placed in the top 8 or top 9, that is, and but that's just a perfect example of never giving up. When you get in that big ring, get out there and show off that animal, because you could make that top 10 slot.
Those of you just tuning in, we are now sorting the initial sort of Class 5 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts, and those date ranges are from July 26th through July 31st, and there's 32 head in this class. After the completion of Class 5, which they are sorting, we have Class 6, and there is 36 recorded in this class. In that class, excuse me. 32 in this class, of Class 5, which is what we are judging, or the judges are judging right now. and there's 36 head in the upcoming class after this class, which is Class 6, and the date ranges are from July 22nd through July 25th.
I knew you could sniff them out. For those that have just tuned in, we are the judges are sorting Class 5. There's 32 head in this class. It ranges from July the 26th through July 31st. Looks like we've got 5. He has put in the pens so far, and out in the big arena for a possible second look to be penned, we have 2 so far. So not quite. So far, not quite as deep a set probably as what we had the class before. As if you're just tuning in, Class 3 had 40 head, and they penned 14 total and 2 out of the arena. To kind of tell you a little bit about the scholarship program here at San Antonio. We're very fortunate and proud of what San Antonio has built up in their scholarship program in the Junior Breeding Gilt Show. They actually give $85,000, offer $85,000 in scholarships. Each breed champion of these purebreds, if you have the opportunity or the luck to win that title, then you receive a $10,000 scholarship. If you go on and you can be the supreme, then you get an additional $5,000. So you can win up to $15,000. The reserve, of course, doesn't get any added money into that, but they do get some nice awards that go along with that. So that's kind of how that breakdown is. Now, what's kind of cool about this program, and it which is a little different than it used to be years ago, you can win up to $20,000 here at San Antonio. So you can, let's say, for example, you won the breed champion for the first time, and so you win the $10,000. Well, you can come back again and win another $10,000 again in the breeding show. Or if you've won the Supreme and you've won 15, you could come back again, but you'd have to, the max that you could get would be another 5. So if you had a champion, had Supreme last year, and you would have gotten 15 for the first time, then you could come back, win the breed champion, then you would get the additional 5 and not the 10. But it does not go down to the reserve like it did years ago. But just kind of letting our listeners know kind of how this program works. Now, another way you can win it, of course, is in other events as well. You could be in Skillathon, you could win it there. You could win it in the Crossbred show. In the Crossbred Gilt show, the champion receives a $10,000 scholarship, but also they get to sell in the Crossbred Gilt sale. So, and in our purebreds, they don't have a sale for the purebred show, but they're able to take it on to some other shows. I know a lot of them after this show is going on to the elite show that's in Kerrville, Texas. That's coming up toward the end of the week. Okay, the judges are in the big arena, and they're seeing about penning some. They possibly a couple more. They have 10 in the pen so far, and it looks like they're seeing about maybe adding possibly here. Well, it looks like they're going to leave it at 10 head, I think, the way it looks at this point, because they've went ahead and excused the rest of them. The judges are just letting the gilts out for Class 5 of the first sort that they've done. They've got 4 out there at this point, and as you see, I think you as the viewers can see that they're taking some depth of body here, some flexibility, and some width in these females, and it's got some good broodiness to them as well. Those that don't understand broodiness, that's that depth of body through the center portion of the stomach area where you see a good prominent underline. That is the capacity to hold the babies, and of course the name of the game is to try to have as many babies as you can. And when you're AI and you're hoping that you can get 10 or so. With that, of course, you hope to raise 10, but you hope you can start out with 10 and at least weed 7 or 8 at least. So anyway, but yeah, it looks like they've sorted back 3. So I suspect if the judges do like they have done previously, they'll put 4 total back. Looks like they put the 4th one now back, and so I would suspect they'll go ahead and then place 5th through 10th. Our judges, those that just tuned in, is Will Hildy. He's our lead judge, with Joe Grillstead as being our secondary judge. Those that don't know the judges, Will is the taller gentleman, and Joe is the one in the black suit.
So Wayne, while I was out, kind of tell our viewers who just tuned in kind of where we're at on Class 5 here.
Okay, they're letting out they've placed everything 5th through 10th, and now we have the top 4 that they're releasing out, and they're working together to come up how they want to do the official 1st through 4th placing. They've now let out the 3rd one, and we have one more coming out.
I think 2 more coming out. It looks like maybe.
You are correct. This time they did keep 5, so they wanted to make sure they got this thing totally the way that they would be satisfied. So that's great. That's the first time they've done the top 5 here.
Well, that one class I remember they pulled back 8, and they sorted back 3, and then they placed 4th, 5th, 6th. So, there's really no rhyme or reason, just, depending on the depth of the class and everything. But historically, what they've done in the past 4 classes, they've pulled at least 3 or 4 back for their top end. But in this class, like Wayne said, they had 5. It looks like they just placed 5th place.
Looks like we're getting down to the end here. Looks like the 3 we've got out here, it looks like the one in the purple shirt really's got the most brutiest one out in this class. Now, if that's what they'll go with, but you do have a little bit variation here, but you can tell that all 3 of these are flexible overall, and now that we've got down to the 2, you got a little bit of differences there. Both of them glide really well.
We have actually 3. This young man's having a little trouble with his poor pig over here.
Oh, absolutely.
You know how Gilts get sometimes. They get to where they don't want to cooperate. Young man just got 3rd, and the top 2 look like the girl in the white and the girl in the purple, and they're kind of evaluating between those 2 right now.
Looks like there's some weight difference between her.
I would say so, too.
A little bit there. But like I said, you can kind of see the one in the purple having more depth of body behind that shoulder blade and that flank area. And so it'd be interesting to see if he's going to take a little more power with a little more combined muscle and capacity. So we'll see how they're going to line these 2 up officially.
Well, I think it's really going to come down to presentation. I know that poor girl over there, she's working her butt off over there. They both are, and presenting these 2, and I think presentation is going to be the final factor because, like you said, there is definitely a weight difference between these 2 animals, even through these two. It looks like the young lady in the purple is second, and the young lady in the white is first. And that young lady in the white really showed very well the entire time. And the girl in the purple, poor thing, she's doing a really, really good job out there. That gilt she looks a little tired out there right now.
Oh, absolutely. And that happens when you get.
Well, just a little more challenging class here to piece together, and we had quite a bit of discussion between this pair of gilts, and ultimately, if you could take parts and pieces from each one of them, man, you could make a really good one, and yet they're both very good kind of gilts in their own right. We just thought that the young lady's gilt right here in front of us was more elite looking through the front 1/3 of her body. You study her coming directly at you. She opens with more boldness to the chest of her floor, and then you step off to the side of this one and just watch her go. She goes across the surface effortlessly in terms of the reach out of her front end, the bend to her rear leg, her ability to push her hock behind her tail herd. She's the best structured one with the best look ahead of her blade. That's what allows her to go ahead and be your class winner for the young lady. Shoulder blade back, the darker color gilt. She's massive. She's massive through her full rib. She opens great with shape and expression coming out of the backside of her blade. The longer she's out here, she wants to labor just a little bit off of both ends of her skeleton, particularly out of her front end. And then when you study her from blade forward, she doesn't have the same kind of extension and look as what our class winner does, but that is a very neat animal from shoulder blade back. Young lady's got her presented to a T. Gilt that comes next just kind of turned into a little bit of a knucklehead out here, but certainly a gilt you like in terms of stoutness and muscularity. Still stays comfortable in terms of the way her rear leg hinges. We thought when she came right at you, she needed to be better from her chest, knee to ground. And then she's a gilt you could soften just a little bit through the midsection of her body, but certainly admire her muscularity and stoutness to go ahead and be 3. Gilt that comes next, man, if you just prop this one up and took a picture of her, she's got some elite parts and pieces. She's big arms. She's got a big bendy, flexible rear leg. She's really fresh and shapely when you get on top of her. We just need her to hinge looser off of both ends of her skeleton, just catch a gear and maybe balance a notch better from the side in terms of the way she ties together. Her shoulders a little off, her ham loin's a little off. Neat parts and pieces, just needs to fit together better in that gilt to get any higher. Gilt that comes next, tremendously good rib, good bodied, soft-centered kind of gilt. Needs to be stouter featured, needs to be slicker looking through the front 1/3 of her body, but admire that one just in terms of her softness of center, pliability, good gilt to be this far down. As we work through the rest of these, we got a big-chested, muscular one here. Again, it needs a little more bone and feature, change her a notch behind. Then we just need to balance a couple of those a notch better to get any higher. Nice class to work through. Our compliments to the young people.
Yes. We just finished up Class 5 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts.
And if you were viewing this, you know, what I was really pleased and you could really understand, Will really, he nailed them on their differences and stuff. If you look at the one that he put in first place, the most flexible, most cleanest fronted, and most athletic one out there. You know, if that gilt would have had the capacity that our second place had, she would be a total mean machine. She just needs a little more depth of body like you have in our second place. And, of course, that second place was a tank.
Oh, she was, and she just, the young lady that had the second place just did a wonderful job presenting that animal, and that, you know, she was a creature, man. She was very, very wide-fronted, real big, bold ribbed, had a real good full rear end, and just a complete hoss out there, and she's going to make some good, she's going to be a good bearer and gilt maker. Wouldn't you agree, Wayne?
Yes, especially the areas that we need to watch her on a little bit is breeding her to something that's a little more cleaner through that front end and maybe just a hair looser made. It could be that they put a little bit too much muscle in her, just that kind of allowed her to labor just a little bit more. But you take her to a little freakier fronted type boar, you're going to make some really nice females and barrows.
We want to congratulate all the kids that made the top 10 in Class 5, and like I said, I'm going to try to read your names the best I can here, but the top 10 exhibitors were in 10th place, Eduardo Rodriguez. In 9th place, we had Lene Adams. In 8th place, we had Corgan King. 7th place went to Cole Bellot from Wimberley FFA. In 6th place, we had Grace Real. In 5th place, we had Brock Ayala. 4th place went to Jacob Powell. 3rd place went to Gavin Castillo. 2nd place went to Lila Barnert from Kendall County. And in 1st place, we had Kaysen Card from Ellis County 4-H. So I want to wish all those exhibitors congratulations and a good job showing. All 10 of those exhibitors out there, and even the ones that were a little bit farther down, they did a wonderful job presenting their animals, and we just want to congratulate each one of those individuals. Now we move on to the initial sort of Class 6. And in Class 6, we have 36 head, and the date ranges are from July 22nd through July 25th. And after we do the initial sort of Class 6, we'll bring Class 7 into the sorting arena. And Class 7, there's 38 head ranging from July 18th to July 21st. And for those of you who just tuned in, we are now evaluating the initial sort of Class 6 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. So welcome to this wonderful podcast put on by Taylor Ford podcasting, and we can't thank them enough for all of us who could not make it to the show to be able to watch it just like we're actually in the arena. So kudos to those guys for working so hard, and young ladies who are out there in the ring and getting the best presentation on the video podcasting. And we just can't thank them enough for what they do for these young individuals, and for us who cannot travel to San Antonio to be able to watch it just like we're there at the actual show. So for those of you tuning in right now who may be new to the swine industry, we're judging the Purebred Duroc Gilts. We're on Class 6, but to kind of give you a little background on the Duroc species, brought to you by Pork Checkoff, as it comes to their website, they are the second most recognized breed of swine in the United States. They are what you call a red pig. They've got a little reddish-orange tinge to their skin and their hair. And their hair is very coarse, by the way, for those of you who've never clipped or felt on a Duroc. Their hair is a little bit more coarse than the other breeds, so they're harder to scrape and all that stuff. But they're a down-deered pig. What they're known for is their product quality, their carcass yield. They're very fast-growing. They say Durocs, they grow on you. They mean that literally and figuratively. And they are lean gain efficient. So what's really good about the Duroc breed as it pertains to the actual gilt side or the sow side, the longevity of the Duroc breed is so much longer. You can get more years out of a Duroc sow than most of the other breeds. And we can attest to that, raising some Durocs. Our family's been kind of in the Duroc side of stuff for since 1970. And I'll tell you, we've had sows that have lived up to 8 years worth of trying to raise some good quality livestock. So give you a little background on the Duroc breed itself for those of you who just kind of tuned in. When it comes to Class 6 is what we're judging. It looks like they have 5 pulled back so far in the holding pens for the top 10 individuals. The judges have pulled anywhere between 8 and 12 to place the top 10 individuals. There looks like there's 2 or 3 in the large arena right now, and they will get a second look from the judges after they do the initial sort to have a chance to move up in the class. So Dad just brought up a point on San Antonio weather for all of those who are at home watching on the podcast. In the warm comfort of your home or office at work, the weather is kind of misty, rainy outside, and it's kind of cold today in San Antonio, and got a little chill in the barn today. So for those of you who are uncomfortable AC or heating, feel comfortable there because it's a little bit chilly here, isn't it, Wayne?
Absolutely, but we've got a lot nicer weather than some, but it's nice to see a little of that stuff that we haven't seen for a long time fall out of the sky.
That being rain, I'm assuming?
That's what they say it is.
Yeah, we definitely need it. Texas has been kind of dry lately, so it's good to see the rainfall and get some moisture for our livestock. And you know, in this industry, and you know what's so great about the pig show, you know, it teaches these kids a lot of variables that they wouldn't have anywhere else. Number one being responsibility and having to take care of a project, and it teaches them to manage their finances and how to grow an animal from start to finish. And there's a lot of educational value that goes into that they can carry their work ethic on to the next facets of their lives. And that's something you don't always see, and they don't get the opportunity to do. And what is so great about our agricultural industry is that this gives them an opportunity to meet people around the state of Texas and get to know them and make these different connections as they get older, and something you don't see very often anymore, Wayne.
Absolutely. It's I compare it to just one big happy family that will you get to meet other families where they'll go out of their way to try to help each other. And you know, that is something in today's society that you want to see more of. And these kids, by developing and networking with other great families, serves as really great role models, and that I contribute a lot of these kids that are successful to a lot of these things that these kids are doing, like what they're doing here today.
And what's great to see all these parents and families and sponsors and ag teachers and extension agents who come out here and support these kids. And it really is about the kids here, guys. You know, we do it for them and help them grow as individuals to give them the best chance at the real world. And I think in this industry, there's a lot of things that can be said of these kids that grew up showing that they go on and succeed in the real world once they get out of their initial 12th grade school years. And it looks like, Wayne, we've got 8 pulled back so far in Class 6 here. And usually they'll pull about, you know, between 8 and 12. And they'll sort it down to where they place the top 10 individuals. We've got a total of 5 in the big arena right now who have a secondary shot to make the top 10. And in this class of Class 6 of Duroc Gilts, we've got 36 head in this class.
Exhibitors, if you were first or second place in classes 1 through 4 of the Crossbred Gilts, please make your way to the staging arena. All first and second place Gilts in classes 1 through 4 of the Crossbred, please make your way to the staging area. We will be present for the division drive.
All right, Wayne. It looks like the judges have done their initial sort back behind us, and now they're going into the big arena right now to see if there's any more of the Gilts that they want to pull back to compete for their top 10. Looks like they have a total of about 14 already pulled back here, and they're going to go in the big arena to see if there's anything else that they want to bring back to be evaluated for their top 10 placings. This looks like a pretty deep set of classes, class 2.
Yes, it must be a really deep class like we had in class 3. That was the only other class so far through this morning that we've had 14 head pull back. In fact, to be honest, in class 3 we had 12 pen and then pulled 2 more out of the big arena. So,
and it looks like the judges just pulled another one back, and now it looks like they're excusing the individuals.
It looks like, as we discussed, it must be a really deep class, and so it's going to be really fun to watch them release these back out of the pens into the arena and see how much depth is through this entire class.
I will tell you what some of you guys don't get to see, what we're seeing from up here. Joe and Will are doing such a great job with even the kids that get excused, going up to most every one of them and talking about what they change about their animal or what they can do to make that animal a little bit more presentable for the next show down the road. Because these Gilts can actually go on and show at other major Gilt shows. Is that correct, Wayne?
Absolutely. Like I had mentioned earlier in our program, we've got the Elite show coming up here toward the end of the week. And, of course, if you place in the Elite show to a certain placing, you're eligible you are able to sell that gilt there. If you choose not to go like to the Elite to sell, then you can take them on to the Houston Livestock show yet. I think San Angelo probably has it occurred, or is it going to occur?
I think it's occurring right now, I believe. So I'm not totally sure on that, but
that sounds about right.
So what you guys are seeing on video right now, these judges are sorting through the top 14 or 15 that they pulled back to place 10 of them. And what they do, and like what Will just did, he brought a pig out and then is sending it back to the pen for probably the top end of his class. So if he likes an animal as it's coming out of the gate, they'll evaluate it, and if he pins you back, that means you made the top end of the class. And if not, you're going to sort for 10th place on up to about 5th or 6th, depending on how many of these guys pull back in this class for their top end. Like he's got 2 pulled back so far in this set of 14 that he's pulled back. He still has about 7 more to evaluate before they start placing these animals from bottom up. Really deep, broody set of Gilts out here in this class. There's a lot of they're all very clean fronted from what I can tell, what they're picking out of the sort. But I mean they've got a lot of depth of body. They're very mobile for the most part, and just very, very clean and tall at the point of the shoulder. And what I've noticed in this class.
Yeah, much deeper class than what we saw in class 5.
And as these guys are sorting through their each individual pig as they come out of their gate, they're talking about each one, what they like, what they may change, and you can kind of just see by their body language kind of if they really like it or if they want to change something. Just watching their hands and their eye contact and everything else, you can really tell a lot just with not even being down there and hearing what they're saying, kind of what they're looking at and what they see, and if they really like one, they'll pin it back relatively quickly. as they come out of the gate from what I've seen so far. They've got about 5 more to go through in this class, class 6 of the purebred Duroc Gilts here that they have not seen yet, but they have 3 pulled back so far for their top end that they've evaluated thus far, and make that 4 now that has been in the put in the top 4 thus far. But it looks like to me, Wayne, he's pulling several back here, and this might be a repeat of how he did Class 3, where he pulls, 6 or 7 back and does another sort, and then pulls 3 or 4 back at the very end, and that allows them to evaluate them in a little bit more room, and they don't have quite as many animals out there. Instead of just making quick decisions, they're making sure they take their time and really let these gilts kind of shine when they're not so crowded up like they are right now, it seems like.
Absolutely. I trust they're going to do that. I would sure think, because as you said, there is quite a few out there, and it really is hard to really do a thorough comparison to the ones that they've penned and the ones still out there. They're trying to pick those combinations that hit them the hardest, of combination of eye appeal, flexibility, width of chest, muscle, design, and still have that broodiness to go with it. So, I trust that they're probably going to go deeper than 5th to reevaluate this class.
I think so too. It looks like he's got about 2, 4, 6, 7 of them pulled back for your top end here, and Will and Joe are going in here now and placing 10th down to whatever that number is, minus what he has in the top end to sort. But like you said, this is just such a deep class and of animals, but them taking the time with each individual and making sure they get it right in their eyes. I got to give kudos to both these 2 guys, because they're working so well together as a judging team, and that's what you hope for when you bring 2 guys together that may come from different cities, may come from different states, may come from different backgrounds, but to see these 2 guys come together as a whole and come out with what they want as a team, that's what this is all about. So it's good to see that in 2 judges.
Yeah, there's, like I said, there's only 3 placings. They're going to place 8th through 10th.
Well, like last year, like, you know, was it the first full day was just nothing was working. Well, they need to update some stuff.
As we get out here and sort this class, I think you can certainly real fast tell that Joe and I, weight, size, we're not here to pick the biggest, fluffiest one. We're here to pick quality livestock, and that's exactly what we think the young lady in the red drives as a high-quality female. When you study this gilt in terms of her skeleton from the side view profile, her shoulder blade and front end so comfortable, her length of hip and levelness of hip, bend to her rear leg function in the way she uses it across the surface out here, we think is impeccable. Her stoutness of skull, while still being feminine and attractive up front, we think's next level. I guess where we questioned ourselves, is she soft enough through her forerib and center body? We thought so, but if you wanted to get real critical, that's the one area you could change that particular gilt. Past that, she brings the extras to the table and does it in a balanced, functional package. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and come in second is one that does offer more through her forerib in the center portion of her body. She's deeper through her heart, she's deeper through her flank, and just softer and more pliable. But I think that's the only place she has the advantage. She's not as neat and attractive looking through the front 1/3 of her body. She's not as stout and burly as what our class winner is. But man, that's a proportional one with a good motor. Gets out here and covers a lot of surface. Good gilt to go ahead and beat 2. Young lady's gilt that comes in 3, one that when this gilt drives out of the gate right at you, she's overwhelming in terms of her chest and the spread she's got in the base of her cavity. You get off to the side of her, and she's another one that's really good in terms of her depth of heart and her depth of forerib. We felt like she just wanted to get a little piece here. Wants the wrinkle there at her shoulder loin junction, same about her ham loin, and then the longer you drive this particular gilt, she just wants to camp her rear leg too far up underneath of her. We thought that one just came in too many pieces to go ahead and get around the gilts that were 1 and 2. Gilt that comes next, another one. A lot of the same things could be said. Ultra bold chested and really fresh and shapely when you get right on top of her. She has one of those that gets so level out of her hip that it almost wants to hinder her rear leg function. She kind of wants to duck and swivel as she goes and plant her hind leg outside of her body. We just need to reconstruct that one behind and make her hinge and go with more flex and authority to get any higher within this drive. One that comes next, there's some parts and pieces to this gilt that I absolutely love. I love just her spread and dimension to her cage, the roll and outward turn to her forerib. She just gets too straight off of both ends, too short off of both ends. Need to lengthen her hip, level her hip, and extend her up front. Gilt that comes next, a big chested, good profiling kind of gilt. You get right in behind her. She needs more in the seat of her pants as she goes directly away from you. Run into some gilts that just need some more flesh and bulk. A couple of them need to be a lot better in terms of balance. One here just needs a little more physical feel, brings some wild pieces. Very interesting class to work through. Our compliments to the young people.
All right, so for those of you who are just now tuning back in, we just finished up Class 7 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Once again, we want to thank Taylor Fork Podcasting for being out here and giving us all a front row seat for those of us who couldn't be at the stock show of the classes. And they do just such a wonderful job of getting out there and making things happen, so we're able to be here in spirit and still be able to support these youth and the people we care about and love. So your placings on the top 10 in Class 7 of the Duroc Gilts. There was 38 in the class, and once again, I apologize if I butcher your names, but I'm going to do my absolute best because these kids do their absolute best out here. So in 10th place, we had J.C. Crosscuff. In 9th place, we had Logan Diffie. In 8th place, we had Cotton West. In 7th place, we had Owen Newton. In 6th place, we had Kaysen Longcrier. In 5th place, we had Taylor Simpson. In 4th place, Evelyn Boren. In 3rd place, we had Riley Clenard. In 2nd place, we had Brianna Noland. And in 1st place of Class 7 we had Riley Peoples. Congratulations to these top 10 exhibitors at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We're moving on now to Class 8, and in Class 8 of the Duroc Gilts, there are 36 head, and the date ranges are from July 15th through the 17th. And Will Hildy is our lead judge today, along with our associate judge, Mr. Joe, and they are doing a wonderful job out there. And I can't thank them enough for coming down to Texas and bringing us some cool weather and also some rain with them. We've been in desperate need of some rain, so I'm glad that we got them to come down and bring both those things with them. Right now, the guys have one pin back for the sorting of the top 10, and there's one in what we call the Dead Sea or the big arena that has a chance to get pulled after the initial sort is completed. For those of you tuning in that want to know kind of how things work, the animals will come through the initial first ring, which is Will, and he will either send them to the holding pen to get judged for the top 10 or send them on to our secondary judge, Mr. Joe, and he will determine if they need to go back to the pen or they want to get a second look at the female in the big arena, which those animals have a chance to make the top 10. We saw it in a couple other classes where there were some in the big arena and ended up being in the top 6 or 7 in their class, which is a huge deal when you already pull 12 to 14. So just because you go to the big pen does not mean you don't have a chance to really move up in the class. I'm a product of that. I was put in the Dead Sea once before and ended up winning my class. So just never give up for all you exhibitors tuning in or who want to aspire to be a pig showman or any species. There's always a chance for you to succeed, and it all comes down to how much work you put in with your animal and continue to just strive to do better each and every day, and you will go very far in this world. So that's what I think our industry as a whole and the agricultural side of things has to offer, where a lot of places you don't get that kind of opportunity anywhere else. Right now, it looks like the judges have pulled 4 back in the class so far. They still have about a little over half of the class to sort through. If you go in the big arena, for those of you watching who might be showing tomorrow or later on today, if you get put in the big arena, kind of just hang out with your animal, brush it off, make sure it's presentable, because you don't want to tire that animal out while you're waiting on them to sort, especially if the judges aren't looking at your animal in the big arena yet. So just hold off there, and the kids out here doing a wonderful job of being knowledgeable about that, and so kudos to them and all the showers that are here today. So far we have 5 pulled back in that have a chance to make the top 10. For those just tuning in, the judges have consistently pulled about between 8 and 12 and sometimes even more depending the depth of the class to judge the top 10. The top 10 will have a placing ribbon, and everybody else will get sent back to their pen. Top 2 move on to judge for the champion and reserve of the breed at the completion of Class 10, I believe. And after that, the breed champion will be awarded a $10,000 scholarship for a chance to get even more money for the overall grand champion and reserve overall grand champion. While they're doing the initial sort here, I want to take the time once again to introduce our judges. Today, our lead judge is Mr. Will Hilty. He comes from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up in the livestock industry and exhibited cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. We want to wish him the best here, and we appreciate him coming back again this year to judge as a lead judge this year. And in his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows. So what better place to be than right here in Texas in San Antonio? And our associate judge today is Mr. Joe Grinstead, and he's from Lebanon, Indiana. and he was a member of the 2010 national champion 4-H livestock judging team, graduating from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural economics in 2013, and was a member of the 2012 livestock judging team there at Purdue. He is a swine production supervisor for Co-Alliance Cooperative Incorporated, managing wean to finish commercial pig spaces. He has the opportunity to judge shows from coast to coast and enjoys competitive showing livestock with his wife, Callie, and their 3 sons, Kipton, Kaysen, and Cannon. And we want to welcome him as well and appreciate them both coming down. And those two together have done such a fine job of working together and picking out what they like in a species, and they're taking the time to do it as a team. Because when you have 2 judges out there, sometimes you have differences in what you look for, but they've come together and created this one package that they're looking for as a whole, and they do it together, and there's no better way to go show livestock than going and seeing 2 judges work so well with these kids, and that's all you can ask for is a shot, right? So we thank them for coming down and taking the time with each individual and giving them the best chance to place as high as they possibly can. So we want to thank both those 2 guys for coming down, and we can't say how much we appreciate them enough. So far, it looks like the guys have pinned about 14 or 15 head for their chance to place in the top 10, and they've got 3 out in the big arena right now, which is very few. So that tells me how deep this class number 8 is. So if that tells you anything about their judging, it shows you how deep this breed is in this class. I believe we have 2 more classes after this, Class 9 and Class 10. Right now we're sorting through, or the judges are doing the initial sort of Class 8 of the Purebred Durocs here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We want to welcome you on this journey and hope you enjoy the ride. The judges have made their way to the big arena to evaluate these 3, and he is excusing these 3 individuals, so give them a round of applause for being out here and showing their tails off. Now the guys, once they excuse these 3 individuals, 3 young ladies who really showed well and presented their animals well, they're both going to sort through these, looks like probably 15 or 16 that he's pulled back so far. So that's a very, very deep set of classes. And what we've noticed them doing, they'll pull them, and if they like an animal, they'll send it back to the pen to be evaluated for the top end of the class. And once they've pulled the ones they really like back, then they'll sort it down from 10th place to whatever number they have left before they place the top individuals. So say they pull 4 animals back. Once they have the ones they want back for the top end, say they pull 4, they'll place 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5. And what we've noticed they do is go from 5th to 10th, not 10th to 5th at that point. While they're evaluating this class, I want to take the time and thank San Antonio and all the sponsors who helped make this possible. For all these scholarship winners out here, just in the pig show alone, they give $85,000 in scholarship money.
This is your first call for Class 9 Durocs. This is a first call for Class 9 Durocs.
And the breed champion in each breed will be awarded a $10,000 scholarship, and they have a chance to be eligible for the Supreme Champion Gilt, which is an additional $5,000 on top of the $10,000 they were received as a breed champion. So, you know, I was a recipient of that back in 2008 where I won Supreme, and I used that scholarship money on when I went to Texas Tech University, and it definitely helped me in my school career, and I attribute that a lot to the success that I had here at San Antonio, and I couldn't have done it without these guys and everything they give back to these kids. So that's something that you can really appreciate about this industry and this show in general, that these kids have an opportunity to take this on and this money on and use it to better their careers in life. And without that, you know, they might not have the opportunity any other way, and this is a great way to do it. Looks like Will and Joe have pinned back 3 so far for his top end, and they still have another 4 or 5 to sort in the individual holding pins, and they've got about 8 or 9 out here right now. They're looking at to see if there's any they want to pull back for the top end, but as of right now, they still have about 5 or 6 more to go through. Will just sent a young lady on to be in the top 4 or 5 so far. Looks like Will and Joe have pulled back 5 so far for their top end, and they're evaluating to see if there's any more that they want to bring into their top end, and if not, then they're going to place at this point from 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and it looks like that's what Will's doing right now. He's pulled the buttons out, so now he's going to start placing 6th through 10th, and then after he does that, he's going to pull his top 5 out and finish off the class, and they both do a really good job evaluating together and sorting these animals and talking about them, and everything they talk about has been really, really true to what the animal looks like and what they would change, what they like, what they dislike, and they really do a good job working with these individual kids and really complimenting them on all the good things they do out here, because we know how much time these kids put into working with their animals each and every day, plus going to school, plus if they do other things like sports or UIL competitions when it comes to extracurriculars like number sense, doing different agriculture, LDE, CDE. So there's a lot that goes into what they do on a day-to-day basis, not only just in the show world, but what they do in addition to showing. And showing takes a lot of time out of your day, but for these kids to be as well-rounded as they are, I mean, you just can't ask for a better group in this industry. So kudos to everybody out here today. My name is Landon Rohde, and I appreciate you taking this journey with me. My co-host today is Mr. Wayne Rohde, and he has stepped away for a minute, but he will be back shortly. And if you guys have any questions or anything, we're happy to answer what we can when we can, but we're trying to give you a play-by-play of what's kind of going on. Looks like the judges are excusing the rest of the individuals out here They only placed the top 10, and they pulled 15 to 16 in this class. So making the top 16 in such a deep class is such a big deal. So really proud of these kids for showing the entire time and doing such a great job. Now Will and Joe are getting ready to pull their top 5 individuals. They pulled back to place 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in Class 8 here. At the completion of Class 8, we'll be going into Class 9, and there's 26 head in Class 9, and the date ranges are from July 12th through July 14th. So we are judging the top 5 individuals in Class 8, while Class 9 is in the holding pens awaiting their sort. While the guys are evaluating their top 5 in Class 8, Class 8 of the show, in the Duroc breed, just want to let you guys know there's going to be 13 classes of Durocs here at San Antonio today, and once they complete Class 13, they're going to bring all their first and second place back from each class and judge for the champion, reserve champion overall, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the Duroc breed and the Purebred Gilt show here at San Antonio today. So we are in Class 8 right now, and there's 13 total classes for the Duroc breed here. And we're going to judge that and then judge the champion, reserve champion overall of the Duroc breed, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the breed. Looks like they have placed 5th place so far, and there's 4 left. So they're going to place 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. For those of you tuning in, trying to figure out how many are left, he just placed 4th to the young lady in the dark blue shirt, leaving the other young lady with a black shirt, red shirt, young lady, and then a young lady in a pink shirt. So we are now down to the top 3 in Class 8 of the Purebred Duroc show here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We thank you for tuning in, and we appreciate Taylor Fort for their podcasting and being able to give us all a chance to watch the show if we couldn't be here today. Whether you be working or at home, we appreciate you guys tuning in, and we can't thank them enough for coming down and giving us a front row seat to the show. So it looks like the young lady in the red was first, the young lady in the pink was second, and the young lady in the black and teal shirt was 3rd in the class, and very, very deep class. So let's see what Will has to say about this class.
Well, an interesting class for Joe and I to work through. We had quite a bit of discussion between this initial trio, and think there's some give and take. And honestly, if you can blend some parts and pieces from each one of them, you'd be a little closer to idea. But with that said, still tons of quality represented out here. We landed on the young lady's bigger gilt, not because she's the biggest one, but we read her to be the stoutest. We read her to be the boldest in her chest, still feminine and attractive about her head. You get right in behind her, she maybe wants to roll just a shade out of that left rear, but we thought for the amount of heat that was packing, she just came with the least amount of problems and still offered some extras in terms of bone width and stoutness. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be in second. I love this one from the side view profile. If you just judge them from the side, there's no doubt this one's your class winner. Her head shape and the front 1/3 of her body are just absolutely unforgettable. She's loose hinged, she's soft ribbed, she's pliable, she reaches off of both ends. It's when she comes right at me. She's simply got to be put better from her chest, knee to ground. Same could be said when you get right in behind her. She gets a little coarser right there through her hock joint. But man, I just absolutely love that one from the side view profile. Just got to change her in those two areas. Young lady that's going to go ahead and come in 3 with a darker colored gilt here. Certainly one you like in terms of freshness and shape up high. She's a good proportioned kind of gilt. When you step off to the side of her, she wants to get a little higher and tighter in her spine, wants to duck her pins and camp her rear leg up underneath of her. We need to lengthen her hip and make her go with more flex and authority out of her hip and hind leg. One that comes next, ultra bold, ultra wide, ultra stout. She's as bold-chested as anything maybe we've seen thus far today, to the point where it almost starts to work against her. When she comes right at you, she's so big and bold in her chest that she almost wants to roll her elbow pocket outside of her body, wants to get a little crestier up through her head, neck, and front end, but certainly one you have to appreciate for having real muscle, having a robust rib cage, and being fairly flexible in terms of the amount of bulk, mass, and power that gilt brings to the table. One that comes next is sound. She's flexible. She reaches and goes good off on both ends. She wants to sit a little lower at the point of her shoulder. As a result, it throws that gilt's balance off just a shade. Need to elevate her, and again, balance her just a notch better. One comes next, a good profiling gilt that needs more muscle. Then we run into some gilts that just need to be tweaked in an area or two to get any higher in the competitive class.
All right, welcome back. We just placed Class 8 of the Duroc Gilts. Did a wonderful job out there, very deep, heavy-set class. Now Will and Joe are moving on to sort the initial sort of Class 9. And for those of you just tuning in, there are 26 head in this class. Date ranges are from July 12th through July 14th. And so this is actually a little smaller class compared to the other classes. But welcome back, and thank you for tuning in today. So our placings in Class 8 of the Purebred Duroc show, the top 10 individuals consisted of, in 10th place, Brody Hurley, 9th place, Madison McCullough, 8th place, Carly Hedges, 7th place, Jadelyn Gray. 6th place, Macaulay Hopper. 5th place, Kale Stone. 4th place, Bromley Watson. 3rd place, Rayleigh McCurdy. 2nd place, Tara Stone. And 1st place in Class 8 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts was Kelsey Randall of Glen Rose FFA. Congratulations to all those top 10 exhibitors, and even the other 6 that didn't get placed. They really showed well out there today. So there were 16 pulled in that class, and we can only place 10, but all 16 did a wonderful job out there today. So we want to give them a big shout out and thank you for being here. And now we are starting Class 9. They're doing the initial sort. Looks like they pinned 2 back so far. They've just now started the class of sorting. So Class 9 consists of 26 head. Date ranges are from July 12th through the 14th. For all of you just tuning in, we are judging Class 9 of the Purebred Duroc Gilt Show here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. I've just been informed at the completion of the champion and through 5th overall of the Duroc breed, they will be taking about a 30 to 40-minute lunch break. We're only on Class 9. There's a total of 13 classes, so once they complete Class 13, we're going to judge for champion and reserve Duroc, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Then after that, they will take about a 30 to 40-minute lunch break for those of you who are tuned in for the next breed after the Durocs. Right now, they are doing the initial sort of Class 9. Looks like they pulled about 8 pigs so far in their top end, and there's 4 of them in the big pen, now fixing to be 5. And those kids will have an opportunity for a second look to see if they can make the top 10. They've been pulling lately about 12 to 14 pigs back, and unfortunately they only placed 10 placings, but at least these kids get a second chance to make the top 10 of this very, very deep Duroc Gilt Show. The 2 judges, Mr. Will and Mr. Joe, are out here looking at the 5 pigs that are left in the big ring to see if there's any they want to hold back for the top 10. Looks like they have a total of 9 pigs pulled so far, so I would assume they would pull at least 1 or 2 back to get 10 placings in this class. They are releasing these pigs in the big arena, and they're going to go on to judge their top 10 pigs, which looks like he has 10 pigs pulled, just nothing they wanted to bring back. Those of you just tuning in, they're releasing these individuals that were in the big ring, and they're going to place the top 10 of Class 9. For those just tuning in, they're going to let each pig out of the gate like they're doing right now with this young lady just coming out, and if they like your animal, they'll send you back to your individual holding pen, and you will be in the top end of the class. Once they pull the ones they want in their top end, they will place the remaining ones place the remaining ones from 10th place down, and it looks like he has 11 that he's pulled, so there will be 10 placing animals that will get a ribbon today. The guys are judging Class 9 as we speak, and they've just made the first call for Class 10 to go to the holding pens to be judged at the completion of Class 9 here. Once again, we have 13 total classes in the Duroc breed. We are judging Class 9, and once of the completion of the champion reserve, first, or third, fourth, and fifth overall in the Duroc breed, they will be taking about a 30 to 40 minute lunch break for those of you who are tuning in for watching the rest of the breeds show today. So what the guys are doing right now, they're all the pigs that they sorted back in the initial sort, they're looking for their top set of individuals right now. So once the young lady or young man comes out of the pen, they're looking at them, and if they really like the animal, they'll send it back to the pen to be in the top end of the class. And then once they've pulled all the ones they want on their top end, they're going to place the remainder from 10 up, and then pull those top end back out and resort them until we get a first place. For those of you who are watching and wanting to know kind of what their pattern is, now that we've come in through 9 classes so far, it's kind of more evident kind of what these guys are wanting, and not that they haven't been the whole time, but their pattern has been they want something that's very clean fronted, that's very mobile, that has some width, both front end and back end, has some broodiness to them, has a little bit of power, but is very flexible on both ends. And they've done a very wonderful job together of creating that package in each class. So for those of you who kind of want to know kind of like, okay, well, what do I need to have them fitted for? Well, make sure they have got plenty of depth of body, the structure's there, make sure they're very mobile, and, you know, just make sure that you get them moving the entire time. You don't want them to be walking slow out there for them. but that's kind of what that's kind of caught their eye when you're presenting your animal out there. So for those of you who are showing later today and tomorrow who may be listening, just kind of keep those things in mind as you go out there and show today. And best of luck to all you guys who are showing today and tomorrow. And like I said, they're now placing 10th place down. It looks like he has 5 pinned back for his top 5 individuals, so he's placing 10th all the way down to 6th. And then they will pull out the top 5 individuals after that and sort those, and then we'll hear from Will on the evaluation of the class and where he has the animals, where they're set in their placing. They have just placed their 10th through 6th place individual, and now they're moving on to their top 5 in the class, and they're going to evaluate these 5 creatures out here. Beautiful, broody, animals that I wouldn't mind having on in my herd to help carry on the generations in this industry. And just very, very good, flexible, moving individuals, tall at the point of the shoulder, clean fronted, very square hipped, and there's some monsters out here coming at you and going away from you, but it's so cool to see something that big and that massive and move like it's a cat out there. Very flexible made in all 5 of these top 5 individuals here. They've just placed their 5th place animal, now 4th. Young man in the kind of a grayish, short. And now they have their top 3 out there, sorting their top 3 in Class 9 here at San Antonio in the Purebred Duroc Gilt Show. They have now placed their top 3 individuals. The lady in the green was 3rd. The young man in the blue shirt was 2nd, and the young lady in the vest and purple shirt is 1st. So now we'll evaluate these animals, and we'll go from there. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, another really interesting class to work through, especially within this initial trio. The young lady's gilt that wins, that we felt is just the one that balances the best from the side view profile. The angle to her shoulder, her ability to reach and go out of her front end. You get right on top of her. She's really 3-dimensional in terms of the amount of spread and shape. She's coming on out of the back of her blade. She's soft-centered. She's got good bend and flex to her rear leg. You know, we criticized her just a little bit in our discussion that she wants wants to get just a little coarser jointed behind. But with that said, we think she still uses her skeleton the best. And again, just one that brings so many extras to the table to go ahead and win this class. Young man's Gilt that goes ahead and comes in second. Maybe doesn't offer as many bells and whistles as a Gilt or two we've got behind him or on down the line. But when you study this one, structure, comfort level out here, her ability to go and reach out of her front end, stay collected out of her front end, and then just motor out of her hip and hind leg is where she has the advantage over the Gilt that's going to go ahead and come in three. She's not as tall at the point of her shoulder. She's a little lower set up front and wants to get just a little crestier there at the top of her neck. But again, just her flex, her comfort level, her athleticism allow her to gravitate towards the top of this particular drive. No doubt the outlier within class comes out of three. This one is bold chested, almost her undoing. She's so wide in the base of her chest. She wants to get out of her elbow pocket just a shade. No doubt that we admire the extras in this one, her width, her bone. She's just got to stay more collected and stay more comfortable and sustain the drive longer to go ahead and move up any higher. But no doubt one that brings some extras to the table. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. One that comes next, just a beautiful kind of skeleton, particularly when you view her from the side view profile. She takes as long and comfortable of a step as anything we've got in the top end of this drive. It's when you get right on top of her. She needs more shape, spread, and bulk, and just needs more dimension as she leaves you. But again, one you just certainly admire from a comfort level and athleticism standpoint. Gilt that comes next, a big-chested, big-muscled kind of Gilt that we certainly like just in terms of the amount of bulk and dimension she's got. We felt when we stepped off to the side of this Gilt, she wanted to become a little more refined about her head and then wanted to come in too many pieces. She wants to pull apart in her ham-loin junction, wants to get just a little rounder in terms of her muscle pattern, but that's a nice Gilt to be on down the line. One that comes next, ultra stout featured, wants to get a little softer up front, but we thought her bone and just stoutness, she needed to catch a pen. We worked through the rest of these. Still some nice Gilts represented here, 6 through 10. A couple that need to be stouter, a couple that need to just be a notch better in terms of their balance. Good class. Congrats to those young people.
All right, for those of you just tuning in, we just completed Class 9 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts, and our top 10 individuals consisted of 10th place Farron Roach, apologies. 9th place was Hailey Hunter. 8th place was Lexi York. 7th place was Alejandro Garza. 6th place was Layman Lindecky. 5th place was Riley Wilcoxon. 4th place was Ethan Tapia. 3rd place was Ava Thompson. 2nd place, Andrew Newton. And our first place class winner of Class 9 was McKinley Henry of Wall FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. And now we're moving on to Class 10. And Class 10 of the Duroc Gilts consists of 36 head. Date ranges are from July 9th through the 11th. And we have a total of 13 classes. So we've got this class and 3 more after it. Then we'll judge the champion and reserve champion in 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc. Take a 30 to 40 minute lunch break. And then after the lunch break is completed, we will move on to the Landrace breed. For those of you just tuning in with us today, we want to thank Taylor Fork for their podcasting today and bringing us all together. For everybody who can't be here at the show today, we get front row seats on our podcast today, and want to thank all those young ladies and young men who are out there and giving us the best shots available that sometimes you can't even see in the stands. So you guys get the best front row seat to the show today. I want to thank those guys and you ladies for all the hard work they put in. I know they were here very early this morning getting everything set up, and I want to thank every one of them for what they do for this industry and for allowing us to watch the show today. Wanted to mention our judges again. Our lead judge today is Mr. Will Hilty, and he comes to us from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, and he grew up showing livestock and exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He is the owner and operator of Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. And he is judged at several different shows here in Texas, and also in the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, and the Exposition. And then our associate judge today is Mr. Joe Grinstead, and he's from Lebanon, Indiana, and he was a member of the 2010 National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team, went to Purdue University after he graduated high school with a degree in agricultural economics in 2013, and was a member of the 2012 Livestock Judging Team there. He currently is a swine production supervisor for Co-Alliance Cooperative Incorporated, managing wean-to-finish commercial pig spaces. He had the opportunity to judge several shows from coast to coast and enjoys competitively showing livestock with his wife Callie and their 3 sons, Kipton, Kaysen, and Cannon. I want to welcome both those guys here today, and we are judging Class 10. They're doing the initial sort right now. Looks like they have 6 pulled back for the top 10 placings, and there's 3 in the big arena right now that have a chance to make the top 10 potentially once they complete the initial sort. Hope you guys are enjoying your time here with us today and getting to watch the show and getting to watch, whether it be grandkids, nieces, nephews, cousins, friends, family. We appreciate you guys tuning in today and look forward to the rest of the day judging and sorting these wonderful purebred gilts today at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. So for those of you who are tuning in and watching right now, they've done about 3/4 of their sort so far. Back behind us here, looks like they've pinned about 13 pigs so far, or gilts so far. They will place 10 in the class, so these 13 will compete for the top 10 individuals. Looks like there is 5 of them in the big pen right now who have a chance to get pinned. They get a secondary look after the initial 2 sorts. Going from Will to Joe to the big pen to get another evaluation to see if they can compete in the top 10 individuals. They have 14 pins so far, which they've consistently pulled about 12 to 14. Especially the class is super deep that I've noticed so far, and all of the gilts so far are very flexible. They're very pulled apart in their blades, very broody, meaning they've got a good depth of body, and they're super mobile and tall at the point of the shoulder and clean fronted. They definitely want them to move. In a good way too. You know, obviously you can move and be limping, but you know they want them to be move like an athlete out there. Because I mean, I'll tell you, these kids are athletes, but these animals, it's amazing how athletic these pigs are, especially as big as some of these gilts are out here. We're looking at 300-pound gilts out here, moving better than even I do at 32 years old. So my name is Landon Rohde, and I hope you guys enjoy this ride with me. We've got Will and Joe out here right now evaluating these pigs for a secondary time to see if he wants to pull any of them for the top 10 placings. As of right now, they have 14 pulled, and looks like they're kind of just looking through them, and these individuals will go back to their pens. So we want to congratulate them for having a second opportunity to show for the top 10 potentially.
Ladies and gentlemen, ringside, if you would put your hands together for these young people as they exit at this time.
Mr. Hildy and Mr. Grinstead are now evaluating these 14 pigs they pulled back in the initial sort to find their top end, and usually they'll pull about 4 to 6 for their top end of the class, and then place from 10th up after that. And like I said, some of these kids will not get a placing ribbon. They only do the top 10, but we give kudos to all those kids that are out of here right now in this very deep class, which is Class 10. At the completion of Class 10 today, we can move on to Class 11, and there is 39 head in Class 11, and the date ranges are from July 4th through July 8th. Right now, we are judging Class 10, and there are 13 total classes of Durocs. At the completion of the breed and reserve breed champion, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the breed, we will be taking a 30 to 40-minute lunch break, followed by the Landrace breed. For those of you who are wondering what comes after the Durocs, we're going to judge Landrace after that, and we will go from there. So as of right now, they're sorting the top 10 of the 14 that they have pulled here, and they'll pull the top end out and evaluate 10th through whatever placing they do not pull for their top end, and then we will place the top end of the class.
I can take over. We're on class 10 of our Durocs. I'm back. We let Landon take over for a little bit here, and we were down just for a little while. So I just wanted to, the way we're looking here, we've got 5 pulled back, and he's evaluating the ones out here in the ring at this time. While I was away, I received notice that we had a viewer on, and any of you that want to reach out to us, please do. But we had John Hinker from Decorah, Iowa, reach out, say hi. He's watching as we speak. He's a really good Duroc breeder out in Decorah, Iowa area. And so, John, it's a lot warmer here than it is up in your country. I won't trade you, even though we're getting a little wet weather here, and we won't turn that down at all. Looks like they've got 6 pen back, and they'll go ahead and view those. We've got a total of 13 classes of Durocs, and so we've got 3 more classes after this. The Class 10's birth date ranges from July the 9th through the 11th. Got their top 10 in here, and they've just excused the others. Again, really a deep class. You can tell there was some really nice depth in this class from end to end, and that's why they're excusing so many at back. So now we're letting out the top, looks like the top 6 this time. So we've got the first one out. Again, it looks like their pattern is going really well. Really a cool fronted type gilt, very flexible made. Really takes some good strides through that front end area. Still got some depth of body and some muscle. Other one following behind, one that is the same type of makeup. Maybe even it appears a little more body in her even than the first one that we let out. But another really nice gilt as well. Your third one coming out here, not quite as big or as growthy of a gilt in comparison to the other 2, but really a nice gilt as well. And she comes back, as you see. Size isn't the key here. You know, you have your birth dates here, and that gilt really took a very flexible stride off all 4s. Really nice gilt as well. And as you see, the 3 out there that are still out there look really nice as well. So we'll see which ones he pins back next. He's got 2 more in the pen, so we've got 5 for him to sort through to pin back, and I suspect he'll probably pin back 4 before he makes his final placings. Looks like they left the young man out with the green vest and didn't even pin him into there. They decided they were going to evaluate his female with the other three. So it looks like everything's placed from 5th down. We've just got the top 4 that they're evaluating at this time. Looks like really I didn't get here till after the first sort was finished, but really a nice deep set there, and looks like he has made his decision here. Really a nice set of gilts in this class as well.
I think without a doubt you can feel a little buzz around the arena right now, and rightfully so. Joe and I talked that, man, this is as deep a class we've had on the top end in terms of our initial 6, yet we think there's an outlier in the young lady's gilt that wins the class. She combines the good of the gilt in 3, the good of the gilt in 2, into one great package. She's comfortable, she's bulky, she's dense, she's stout, she's feminine. That one just checks a lot of boxes to go ahead and be a class winner. That's elite status Duroc gilt. Congratulations to that young lady. The young lady that's going to go ahead and be in 2nd, man, there's some things about this particular female that you just love from a structure and build standpoint. She's near flawless. The angle and cushion to her shoulder, the give to her front knee, the length and levelness to her hip, her ability to just get out here and cover surface in an ultra feminine, attractive package. She's just not as burly as our class winner. She doesn't have the same kind of bulk and spread, but man, you breed that one to a boar with some heat, and I think you could be in business, because that one's skeleton's just absolutely incredible. Young man's gilt that's going to go ahead and be 3rd resembles our class winner, maybe from just a bone and muscularity standpoint. We read her to be a notch forward in her shoulder. She's a little crestier right there at the top of her neck, and then when you study her and the way she hinges out of her hip and rear leg, she needs a longer, leveler hip and just needs to be looser hinged behind. But boy, that one is just chock full of muscle while still being proportional. That's an awfully good gilt. You should be proud, young man, to be 3rd in a very competitive class. Gilt that goes ahead and comes out of 4 is a gilt that gives you a really good look from the side view profile. She's tall shouldered, she's high headed. She's another one that wants to get just a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump, and we thought for all the mass and bulk and spread that this particular female has up high, it didn't match down low. She needs bigger feet, she needs bigger bones to match what she's got up high. But again, awfully good gilt to be this far down. Gilt that comes next, when you talk just skeletal build and stoutness, this is one that just reaches and goes so good off of both ends. She's so comfortable. Love those things about her. Of the initial 4 or 5 gilts, we read her to be the lowest set at the point of her shoulder. Just kind of wants to throw that gilt out of balance. The longer she's out here, she wants to step outside just a shade behind. But boy, again, just stoutness, bone, feature, proportions, all very good in that gilt. Again, just ran into a buzzsaw of a class. Gilt that comes next, tremendously good rib, tremendously good body. She's not as attractive through the front 1/3 of her body, and she's a gilt that just runs out of gas in terms of foot, bone, and structure in comparison to a few we got ahead of her. Gilts at 6 through 10 here, the gilt that just needs to hinge a little better, and then some gilts that just need to be better in terms of their balance, in terms of their proportions. But man, what a good class to work through. Our compliments to those young people.
Really a nice deep class, as Will discussed. I thought those top 3 are really deep. The one that he uses first really dominated, I thought, in all areas, and then it's you decide where you want to go on the second one. And I thought the second one he used was really flexible off all 4s, and she just gave up some pounds, but was really unique in her makeup. But talk about that class winner in there that he's got. I think that's the one that's definitely going to be in the hunt as well from what I've seen. I missed a couple of the classes before while landing and while we were down, but that's a good, fresh, salty one as well. Nice class all the way through, and very consistent class. Our next class coming up that they've gone back to start sorting is Class 11. There's 39 head in this class. The birth date ranges from July the 1st through July the 8th. Again, that's July the 4th through July the 8th. We got 39 head in this class. And if you've just now touched, we're still into the Durocs, and we've got class 11, 12, and 13. So we've got 3 more classes to go before we line up all these first places and get them out there for the championship drive of the overall champion Duroc and reserve champion Duroc of the show. Talking about San Antonio Livestock Show, San Antonio is, there's just such a great, outstanding show that they have put together $85,000 of scholarship into this junior breeding gilt show. The champion of each breed will receive a $10,000 scholarship, and then go on to compete for the Supreme Overall Grand, which that will be held tomorrow. Kind of give you an idea of what we're going to have today. We're going to do the Durocs, the Landrace, the Hampshires, and the Berks, is what my understanding is. So again, once we finish up the Durocs, we'll do the Landrace, Hampshires, and then end the day with the Berks. And then the next morning, we'll start with the Spots, and then follow the Spots with the Chesters, then the Polands, and then we'll finish out the day with the Yorkshire breed.
All right, we just completed Class 10, and there were 36 animals in that class, and the top 10 consisted of Brooke Feltz in 10th. 9th place was Travis Pursley. 8th place was Kenley Sorrells. 7th place was Ryan Balser. 6th place went to Paige Sebring. 5th place was Cannon Flowers. 4th place was Lizzie Harkins. 3rd place was Andon Usner. 2nd place, Berkeley Brazier. And then 1st place was Briley Byers. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in Class 10. We are now moving on to Class 11, and there's 39 head in Class 11, and date ranges go from July 4th to July 8th. The two judges, Mr. Joe and Mr. Will, have pinned back, it looks like, about 9 heads so far, and there is 6 in the big arena that have a chance to compete for the top 10 potentially. They've been pinning between 12 and 14 per class, and they placed 10 individuals. So welcome back, and this is Class 11 we're judging. At the conclusion of Class 11, we move on to Class 12, which there are 33 head in the class, Date ranges are from July 2nd through July 3rd. There are 13 total classes of Durocs here today. At the completion of Class 13, all the first and second places will be brought back to be judged for the overall champion and reserve champion, and then third, fourth, and fifth overall of the breed. The recipient of the breed champion Duroc will receive a $10,000 scholarship with the potential to get an additional $5,000 if they are supreme overall of the entire Purebred Gilt show. At the completion of the Duroc breed, we will be taking a 30 to 40-minute lunch break. For those of you who are wondering what happens for lunch, we're going to take a quick lunch break at the completion of the Duroc breed, and then move on to our Landrace Purebred Gilts.
Okay, he's excused. He is excused the ones in the big ring. He's got 14 panned. Again, he's kind of ranged throughout this first breed, anywhere from 8 to 14. We had a class that I think he had about 16 in earlier as well, and he had quite a few in the previous class, in Class 10 as well. So this again looks like a really consistent set of females as well. Kind of looking at them as the first two have been released out. They're really mobile type females there. And you know, as they get older, when you start getting these older classes, they'll turn in. You know, they won't quite have as much eye appeal sometimes when you get into these older gilts, but they'll definitely have all the kind of makeups. And I think he just pulled this young lady's pig back, and that one has some really good freshness to it. So they've been real consistent in their pattern of taking flexibility, freshness, productivity, structural correctness, and combined muscle and width. So I see these guys have really worked well together through this first breed. The judges have placed them from 5th on through 10th place, and they're going to reevaluate these top 4 coming out, with the first one coming out right now. So this was a nice set in this class. Maybe not quite as much depth from end to end, maybe as the class we saw before it, but still a really nice set of females. Again, the judges are really putting some consistency together to show a pattern. You see these first 2 coming out. Both of them are really made right. Young lady's Gilt coming around the circle there, just gets out there and glides. She's got that head up just about right there, just flexible off. Young man's pig over there is one that kind of worked his way up from where he was, and is a nice Gilt as well. All 4 of these are kind of unique in their makeup, and it kind of comes down to sometimes a personal opinion on what your emphasis are or your preference in your overall view. So it'd be interesting. Both of these 2 Gilts that are still out here are really good. So it'd be kind of interesting which one he goes with. I think they're similar in kind. The one in the pink looks to be a little more extended through the front end, takes a really nice stride. The other one just kind of glides all over the ring and just very athletic as well. Just not quite as maybe long as fronted through the front end, but really broody and fresh appearing as well. So it'll be interesting to see what they're fixing to do.
So it looks like the girl in the pink was first place, and the girl in the white shirt was our second place.
Now, 2 really nice Gilts in this class.
Well, we thought this pair surfaced and did so pretty handily, and then when we get them back out here and step off to the side of them, we felt the young lady in the pink Gilt just offered a more unique look about her head and neck. She's stouter about her head, but still feminine and attractive. Got a great big forearm working in her. And you get right on top of this when she opens with more spread and dimension coming out of the backside of her blade. She's soft and pliable with her forerib and center body. You could tweak her maybe at the ground just a shade, or make her more comfortable, where every once in a while she kind of wants to shuffle behind, but when she gets her in that right gear and gets her rolling, man, that one fits together and balances so well and offers so many extras to go ahead and be our class winner. Young lady's Gilt that's going to go ahead and be in second. This one gives you a really good view when she drives right at you. She's ultra bold and open through her chest, and that transitions into a great big forerib and center cage. When you step off to the side of her, that's where she fell out a little for us. She's a little lower set up front. She's a little crestier about her head and neck. And then when you study this one, although maybe she goes with more range of motion behind, she almost wants to search outside of her body and go east and west with her rear leg the longer you ask that one to drive. But again, very, very good Gilt to go ahead and be 2. Awfully competitive pair there at the top end of this class. Young lady's Gilt that goes ahead and comes out next. Another fresh, muscular, shapely kind of Gilt that again is good through her mid-body and midsection. We thought that this one maybe lacked just a little bit in terms of foot and bone compared to the Gilts ahead of her. Another one maybe, as we get into some of these heavier weight Gilts, you'd maybe like to slick up about her head and neck, step right in behind her. She wants to push to the outside of her left rear ever so slightly. But that's getting awfully critical because there's a lot of good represented there in terms of body shape, muscularity, soundness, flexibility. Just kind of ran into a buzzsaw of a class. Gilt that comes next is one that does offer some muscle shape and bulk, particularly coming out of the backside of her blade. She's ultra good. She's too far forward in her shoulder, and then she just ever can't get comfortable out of her hip and rear leg. She's shorter and steeper out of her rump, wants to duck her pins and camp her rear leg too far up underneath of her, but certainly like that one just from a muscle and bulk standpoint. Gilt that comes next gives us a good look from the side view profile. She takes a comfortable step off of her rear too, maybe maybe wants to get just a little stiltier out of her shoulder and front end. And then when you watch that particular female drive right at us, she needs to be better from her chest, knee to ground. As we work through the rest of these, ultra stout one here that needs more through her forerib and center body, just needs more shape. And then a few that just needs to be better in terms of balance, need to be better in terms of look as we get into some of these older gilts. Good class, our compliments to those exhibitors.
All right, we just completed Class 11 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts, and the top 10 in those classes consisted of 10th place Lindsay Edelman, 9th place went to Tyler Olson, 8th place was Hallie Hawkins, or no, excuse me, Carly Summers was 8th place, 7th place went to Peyton Carpenter, 6th place went to Lily Ford, 5th place went to Chapel Herber, 4th place went to Trayson Harrison, and 3rd place we had, Braylon Walgren. 2nd place went to Hallie Hawkins, not 8th place. Hallie Hawkins was 2nd place, and 1st place went to Toby Alexander from Taylor County 4-H. We want to extend our congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors in that very, very deep class. Like Wayne said, there's a lot of depth in that top end and a lot of consistency between the top four, especially. Just nitpicking. It's just more what Will and what Joe kind of thought would kind of fit that mold that they've been doing the past 10 classes. Now we move on to the sorting of class number 12. Class number 12 consists of 33 in the class, ranging from July 2nd to July 3rd. And after the initial sort, they will go out and see if there's anything in the big arena that they want to keep back. Right now they have 4 pinned, and there's one out in the big arena right now that has a chance to move up potentially in the top 10. But everything in the pins usually from the initial pinning make the top 10. But we have those instances where there's a pig in the big arena that ends up being in the top 5 even. We noticed that in one of the other classes. And, I think a lot of it has to do with once the animal has a lot more free reign to kind of really strut their stuff out there in the big arena, that's when you can really get a good sort. But these guys are doing a really good job with these kids, taking their time with each one of them, talking to them, educating them, and that's all we can ask for in two great judges today. So both Will and Joe are just doing a fine job today in a very, very deep and competitive Duroc breed today. After Class 12, we're going to move on to Class 13. At the completion of Class 13, we are going to pick our champion reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc, and then take about a 30 to 40-minute lunch break, and then move on to the Landrace breed after the completion of the lunch break. So welcome, you guys. We want to thank Taylor Fort for podcasting, for being out here today and giving us a front row seat to the show. And for those of us who couldn't be here today, we welcome you to the podcast today. And we're happy you guys are here to support these kids. May not physically be here, but in spirit and thoughts and prayers. So we wish you guys the best, and thank you for joining us today at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show of 2023. My name is Landon Rohde. My co-host is Wayne Rohde, and maybe he wants to explain a little bit more on the scholarship side of stuff.
Yeah, so on the scholarship side, of course, we're going to go through we got 2 classes left. They're on Class 12 now, and then 13. And after they finish up with 13, of course, we'll have the championship drive for the Durocs. The scholarship is awarded to the champion, and it's in the amount of $10,000, and then they become eligible then to go on and compete for the Supreme Grand, which they could gain an additional $5,000. So the winner of the Supreme overall can walk away with a $15,000 scholarship. The way San Antonio works, you can win up to $20,000 here in San Antonio. And so if they came back next year and they won Supreme this year, they have another $5,000 they can get. So how that would work is they would, if they had breed champion again, then they would get $5,000 instead of the 10. So that's kind of cool that they do it that way. I wanted to give you a little trivia about when the Duroc scholarship program started. It started in 1996, and the first scholarship in the Durocs that was given was in the amount of $6,000. And the winner in 1996 was Amy Gass. And Amy is now, her married name is Amy Staling. She's from the Comfort area. I know her personally, and that was cool that she was the first recipient of the first Duroc scholarship. Now, as far as the champion Duroc last year, it was, of course, it received a scholarship of $10,000, and that was won by Jackson Powell. So he, I don't know if he's back competing this year for another round or not. And of course, he went on to win the Supreme, so he's gone away with $15,000 last year.
Yeah, I have not heard his name, but I've heard the Powell name read off. And so once you're Supreme Champion, I think that is once you've hit Supreme. I don't know if you can show again. I know back when I was showing in 08, once I was Supreme Champion here, that I couldn't show again. But at the same time, I walked away with a lot of scholarship money that helped pay for my college and my education to move on after my career in college. So I appreciate everything San Antonio does on the scholarship side of things to give these kids some money to help pay for their school, because I know they work so very hard out here every day. It looks like they have completed the initial first sort of the Gilts in Class 12, and now they're in the big arena right now to see if there's anything out here of these 5 that are left standing that they want to bring back for the top 10. Looks like he pulled about 15 so far, and will only place 10 of those individuals, but they will get a chance to compete for the top 10. Looks like Will is excusing these 5 individuals in the big pen. So after they excuse these 5 individuals here, they're going to start placing the top 10 in that class. And after the completion of this class, they're going to move on to Class 13, which is the final class of Durocs for the day. What these guys are doing, for those who are just tuning in, they're going to pull each individual pig out one at a time. And if they like the animal, they will pin it back to be in the top end of the class. And if they don't, they'll work their way from 10th place up. It looks like there's more than 10 animals out here competing for the top 10, but they're going to give each one of them a fair shake, and these kids are going to have their best opportunity to show for a top placing here. It looks like they've pulled 3 back so far for their top end. And like I said, they're pulling each individual kid's gilt out to kind of sort through if they want to bring them on and pin them back for the top, 4 or 5 is kind of what they're shooting for in most classes. And then they'll place 10th down from that point on. So that's what they're doing currently for those who just tuned in.
Class 13 Duroc, this will be your first call. This will be the final class in the Duroc division.
At the completion of Class 12 here, we have one more class, which is Class 13. In that class, there are 26 head in Class 13. And the age range is July 1st to July 1st. So all the ones in the last class are all July 1st born. This class consists of age group from July 2nd to July 3rd, and that is Class 12, which they are sorting right now. He has 4 pigs pinned back right now for the top end, so he's going to place 5th through 10th at this point on. And Wayne, just, giving the viewers at home an idea, how big do you think most of these gilts are in this class, size-wise, weight-wise?
It's a little hard to determine it from the distance we're at sitting up high. However, if looking at a lot of them that I see out there in motion, I bet they're pushing close between 325 and 350, I would suspect. They're good. They're big mamas.
They are definitely big mamas, and I walked down next to them a while ago, and I was like, wow, these are ready to start becoming mamas pretty soon. Whether they take them on to a different major after this show, and that's the wonderful thing about a breeding show. It's not a terminal show. They can take these animals on to a different stock show or take them home and start creating them to be mamas. For those of you wanting to know, like, this is where they all start before they become mamas, and it's like I said, the next champion in any major could come from one of these classes that is that these gilts could one day produce at the major shows. So we're looking at potential grand champions at your county and major shows just by watching in this ring right here.
Absolutely. I mean, it won't be much longer. You're talking July 2nd and 3rd on birth dates. It won't be long to breed that. That's somewhere there in early to mid-March area. I don't have gestation in front of me, but they would be somewhere in that neighborhood. So, they're less than 45 days from getting ready to breed if you wanted to have a litter from them about the same age that they currently are presently.
Hey, looks like Will and Joe are pulling out their top 4 in the class to evaluate the top 4 in Class 12 here. At the completion of this class, we'll move on to Class 13, which there's 26 in that class, and then followed by the overall champion and reserve champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the Duroc breed. Then shortly after that, we will take a 30 to 40-minute lunch break, followed by the Landrace breed. What I've noticed in this class, these top 4, all 4 very, very athletic moving females out here. They're all very, very clean-fronted, tall, and pulled apart in their shoulders. And looks like he's got 3rd and 4th placed already. And these 2 young ladies out here are competing for 1st and 2nd, it appears to me. Both just, going out there and showing very well and presenting their females very, very well for these 2 judges to really look at. And that is so important, especially when you get to the top 2 or 3 and you're competing for that spot. Presentation is so big when it comes to moving up spots, and you can move all the way from 4th to 1st if you present that animal and especially focusing on the strong points of your animal. Say it be front end, you want to show that judge as much front end as you possibly can. Say it's side profile, you want to show that judge as much side profile as you can, and maybe hide some of the things that could be a flaw to the animal. And it may be little things, but those little things go a long way when it comes to presenting your animal and moving up placings. And these young ladies are doing a wonderful job, taking their animal to judges and showing all the profiles that are very strong suited to each individual gilt. And you look at these 2 gilts, they're very similar in kind. One looks like it might be a hair shorter neck than the other one, but they're both tall. And looks like the young lady in the green was 1st, and the other young lady in the pink floral was 2nd today. But they both did a wonderful job presenting their animals, and that can be accredited to the time that they put in to working with.
I think another really solid class to work through in these Duroc females, and then the young lady here in the green that drives our class winner. Just more uniqueness, for lack of a better term. She's bolder and more open in her chest. She's got a better look from shoulder blade forward. She's stouter about her skull and jawbone. You get right on top of her, she opens with more expressive turn and shape to her back. She's got a rounder, more robust rib cage. I think what makes it close, every once in a while that gilt kind of wants to search with her rear leg ever so slightly, but we thought she just had more extras within this class and still stayed comfortable enough out of her hip and hind leg to go ahead and be your class winner. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be in 2. Man, you love this one's full rib and just her softness of center. You like her range of motion and just comfort level out here. As you study this gilt up through the front 1/3 of her body, she's not as stout and attractive about her head. She's not as big armed. She's not as shapely. You can make a case for her that she is better in terms of her range of motion, particularly out of her hip and hind leg, but I think that's the only place she has the advantage. That's why she goes ahead 2 in this particular class for us. Young lady that comes down to 3, the front end, the front 1/3 of this gilt's body. She's got an attractive head and neck. She's got a great big forearm. She's got good depth to her forearm in the center portion of her body. She's relatively fresh in terms of muscle shape when you get right on top of her. her. We read her to be a little shorter out of her hip and rump, and then of the initial trio of Gilts, she runs out of gas in terms of foot and bone, particularly her rear leg. But again, lots of good represented within that third place female. Gilt that comes next is the power Gilt, the top end of this class. She's the biggest chested, she's the biggest back, she's the biggest ended. She just wants to be too tight and restricted off of both ends of her skeleton. She needs to hinge looser and go with more athleticism off of both ends. If you do those two things, you can talk about sliding this one up a spot or two, because she comes with some extra. She's just got to go better for us out here today. Gilt that comes next, a Gilt that we thought was crazy good looking up front. Her head, neck, and just height of shoulder is next level. She wants to get a little stilty up front, wants to get a little shorter and steeper behind, and as a result, she just wants to tighten too much off of both ends of her skeleton. We work through the rest of these, man. Still some good quality females represented that offer lots of breeding value. Just need to change them in a place or two to get any higher today. Good class. Our compliments to the young people.
Congratulations to all these exhibitors in Class 12. We'll get you those placings here shortly. Now we are going to the initial first sort of Class 13, the final class of the Duroc breed. And then after the completion of this next class, then we'll be judging for the overall breed champion, reserve breed champion, and third, fourth, and fifth overall of the Duroc breed. Congratulations once again to these top 10 exhibitors. We'll get those names here shortly for you. But for those of you just tuning in, we have moved on to the initial first sort of Class 13 of the Purebred Duroc Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. In Class 12, the top 10 individuals in that particular class, in 10th place we had Desiree Castillo, 9th place Evelyn Boren, 8th place went to Rayleigh Elston, and 7th place we had Emma Poole, 6th place went to Cash Harris, 5th place Hudson Musick, 4th place went to Cody Robles Jr., 3rd place went to Reese Mabry, and 2nd place J.C. Lane, and the class winner was Bryn Christine Fort. Bryn Fort from, doesn't say where she's from, but congratulations to her being the class champion of Class 12 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts. Now we've moved on to Class 13. Class 13 is the final class of the Duroc breed, and then we move on to your champion, reserve champion, third, fourth, and fifth overall, then followed by a 30 to 40 minute lunch break, and after the lunch break we'll move on to the Landrace.
Second place in class 8, 9, 10, or 11. Please bring them to the staging area for the middleweight division drive. All first and second places from classes 8, 9, 10, and 11. Thank you.
All right, we're back, and they have released these animals that were in the big pen. They pulled 11 pigs for judging the top 10 in Class 13, which is our final class of Duroc Gilts for the day, before we judge for the overalls. Looks like he's pinned back 3 so far for his top end. Still has about 2 more to go through before they start placing their animals. They may pull a few more back for their top end, and what they're going to do after that is place 10th place down, and then bring out their top end again to place the top end of that class. At the completion of this class, you're going to have all the first and second places brought back from each individual class, and they're going to judge for champion and reserve champion. Looks like the guys are going to go ahead and start placing 4th through 10th from this point on. They've got 3 pulled back for their top end, and once they place these that are out here right now, they'll bring the top 3 back out and place 1, 2, and 3. At the completion of that, like I said, they're going to bring the first and second places back from the other 12 classes, and then all the first places will be judged for breed champion, and then the second place in that class from the breed champion will come out and compete against the other first places and compete for reserve champion. At that point, they will also judge the 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc behind the breed reserve breed champion Duroc. The completion of the champion drive in the Duroc breed, for those just joining us, we're going to take a 30 to 40 minute lunch break, and then follow that up with the Landrace Gilts from that point on. Looks like they've placed 4th through 10th place, and now they're going to bring their top 3 individuals they pin back to place 1st, 2nd, and 3rd now in Class 13. Right, they just placed first, second, and third. Lady in the blue was first. Second went to the lady in the vest, and the pink was third. So Will's going to talk them down.
We get into this last class of these Duroc Gilts, and man, when you get Gilts this age and this size, it's sure a challenge to keep them fresh and youthful and shapely looking. I think the young people have done a nice job here at the top end of this class, particularly the young ladies class winner. For one that at this stage of the game, in this age and maturity, man, that Gilt's fresh. She's got a good hard turn to her back. She's big and open and bold in her chest, and again, just freshness, proportions, having some look and muscles, what allows her to surface within this class. We'd like to tweak her in terms of the way she uses her hip and hind leg, but we thought she was a pretty easy handle to go ahead and be one in this particular drive. Young ladies Gilt that's going to go ahead and be in two. We love this one just in terms of her softness and pliability to her forerib, her comfort level and reach out of her shoulder and front end. She wants to get a little lower set up front, and then when she drives right at us, she's not as square in the base of her chest and knee. Step right in behind her. She wants to roll to the outside of her body ever so slightly, but that one grabs a pin again just on freshness, flexibility, range of motion. All those things are very, very good. Gilt that comes next. I encourage this young lady to just let that gilt have her head and drop her head just a little bit. When she does, that gilt gets out and moves a lot better in terms of her range of motion. We thought, again, freshness, shape, look allowed this gilt to gravitate towards the top end of this particular drive. She needs to be softer in her center and probably have a little more angle and set to her blade and front end. But man, that is a neat look and a great big back and a big square hip and rump when you get right in behind her. Just need to soften that female up a notch in terms of her mid-body. Gilty comes next. Ultra stout, dense kind of female. Ultra stout about her head and her forearm. She's another one that's good in terms of the softness and pliability to the midsection of her body. She wants to get a little shorter and quicker in terms of her step off of her rear too, and then for all the mass and dimension she's got up high, she needs a bigger rear leg, she needs a bigger rear foot to make it all match and balance. Gilt that comes next, well presented, Gilt that stayed relatively fresh at this stage of the game. We like her shape, we like her muscularity. She just needs to be better looking ahead of her blade, and then we'd like to blend her just a little differently right there through her ham-loin junction. We work through the rest of these. One here that's ultra stout needs to reach a little better up front. A couple of them need to be a little square as they come right at us. Great way to round out our Duroc show. Our congratulations to those young people.
Congratulations to all those exhibitors in Class 13. What a deep class it was. And like Will said, you know, when you get animals that big, especially in the females, it's hard to keep them fresh and mobile and just attractive when you get up to the 350 range because, you know, they're starting to put a lot more finish on them and kind of rounding their muscle a little bit. And to be able to make a 350-pound gilt look like a 270-pound, 12 o'clock fresh-looking one is very hard to do. And it's just been very impressive to see what these kids and parents and advisors have done and just the feed has come so far in the past just 5 years alone on being able to keep these animals fresh and attractive looking at that big of an age. So kudos to all those people who fed everybody. Now we move on. We've just completed the last class of Durocs and going on to judge for the champion and reserve champion overall Duroc, which the winner of the Duroc breed will receive a $10,000 scholarship provided from the San Antonio Livestock Show, or excuse me, Stock Show and Rodeo. So Those of you tuning in, we are now judging for our overall breed champion Duroc, reserve breed Duroc, and third, fourth, and fifth overall of the breed. In Class 13, the placings in the top 10 were 10th place Ryan Barber, 9th place went to Samantha Young, 8th place Stockton Mathis, I apologize if I butchered that. 7th place went to Rhett Baser. 6th place went to Josie Blevins. 5th place went to Ali Kovar. 4th place went to Reagan Bragg. 3rd place went to Charlie Moore. 2nd went to Mia Mahan. And 1st place class winner from Class 13, Lauren Morale from Dickinson FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. For those of you tuning in, we are now judging for the breed and reserve breed champion Duroc Gilt.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the selection of our champion Duroc for 2023. We have 13 classes represented in this division. In our class 1, we have Hunter Dallas from Montgomery County, 4H. Second in that class was Alec Hawkins.
So looking at these are all your first places from all 13 classes competing for the overall champion Duroc Gilt today for ends. And there's just a lot of good, attractive looks to these and a lot of similarities in kind. And you can definitely tell these guys have a great pattern going on that works for them, and they've kept it consistent throughout each individual class. And that's when you really can tell when it all comes together. Once you get all the first place together from each class, you can really tell if you kept that pattern. And I think these guys have done a fine job of keeping a pattern that they feel is what they want and what they're looking for. And yeah, I like the completion in all 13 classes here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if you can view this on your screen at home, they all have that depth of body, flexibility, some power, and correctness of muscle and correctness of movement on all fours, and just different sizes. And it kind of comes down to personal opinions here. And here we have two of them out here that are going to give us what they think is their opinion together as a team, and I think they should be well satisfied with the group that they've put together, because it just comes down to that personal opinion of what you want to do. And so it looks like they've made it. So
well, man, what a good Duroc Gilt show it's been. I think before we get too far into it, this would be amiss if we didn't put our hands together, congratulate the young people on this set of class-winning Duroc Gilts. Obviously, when you start with the biggest breed of the weekend, you expect it to be good, and man, it's lights out good as we get back out here. There's a couple of them that it comes down to for us. Obviously, one of them being the young lady in the green there in the center of the ring. The young ladies Gilt out of Class 3 are the two that hit us the hardest. Their head, neck, or front end. The other one's maybe just a notch better in terms of her chest, knee to ground when she comes right at you. We think it's awfully close, but at the end of the day, when we just step off to the side of them and envision what a championship caliber female should look like, I think there's one that's just simply unforgettable in terms of her look. That's a young lady in the green. She's got your champion. Well, that young lady's darker colored gilt comes out here and certainly jumps right into the mix. Love that one. Skeleton build, love her femininity. I let the cat out of the bag. There's another one out here we think's pretty special in terms of being busted open, still being correct in terms of her skeleton. Maybe for some of you, she looks more like a Duroc barrel, but that's fine with me. I'll stand behind it. She's the one I like second best. Young lady right here is reserved. Well, again, what a tremendous show it's been. We dropped that second out and certainly fits right into the mix. There's another one out here that we just love in terms of stoutness of feature and design and proportions. Could maybe tweak her rear leg in terms of the way she hinges out of it ever so slightly. But again, one that just brings so many extras to the table, does it in a balanced, attractive package. Young ladies Gilt right here in front of us is third overall. We get ready to tie the 4th overall, and maybe comes in a little different kind of package than the Gilts we used 1 through 3, but that's okay because good livestock come in different shapes and forms sometimes. This one's structure is just impeccable. She's not the bulkiest in the Well, as we get ready to tie 5th overall, can't say enough about how good we thought this particular breed was. Another one we thought came out of a tremendous class, a gilt that we love in terms of bone, structure, shape, and freshness. Young man's gilt right here in front of us is going to be 5th overall.
Lunch break, and then we will start our Landrace after that. However, all you interested Duroc people, we have a little surprise for you here if you'll tune back in here 5th overall. So, and in fact, I also have the information on all the 1st and 2nd place Duroc classes for you guys as well. So stay tuned, and after our lunch break, I will be back on the mic here and kind of go over those boar sires of each and every one of those class winners and reserve class winners. Thank you.
Class 10.
It was class 3 for the 5th? Yeah. Yeah, both of those were dominant classes, I thought. 5th.
I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. What's that beyond? I like to move it, move it. Welcome back to the Purebred Gilt Show at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. The year is 2023. My name is Landon Rohde, and my co-host is Wayne Rohde. We are now starting with Class 19, which is your Landrace, and there's 25 in this class, and the date ranges are from July 20th through July 25th. August 25th, excuse me. July 20th through August 25th, and there's 25 in this class, so welcome back. We have two classes of Landrace today, and, before we get too deep while they're sorting the first class of Landrace here, we're going to go back to our Duroc breed. I know Wayne had got some breed information for the Durocs for those who are wanting to know kind of the pedigrees on some of our first place and the champion, reserve champion, and so forth. So very, very, very big and very competitive Duroc Gilt show here at San Antonio today. Wayne, if you'll kind of fill us in on the classes and kind of what the breeding pedigree is on the Duroc side from the Duroc show earlier today.
Okay, thank you, Landon. From the results from the Duroc breeding show, we started with the youngest class, Class 1. So Class 1's first place came out of a sire by the name of Cross the Line. Class 2, the first place came out of the boar called Born With It. The one in Class 3, the first place came out of Kaboom, which is a bomb squad son. And in fact, that particular one was the reserve champion of the Duroc show. Again, in Class 3, the class winner out of Kaboom. And then the second place in Class 3 ended up being the 5th overall, and it was out of Here's the Deal. Then we go on to our 4th class. The first place was Deal With It. That was the sire. And Class 5 was Family Jewels. And then Class 6, the first place was Gremlin, which is a bomb squad son as well. And then Class 7, the first place was Here's the Deal. In Class 8, the first place was Last Drop. And then we go to Class 9. The first place was out of Creation, which is a Hibachi son. And then we go to Class 10, that class winner. As we talked in our show, we felt like Class 3 and Class 10 had some really, really tough strength in both of those classes. And in fact, in Class 10, that first place was the champion overall Duroc. And that one was out of Creation. And then the second place in that same class ended up being the 4th overall, and it was out of Backfire. Then we go on to Class 11. The first place was out of Creation. And then we go to Class 12, and the first place was out of Last Drop. And then our final class, the oldest class of the day, our first place was out of the Boar Sire Gremlin again. So a lot of consistency there with multiple boars that kind of surfaced to the top here. I thought as we talked through the show of the Duroc show, it was really a deep set of red ones. They're definitely going to be competitive, very competitive in the Supreme Grand Drive tomorrow.
That is exactly right, Wayne. Like we talked about, there's a lot of depth in the Duroc breed. And as we move on to the Landrace show over here, guys, this is Class 19. Once again, there is 25 in this class, I do believe. Right now, for those of you who are just now tuning in, what they're doing initially is doing the initial sort where they start with Will in the first fifth pin, and if he points forward, that means it gets pinned. If he points to his left or your right, if you're watching, he's going to go. The animal is going to go to the secondary judge, which is Joe Grinsfield, and then after that, Joe will determine if it's going to go back to the pin or have a secondary shot and go in the big ring for a potential placing spot. So, and I apologize, that's Joe Grinstead, I apologize. So right now it looks like Will and Joe have 6 pulled back for placing, 7 of them now, excuse me. And there's nothing in the big arena yet so far. But like I said, this is a smaller class, and there's only 2 classes of Landrace today. So what they'll end up doing is judging this first class here, and then going to the next class, which is class 20, judging that class, and then they will then go to, bring the first and second place back from each class and judge for the champion, reserve champion overall in the Landrace breed. Looks like he has about 8 pinned, and 10 pinned, and there's only 10 placing spots, but what they've done in the Duroc breed, that's the only breed we've seen today so far, is they'll pin about 12 to 14 just to make sure they have enough for their top 10s, and judge that from 10 down. What they've done in the past breeds is they'll pull each individual pig out that they pin, and if there was something they like, they'll pin it back for their top end. Say he pins 4 back, then he'll place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and then come back and judge the top 4 or so, depending on how many he pulls for his top end. And that stayed consistent throughout the day today thus far.
Looking at what they've got already pinned, they've got 10 of them pinned, and just 1 out in the big ring. But you know, these classes, I haven't gone through the Hampshire yet, but in this Landrace, where both of these classes only have 25, so they're relatively smaller classes. So you know, with 10 placings, your odds of getting the top 10 is your odds are pretty good in comparison to what the odds were in the Duroc show.
Oh, in the Landrace breed, there's just not quite as many. You know, you look at the Duroc breed, we had 13 classes of Durocs, and that ranged from mid-30s into the class all the way to 40-something per class. And the Landrace, like I said, there's 50 total hogs here, and heck, 50 total hogs made up one class of Durocs, it seemed like.
Yes, no, you're exactly right on that, and you know, I'm sure there was probably even an increase in the amount of Durocs this year, as last year the Supreme Grand overall and the Reserve Supreme were both red ones. The Reserve Champion Duroc ended up being the Supreme Reserve Grand overall, so you know, that was pretty popular.
So going back to our land races, which we're judging right now, the kid that was in the big ring, you know, he has 10 pulled, and looks like they're going to let him show against the ones he pinned back, so that'll be good. That way they can compare that kid's to whatever they have pinned and kind of see where that one stands in comparison to the 10 that he already has. So I'll tell you a little bit about the Landrace breed. You know, Landrace are the 5th most recorded breed of swine in the United States, known as the America's sow herd. Landrace females are heavy milkers and often farrow large pigs. Crossing well with other breeds, Landrace often possess length of body, a high percentage of carcass weight in the ham and loin, and the ideal amount of finish. So Landrace are really, really good mamas, and like you know, the Pork Chekhov says, you know, they raise really large hogs and a lot of them usually. And we always talk about they have an extra rib because they're a little bit longer made than what they look very, very similar to the Chester breed, which is an all-white pig, down-eared pig, but Landrace typically have bigger ears and they're a tick longer. They typically have what you call an extra rib.
And a longer nose.
And a longer nose, too. You know, that's debatable. Heck, you got a long nose, too, Wade.
Yeah, you're not so short yourself. So telling you a little bit more about the Landrace breed while they're evaluating these. The first scholarship given on the Landrace came later than the Durocs. As I mentioned, the Durocs were in 1996. The first scholarship started for the Landrace was in the year 2000. It was won by a lady by the name of Charlotte Schmidt, which is somebody watched grow up. She's from the Fredericksburg area, but she had the first scholarship in the Landrace, which was also $6,000 at that particular time. And then the one who won it last year in 2022 was Taylor West, and she won a $10,000 scholarship.
Right now, Will and Joe have one pulled back for their top end, and like Wayne said, there looks like there's 14 that they actually pulled back for placing 10 of them. So they've actually pulled one back, and there's about 7 or 8 in the ring right now that they're sorting through, and have about 5 or 6 more to go. About 7 more to go through. And with the Landrace show being so much smaller, and there's such a variety in age here, you'll see the people that are watching at home right now, that you can see there's definitely a size difference between some of these, because I mean, when you're born a month later, you're behind by at least about 100-something pounds, so you're going to see a lot more variety in weight when it comes to the Landrace breed, because there's only 2 classes, and the age range is so drastic compared to the Duroc breed, where they were only 3 or 4 days apart in each class. Looks like they've pinned 3 now in their top end. No, excuse me, 4 in their top end. And like I said, it varies. Now they're pinning 5. Sometimes they pin 4 or 5 for their top end. Sometimes we've seen up to 8 in their top end. And while they're sorting through, they've already made the call for Class 20 Landrace to come up to the holding pen to be sifted. But like I said, we're judging Class 19 right now, the Landrace, for all of you who just now tuned in. And they just called Class 20 to come up. So they are placing their pigs right now. They pinned 1 more pig back, which makes 6 for their top end. And they still have 3 more in the sift pins to kind of go through.
Goes to show you that they thought there was quite a bit of depth, to pull this many back for only 25 shows the consistency they saw in this breed. And as you can view them out and in the big arena, they do show that to be very true in makeup.
Well, you talk about the Landrace breed being so, look, they pulled back another one. So now they have 7 pulled back. So what he's going to do here on out, so he's going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th at this point, and then come back and place the top 7 after he places these other 3 and excuses the other exhibitors from the ring. But, you talk about the Landrace breed being a hair longer, bigger eared, longer made. They look a little more, not tubular is probably the wrong word there, but what do you get in the consistency of a Landrace to make them look more like, say, a Duroc or a Berkshire or some of the other breeds? Because I feel like they're a little longer made in comparison to all the other breeds.
Tell me again what you mean.
So, like Landrace, they look a lot like a Chester, but I feel like they're a little bit longer made. They have an extra rib, or so they say. Like, do you look for the same qualities as you would the other breeds? Because they do appear a little bit longer made.
Absolutely. As far as, bone structure and muscle makeup, it's all the same. So basically, you judge them basically the same as you would the other breeds as well.
The judges are excusing the rest of the exhibitors from the ring, but what I do appreciate about these 2 guys, they spend a little time with these kids and kind of tell them what they'd change or what they like, what they didn't like. And being a non-terminal show, these kids are able to take these animals on and maybe take what they've learned from these judges here and what they can improve on, or what the pig needs in addition to what they already have, and maybe make that animal look better at the next show they take it to, whether it be a county show or another major show. Bill and Joe are now going through their top 7 they pulled back, and they're going to place it from 7th place down to 1st place. So the guys have now started placing. The young lady in the pink was seventh that they just placed, and now they have 6 remaining in the pen here, and they're kind of comparing which ones they want to go with next. And they're both doing a good job talking together, like, okay, we see this in this one, or, you know, vice versa. So they just placed another one. The young lady in the blue or the teal with Aztec-y looking print, she was 6th. Or excuse me, she was 5th.
I just placed the one in the lime green here, and that's probably one of the youngest gilts in here, just not quite as much body, but it's so much younger, I think, than the ones that they put up in the top 3 here.
Okay, they've just placed 1, 2, and 3. The young man was the winner, and Will's fixing to get the mic, or excuse me, Joe's going to get the mic and talk to his class.
Good afternoon, and certainly a pleasure to be back here with you this afternoon after really a welcome to lunch break there. We really start off again right here where we left off out here in this particular first class of Landrace. You know, we've got one that leads out here for us. I think when we started discussing this one, this was the best build one in terms of just squareness and genuineness at the ground, and yet when you step off beside her, she's still the neat-looking, attractive, up-headed one. She hinges and plants and drives really good off of both ends of her skeleton. Maybe didn't read her just as bold in the center part of her body, and that's where the one that comes in second, I think, does have an advantage there when you study how that one drops out of her spine, the shape and turn she has through the center part of her body. Again, another one that's neat looking there ahead of her blade. I think as the longer the drive wore on, she tightened up on us just a bit more there from behind, but I still think one that reads with an immense amount of quality, like the front 2/3 of that one's body extremely well. This one drops out next, comes at us really square and bold there in terms of her chest, like the shape she has to the center part of her body and skeleton as well. Didn't read her just as neat and trendy there ahead of her blade. Got a length in her hip, maybe take just a bit longer step there as you set her in motion and watch her drive. But again, that's one that reads with quality and freshness in terms of back shape. This one coming out here next, another one that's really neat and trim there in terms of her jawline. I like the shape she has there when you study her out of the back side of her blade. Didn't see her opening just as much there at the ground. I think she becomes just a little lower set there in terms of her point of her shoulder up front. I think if we can just level that one certainly could get up here in the mix because she is shapely and she does have a neat look there from the side. The one we have dropping out here next, another one that we discussed early on. So neat looking ahead of her blade and good skeleton there in terms of how she wants to plan and drive out of her front end. She gets a little tighter in terms of her spine, and I think that wants to restrict her movement just ever so slightly as you watch her go directly away from her. Really powerhouse that comes out here next. I think just another one that fits in terms of just bulk and spread. One again, we just got to widen her, make her a little neater looking. We worked down the line here with another really good set of hogs. It was a fun class to work through. I think hogs Gilts could bring us some really intriguing type pieces. Perhaps just don't balance and put them together quite as well. Really fun class. Again, my compliments to them as they have said.
That concludes our Class 19 Landrace class. Now we move on to Class 20. They're going to do the initial sort next. Of Class 20, there's 25 head in that class, and the date ranges on that class are July 1st through July 17th.
All right, class 19, the Landrace division is concluded. Class 20 contestants in the Landrace division will be there. This will be the second of the 2 classes. So results from 19, 10th place, we have Caitlin Smith from Proceed FFA.
I'll be the charger. Yes. All right, so the placings in Class 19, like I said, there was 25 in that class. They pulled like 14 or 15 in that class, so it shows you how deep the class was, but they only were able to place 10 placing ribbons. So I'm going to try to say these names the best I can, so I apologize in advance if I butcher your name, but I am trying on this, so I want to make sure I recognize these individuals. So in 10th place, we had Caitlin Smith. In 9th place, we had Macy Vassbender. In 8th place, we had Emma Williamson. In 7th place, we had Riley Clenard. In 6th place, we had Taylor West. In 5th place, we had Madison Swintek. In 4th place, Brooklyn Peoples. 3rd place went to Paisley McShane. 2nd place, Olivia O'Brien. And 1st place was Jackson Stanley of West Rusk FFA. Congratulations to our Class 19 Landrace Gilts recipients of 10th all the way down to 1st place. We are now sorting through Class 20 of the Landrace breed. This is the last class. So after the completion of Class 20, they're going to bring Class 19's 1st and 2nd place back and judge for the champion and reserve champion Landrace of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
In 5th, we have Mila Friesenhahn, Southwest FFA. 4th, Desiree Castro, East Central FFA.
Looks like so far they've pulled, Will and Joe have pulled back, looks like 6 so far in the holding pens to be sorted for the top end, and there's 3 in the big arena that have a chance to get pinned again, just like we saw last class where they pulled the pigs that were in the big pen back to compete for the top 10. Right now they now have 7 in the holding pens. Historically, they've done between 12 and 14 to judge for the top 10. They have 10 placing ribbons, so 10 will be recognized, and then the other, ones that are outside the top 10 will go back to their pins. Yes. It looks like we have 9 total pinned back so far. Like I said, for you who are just now tuning in, we have 10 placing ribbons, and they usually pull between 12 and 14 back to place 10. This is the last class of Landrace, Class 20, and then we move on to our Hampshire breed after we finish our Landrace. And I believe we're going to do the Hampshires, Berkshires, and Spots today, and I will double check just to make sure of that. But like I said, there's only 2 classes of Landrace, where there was 13 classes of Durocs this morning before we had lunch break. Talking a little bit about Will and Joe, they're both really good guys from what we've been able to tell, and just be able to work together. And for those of you who just tuned in, I'm going to tell you guys about a little bit about our judges. Our lead judge today is Mr. Will Hilty, and he comes from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up and diversified in livestock farming, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H career. He now owns and operates Hildy Show Pigs, which consists of about 100 crossbred sows with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. He's judged many different major stock shows around the United States, and in his free time he enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows. Looks like they're excusing the exhibitors in the big ring here, and now they're going to sort through their ones they pulled back, which looks like about 11 or 12, to place 10. Going on to our other judge, Mr. Joe Grinstead. Joe comes from Lebanon, Indiana, and was a member of the 2010 National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team. Graduating from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural economics in 2013. Was also a member of the 2012 Livestock Judging Team there. Looks like the guys have pulled back 4 so far to be in their top end. What they'll do is they'll pull out, say 4 to 5 for their top end, which now it's 5, and then judge from 10th place down. Say they pull 5 pigs back for their top end, they're going to place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then come back and place the ones they pulled back that are on your top end. And that's varied from 3 pigs to up to 8 or 9 at some points, and it just depends how deep the class is, and they just want to make sure that they get it right and do it to the best of their ability, because they are very consistent with each other when it comes to talking, communicating with the kids, and figuring out what pattern they want to do. And as we saw in the Duroc breed, it was very deep, and everything was very, very uniform throughout the entire breed, and you could tell in all 13 classes how closely related they all looked. The guys have now pinned back 5 that they want to keep for the top end, and now Will and Joe are going to go and start placing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And there's actually more pigs in the ring than they have placing, so once they place these guys, they'll excuse other kids out of the ring, and you got to give them a hand, because they really all showed very, very good livestock out here. I mean, all these Landrace as a breed that are out here exhibiting today are very, very deep and kind, and you got to hand it to these kids for exhibiting and being able to show these animals true to kind, and be able to take them to the judge and present the animals to the best of their ability, and it shows in the hard work that they put in at home to come here and show as good as they are here.
As we're waiting for, as they're going through these in the larger ring, just to kind of reiterate, this is our final class of the Landrace breed, and then they'll bring out the first and second places to compete for the overall champion title, which that person who has that champion will receive $10,000 scholarship. The first time this scholarship was given was back in 2000, and the recipient of that was Charla Schmidt from Fredericksburg, and she received a $6,000 scholarship. Last year's recipient, and I've heard her name, she placed something in the first class, Taylor West had the champion last year Landrace, and she received that $10,000 scholarship. To tell you a little bit more, because we don't have as many classes here, our first place in the first class of Landrace, which was class 19, the Boar sire of that first place was Timing's Right, and the second place in that class was Inside Track, was the sire of that one.
And now the guys are going through their top 5 individuals here and placing 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, all the way down to first place here. At the conclusion of judging this class and talking reasons on them, the first place will both come out and they will judge for champion overall Landrace Gilt. And then the second place in the class that comes out of the champion, they will pull that out and compare it to the other first place in the other class and judge for reserve champion. At the conclusion of that, we will move on to the Hampshire breed, which I think starts at class 26.
As you view all 4 of these breeding gilts out here, again, I think you see the same pattern you see in the Durocs when we talk about. We have one more coming out, but as you see the 4 that are already out there, you'll see that you see a lot of similarities in makeup and design that we saw in the red ones. They're being really consistent, I think, in taking the broodiness and the body where they can, and having them get out there and take a good step on all 4s. And that's what if you've got all of those aspects, you've got a good shot to get pinned, and then after that, it's how they line them up. But you have those characteristics, you'll do well.
So it looks like the girl in the pink jacket was 5th. The young lady in the mint or teal colored long sleeve button down was 4th, and we have 1 young man and then 2 young ladies still out there for the top 3 of class 20 of the Landrace breed.
And looking at these 3 out here, I think these 3 individuals here are a little looser made and a little freer moving. I think that's where they got them to the top.
Hear from Joe now.
Really another fun, high-quality class to sort through here, and I thought this top trio were really good, and we discussed them quite a bit out here. Ultimately, I think the one that we land on combines some of the really good pieces that we have, and 2 and 3 the best. I think this one is really neat looking there ahead of her blade. I think she's good in terms of her body shape and the freshness she has laid into her back. Maybe not just the longest stepping one out here behind, but I think the bend and flex to her hind leg is good. Still offers us plenty of stoutness. I think just a really good place to land. Another neat built one here from the side, and I think this one is elevated and extended. She resembles our class winner in that particular way. Didn't read her just as bold there in the center part of her body and cage. She too, I think we could talk about lengthening her hip and changing her step from behind, and that's where the one that comes in 3rd does have the advantage over that pair of them. We like this one's added length of hip and the flex and set she has to her hock. When you study her going, you get in the front 1/3 of this one's body body. We just got to stretch her. We got to make her neater and trendier there at the lower part of her neck and how it ties down into her throat there. Well, we got one here that offers us some extreme far-reaching pieces in terms of stoutness of skull and jawline. She's really big and dense in terms of her forearm. She's big in terms of her hind leg. She's big up high. I can't live with that one. When she goes right away from us, we got to square her up there. We got to clean her up in her joints, make her just flex and go just a bit better there from behind. Really unique one in terms of just body shape and how open she is through the center part of her body. We thought this one just needed to stretch a bit more off of both ends of her skeleton. We've got to lengthen her there ahead of her blade. We've got to make her longer in terms of her step and hip there from behind. We got another one that comes out that's really stout and neat looking. Again, thought this one maybe just gets a little more tangled up in terms of mobility. As we continue to work our way down the line to wrap up our second class of Landrace here, again, gilts that represent an immense amount of quality, bring some really intriguing pieces to the table. We maybe got to just balance them, proportion them just a shot better. Really fun class. Please give them a hand and help us congratulate them, if you would, as they exit.
That concludes Class 20. Now we will go on to judge for the breed champion and reserve breed champion overall Landrace Gilt here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
Well, just a few classes to sort through. So just a pair of them out here working to tie into for overall champion. Again, not a breed that was just expansive in terms of numbers, but thought the quality was really good and really happy with what this pair of gilt represent out here. Will and I were talking, and we think they resemble each other quite a bit. Of the pair, though, I think there's one that's just really youthful, really neat looking, awesome skeleton on her way up. I think she's the one that hit us the hardest, the most memorable. We like that Class 1 winner to be champion. My compliments to him.
You can hear the crowd bursting with anticipation and excitement for that one. Now judging for our reserve champion Landrace Gilt.
We dropped the second place in out of that class, and certainly that was a really good class with some quality. But again, we kind of thought there was a pair of them out here that just resembled each other. She's wanting to tighten up just a bit more on us, but we still like her angles. We still like her freshness. We like the added bulk and power that she brings to the table. We like that Class 2 winner to be reserved. My compliments to her.
All right, congratulations to your reserve champion, Landrace Gilt.
Now we judge for our third and fourth overall Landrace Gilt.
Well, just a pair of them left that are going to be 3 and 4 to finish out here. We dropped that other second in, and again, we talked those in class and just the parts and pieces, the resemblance they all had of each other there in that particular top trio. We get these two out here, and we start comparing them and contrasting them back to one another. Again, there's another one out here that the set and the reach to her hind leg, I think, suits us just a bit better. Young lady over here will be third out. We'll close with fourth out with the young lady here that was second out of the first class. Great show. Again, my compliments to them.
That concludes our Landrace Gilt show for the Landrace breed. Now we move on to the Hampshires. The Purebred Hampshires are starting with Class 26, and Class 26, there are 30 head in this class, and the date ranges for these gilts range from July 30th to September 10th. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead. We didn't have time before the breed champion drive of the Landrace to talk that last class placing wise. So starting in 10th place in Class 20, we had Lily Ford. In 9th place, we had Michael Robbins. In 8th place, we had Jagger Monroe. 7th place was exhibited by Hannah Weaver. 6th place was Leah Alonzo. 5th place, Whitley Anderson. 4th place went to Carly Hedges. 3rd place was Landon Flowers. 2nd place, Elise Bailing. Apologies there, Elise. And then 1st place, Canyon Smith. That concludes our Class 20 top 10. And I'm going to hand it over to Wayne now to talk about the breeding behind the breed champion and reserve breed champion Landrace. So you guys who are out there who are breeders want to know what the pedigree was there on the breeding side. I'm going to hand that over to Wayne and let him talk about that a little bit.
All right, thank you, Landon. The champion came out of Class 19, which was out of Timing is Right. I mentioned that earlier in our Landrace show. And then a reserve champion came out of this second or the oldest class, Class 20, which was also Timing Right. So Timing's Right actually bred the champion in reserve. And what's so kind of unique or kind of funny about this is in Class 20, the third overall. And then, of course, in Class 19, the second place, the fourth overall. Both of those were sired by Inside Track. So the first and second place out of both Landrace classes were Timing's Right and Inside Track. Being Timing's Right dominated the champion in reserve, and the third and fourth overall Inside Track took that on. So fine, nice class, and nice breed represented in the Landrace today here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. As Landon was saying, if you've just tuned in, we've just called the first class of Hampshires. We actually have 3 classes of Hampshires in our Hampshire breed show today. Our first class is Class 26. There are 30 in this class, and the ages range from July the 30th through September 10th. Looks like we've got 6 pens so far in Class 26 of the start of our Hampshire Breeding Gilt Show, Junior Hampshire Breeding Gilt Show today. And out in the big ring, we have 2 so far out in that as well. Again, we have 30 in this class, and they'll be placing the top 10. And as it's been in the previous classes, it's ranged from 8 to 14, sometimes a few more than that. So it'll be interesting. I suspect that in this breed we'll see about 14, at least 14 maybe in this. But anyway, it looks good. We just put another one in the big ring here that just came in. So now we have 3 there. Give you a little trivia on our Hampshire breed of when the first scholarship was given here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. That was back in 1996 as well. It was a $6,000 scholarship, and it was won by Rusty Dutton. So, and then last year's winner went to Madeline Nichols. Last year's recipient, again, it was Madeline Nichols, and she won a $10,000 scholarship. San Antonio Livestock Show has, from the time they started, has issued between scholarships, grants, endowment, auction premiums, calf scramble program, show premiums. It has been in the excess of $243 million that has been given to these fine young people to further their education. Some of the first scholarships that were ever given here in San Antonio was in 1984. And at that particular time, only 15 scholarships were given, totaling $90,000. Looks like he's finished the sorting the first sort of the Hampshires. Looks like we've got 9 or 10 here penned, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 out in the big arena. So what they'll do is evaluate those in the big arena there, see about putting some back, and of course in this breed as well, they're going to place 1st through 10th place.
Looks like they pulled 2 back so far from the big pen, and they're going to excuse the rest of them. Now they're evaluating the top 10 or so of the breed, and like Wayne was talking about a while ago, they're going to place 10. Looks like he's pinned 2 back so far. So what the guys do, if you're just tuning in, they're going to pull a few back that they want as their top end and then place the rest of the placings from 10 down. And there's some variations in weight and size here too, Wayne. I'm assuming that's because the spread of the age bracket is a lot more than in some of the other breeds we've had, like the Durocs this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, we go about 40, a little over about 41 days. It goes from July 30th to September 10th. So your poor little September young gilts is hard to compete against those bigger gilts. Yet, you know, they did pull some of those. So I mean, there's one out there I can promise you is one of those little September gilts. A young lady in the kind of the rusty orange maroonish long sleeve shirt is driving there. Looks like they've pinned back 5 so far, and looks like he's...
Yeah, we're placing now. So they're placing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And then they'll excuse, I guess, the rest of them back. No, there's only 10 here. Never mind. So, yeah, they'll place all 10 of these gilts here. And then come back and place 5th all the way down to 1st place. Like we said earlier, there's only 3 classes of Hamps today in the Purebred Gilt Show. And the next class we have coming up is Class 27 after the completion of Class 26 is what they're going through right now. Class 27 consists of 32 head of Hampshire Purebred Gilts, and the date ranges are July 10th through July 28th.
Third place, Exhibit Castillo, Mavericks number 480. Second place, Rob Thomas, and FFA, and your class winner, Brooke Ford.
They placed 6th through 10th place Hampshire Gilts right now, and now they're going to start pulling out their top 5 individuals they brought back, or they pinned back, and placed down from 5th all the way to 1st. With the first one coming out right now as we speak. Hey, there's priorities, I think. All right, so now we're coming back out. They've looks like they have the top 4 individuals now. They placed 5th place. Just placed 4th. The young lady in the yellow is going to be your 4th place, and now they have 3 out here, 2 young ladies and 1 young man. and they're evaluating the top 3 individuals here in this class. Very uniform set too between the 3, and purebred gilts. We've crossed them up so much now. What we call dirty hamps now that are actually crossbreds but are hamp appearing. You don't see as many purebred hamps anymore, but the quality is super deep in what we have here today in the Hampshire breed.
Yeah, I like how uniform these 3 that they've put together, and this is just a good example of how they're working well together, of putting a uniform set together. I mean, those 3 are kind of peas in the pod here. I mean, they're very similar in kind. It just
looks like the young lady in the gray with the what do you call it, bandana on her neck was first place. The young man was second, and the young lady with the pink bow was third. Here goes Mr. Will, and he will talk the reasons of his class here.
Well, I think a really good way to get started here with the belted breed, the young lady's gilt that's our eventual class winner, I believe, was the first gilt to come through the sift pen. And I thought, man, this Hampshire thing's going to get good real fast. And this gilt ends up winning the class, and we think so pretty handily. We love this one's proportions. I like her body shape. I like her muscularity when I get on top of her. She's stout, yet she's still feminine and attractive in her look. That one just proportions so well, balances so well, does so many good things to go ahead and be your class winner for us today. Young man's gilt's going to go ahead and come in second. Really resembles our class winner quite a bit in terms of body shape and look, and having a good turn to her loin edge and being really fresh and shapely up high. We didn't read her to be a stout featured, particularly her rear leg. When you get right in behind her and take her to the ground, she wants to taper, get a little more refined, need to stouten her and give her a bigger foot behind. But again, love her proportions, love her look, love her muscularity. Young man does a nice job of getting that one driven. Young lady that comes out next, maybe more of a traditional Hampshire look up through her head and front end, and gets a little throatier in terms of her throat latch there. But more importantly, when we step off to the side of this one, we read her to be a little rounder out of her hip and rump, and then she wants to camp her rear leg up underneath of her. But another gilt that just in terms of body shape, muscle, freshness, she does so many things well. That's an awfully nice gilt to go ahead and be in the 3-hole. Young lady does a good job of getting her driven. Gilt that comes out next, maybe just a little more exotic in terms of her look up front, and we certainly admire that gilt for that. She's got a good hard back in her. She gets a little longer faced, and then for as bulky as that gilt is up high, we don't think her feet and bones match. She gets a little more refined in terms of her bone work, gets a little softer and flatter on all 4 pasterns, but certainly admire that one for the shape and look she's got up front. Young lady does a nice job of getting her driven. Gilt that comes next, one that gives you a really good view when she sticks her head out of the gate. She's open and really blown apart in the base of her chest. She transitions into a really robust, round kind of rib cage. That's another one that we read to be a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump. Just wants to throw her balance and mobility off just a shot. But again, a very, very nice kind of gilt. Gilt that comes next is one that initially got sent out to the big ring here, but when we got her and got her back in and reworked, she certainly fits into the mix because she's got a good look. She's a muscular kind of gilt. That's another one that we'd like to stouten just a bit in terms of the amount of freshness and bulk she's got up high. Don't think her feet and bones quite match what she's got there on the top side of her skeleton. Work through the rest of these. Boy, there's a couple dense, stout ones that need to be more comfortable, and some that just need to balance a shot better. Good class of those belted ones to started with. Congratulations to the young people.
As we conclude our Class 26 of the Hampshire Gilt class, we'll talk about the top 10. In 10th place, we had Justin McQueen. In 9th place, Tessa Sanders. 8th place went to Kelsey Randall. 7th place went to Harley Chisholm. 6th place went to Otto Cantu. 5th place was Arlene Garcia. 4th place was Leah Pfeiffer. 3rd place went to Sarah Foster. 2nd to Matthew Welch. And our class winner went to Remington Easley of Llano County 4-H. We want to congratulate each one of those top 10. Very, very deep class. Now we're moving on to class number 27. Class 27 consists of 32 total Hampshire Gilts in this class, ranging from July 10th all the way to July 28th.
All right, roll call for the reading. You're back here, raise your hand, and I'll first word. Anthony Young, Mother Cooper, Kelly Jermaine, Stony Point, and Hannah Weaver, Rouse. You're back here, raise your hand, let us know.
For those just tuning in, they are now sorting class 27. Looks like they've already pinned one or two back for their top end, and the rest will be sorted to either go back to their pin or go into the bigger ring to get a second evaluation by both judges together to potentially make the top 10. There's 3 pinned now in the holding pins. Going back to class 27 here, looks like they have 4 pins so far, making their way to 5 here now. There's nothing in the big, actually there's one young man in the big pin right now. Everything else is still being sorted back behind us. Will is our lead judge, and he will make the initial decision. If he really likes it, he'll pin it immediately. If not, he'll point to the side of his pin, and whether it be left or right, depending on which view you're looking at. That will go on to Joe. And Joe will make the initial decision to put them in the big ring for a secondary look or send them back to their pin. One great thing about, this show, it's not a terminal show. These are all breeding gilts, so they're able to go on to different major shows or county shows. There are some later county shows that they can still show at, or, go on to become mamas, because it's beginning to get that time of year for breeding. So you're going to see a lot of these pigs here that go on to be mamas in the near future this summer. What's cool about these shows, too, not only to educate the kids and get them out there to show off all their hard work, these two judges do such a good job of visiting with each kid and kind of telling them what they like about their pig, what they could change about their pig, or keep it on the right track. So they can take these notes on to different shows after this show is concluded, and use those evaluations from these two guys, and have a better shot at having that pig fitted for the next shows in the future. Looks like we now have 8 pinned back in class number 27 here, and there's 3 so far in the big ring to be sorted back for a chance to potentially make the top 10. We also want to thank Taylor Fort Podcasting for putting this on for all of us who weren't able to make it to the show, so we can get a front row seat to the show itself. I know that a lot of you are watching have friends, family in the ring and want to be a part of that, but aren't able to make it to the show. So it's really convenient and very nice that these guys are here and do such a great job of exhibiting all the different camera angles and kiddos that are showing today, so we can see them front row and center, which honestly, going from the podcast, you get a better view than anybody in the stands does. So it's good for you guys that are watching, and I'm sure that each one of them appreciates you watching them, even if you aren't able to be here today. So welcome, and thank you again, Taylor Fort Podcasting.
Okay, in the Hampshire, so of course, as Landon said, we're on class 27. And they have 12 pinned so far. To give you the boar sires on class 26 for our first and second place, the first place was a Dunning High Speed was the sire. That's D-U-N-N-I, if I pronounced that correctly. He is a 99 proof son is what this boar is out of. The second place in that class was a Grust, G-R-U-S, World Pandemic. And again, that was Grust, G-R-U-S, World Pandemic. So that's the sires of both of those two in class 26.
And right now it looks like they have about 12 to 13 pulled back in the second class of Hampshire Gilts here, and there's 4 out on the ring, and the 2 judges are now making their way out to the big ring to see if there's anything in this little set to pull back and maybe reevaluate for the top 10 placings. Like we said, they actually have more than they need for placing, but it gives them an opportunity to make sure they get the right top 10 in there, and it looks like they're going to excuse these 4 exhibitors back to their pens.
And it looks like, for being only 32 in the class, they've kept quite a few. So it looks like it's a pretty deep class in this class as well. So we'll be able to see these things out in the big arena so we can have a better look at them, and they will be able to really evaluate them more closely.
That's right, Wayne, and it looks like they're getting started now with the ones they pulled back to place here. And both judges are kind of getting up. For those of you watching at home and might have some kiddos showing tomorrow, what they're really doing is they're going to look at these gilts coming right at you, side profile, and going away. That's consistently what they've looked at. So the best thing to do is take that animal right at the judge, let them see a side profile and a way profile, because that's the 3 things they're checking off their boxes here.
They really liked that first one that came out there.
Oh, yeah, they did.
They barely had it out and spoke a couple words and back in the pen. It is a really nice gilt, really fresh made, really a complete one as well.
They pinned another one real quick. The young lady in the pink, they just pinned back as well.
Absolutely. And another really balanced gilt and really flexible and got some good prominent body and underline.
It'll be interesting to see because they pinned 3 back really, really quickly. they liked all three a lot. And so it'll be interesting to see once you get them all back out there how they evaluate each one. Like you said, that first one, it didn't take them long, either the second or third one. But, you talked about those first three. They're all very uniform, and they all look very similar in kind. Very balanced, very mobile, have good top shape, square rumped, and so it'll be really cool to see what they do once they get to that point.
This really looks like a really deep class when I look over the view of as they let these out. It's a really stout class.
And you look at, and there's a lot of similarities between a lot of them, and you see a couple out here that may have just really good pieces about them. They may need to potentially fill in their rump, or they take a little shorter stride or whatever. But as a whole, when it comes to breeding, you're not trying to make the most complete animal. You're trying to find really good extreme pieces in these gilts to take onto a board that maybe has the pieces that your gilt may fault in a little bit, to help offset that, to create a really good show animal for the next generation.
I think as a whole, this Hampshire breed is this purebred side, as you mentioned earlier, in a lot of these barrow shows, the purebred in a market show is having a hard time competing. But I will say these purebreds, especially from end to end in this older class, is very deep, and I think this breed is continuing to improve more and more each year, and they've made some headways again this year.
Absolutely, they have, and it'll be really cool to see what these older Hampshire gilts look like, because as babies they tend to look a lot more fresh looking, and they go through that I call middle school phase where they're growing into their bodies and their skeleton, and either growing up and need more muscle, and they fill out as they get older. So it'll be really interesting to see what this next class, which will be class 28, will look like for your July 1st through July 9th gilts here. But this middle class that purebred gilts, like you said, Wayne, they're very uniformed, and looks like he's already got 8 pigs pulled back, and now he's placing 9th and 10th place.
That goes to show you the strength of this class, because it's been a little while through this show that he's gone all the way 8 deep. That he wants to reevaluate for the 3rd time.
And it looks like they've excused the other exhibitors from the show ring here. They did not make the top 10, but you gotta be very proud of them and how they showed out here and competed for a spot. And it's these kids just do an amazing job, and you can definitely tell how hard these kids work with their animals, as good as they are driving these animals. They may not be what the judge wants today, but that does not mean that animal will not be ready later on down the road at a different show. Guys are now judging for the top 8 spots here. Like I said, they like Wayne mentioned a while ago, they pinned 8 back, and it's been a while since they've pinned that many back. So that shows you the depth of this class. And these first 3, okay, he's already sending that one back already.
Yeah, so you talk about a gilt that's really balanced and very flexible. She gets out there and just came out and really dominated the ring, and the next one coming out doing the same thing. And as you see, they put that one back as well. So those two really go hand in hand. It's going to be real interesting when they take them out for the final evaluation.
And what we've seen in past classes as well, when he has 8 pin back again, he'll evaluate them, but he'll send the really ones that he's real high on back to the pin, and place those in his top 3 or 4 or whatever he pins back, and then place 8 down from there. But when he pulls that many back, he'll say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and keep these guys back, and then come back and see what we can do on the top end. Looks like he has 3 pinned back now for what'll be your top 3 or maybe 4, depending on if he pulls any more back. So he just pinned another one back, so that's one will be in the top 4 as of right now. All right, now he's pinned another one back, so that's 5. So that's going to leave 3 standing here. So he's going to play 6th, 7th, and 8th place right here, just based on what he's pulled back. And these ones that he went ahead and sent back to the pins, those will be your top 5 gilts in this class. So after he places these 3, he's going to pull these other 5 out and then go from 5th all the way down to 1st until we have a winner in the class. Again, this is Class 27 we are evaluating right now, and Class 28 is in the holding pens. After this class is concluded, they will go back and sort that class. Now the guys are pulling out the ones that they want to use for their top 5 placings here. And like you know, Wayne and I were talking about just now, it's going to be really fun to watch them and evaluate these ones that they sent right back to the pen immediately and see where they place these animals, because the first 2, they pin back almost immediately. So it'll be interesting to see which one they use for first place in this class. Not saying that it's going to be one of these 2, but where they sort these 2 in comparison to the other 3 they held back. He's got 4 of his 5 that he pulled back out. Now he's pulling the last one out. He pinned back for your top 5 gilts in the second class of Hampshires, which is class number 27 here. We started with 32 head, and we're down to 5 in this class. Every single one of these kids, I mean, the top 12 or 13, they've all shown very, very well, have presented their animal very, very well to the judges, giving them different profiles, coming at you, side, going away from you. And they're really playing to the strengths of their animal. Maybe not every pig in here is the 100% complete where there's no flaw, but what these kids are doing a really good job of is representing their animals to the best of their ability when it comes to finding the big strengths in each animal. So good for them. They just placed 5th place. The young lady with the black shirt is 5th.
Hey, the one in the violet sweater there, that hog prances like all get out. I think she's going to be one in the top 2. Could win this class, who knows? But she gets out there and really dominates the ring.
What's interesting, you know, one of the pigs that he pulled out and put back in the pen 3 or 4 times real quickly was just put 4th.
Yeah, I think that hog, they were a little concerned maybe in its overall movement of not being quite as much. Look at there.
And we have a winner of the class. And yeah, that creature struts around, doesn't it? And here, let's listen from Will, see what Will has to say on the matter.
Well, a good trio, but challenging trio to kind of piece together here on the top end. It takes this young lady on the far side here with our class winner sometimes just a little longer to get this gilt kind of in gear and get her pieced together. But when I think when she does, man, this one brings some extras to the table. That's a attractive front end with a great big forearm. She's soft and pliable through her full rib and center body. She's got good bend and flex to her hock from the side. You get right in behind her, you could tweak her just a fraction in terms of her hock joint, but that one brings some far-reaching elite pieces to the table. Still does it in a well-balanced package to go ahead and be your class winner. Gilts comes in two. If we just judged them coming and judged them from the side, you can make an argument for this one to be your class winner. I love her moderation, love her proportions and the way everything ties together and fits together. She's attractive up through her front end. She's shapely. It's when I step right in behind her that she falls out just a bit for me. I need to clean her in her hock joint, give her more spread and depth to her heel, and just make her handle her rear leg in just a little different fashion. But that one is absolutely lights out from the side view profile. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. Young lady's Gilt that comes in three is incredible just in terms of her skin and hair and presentation. She's really fresh and shapely and bulky up high. We thought for the amount of bulk and mass that Gilt's got up high, it doesn't match down low. She wants to run out of foot and bone. Just need to stound that Gilt up and give her more feature to make it match what she's got up high. But again, one you certainly admire just in terms of her presentation, her shape, her freshness. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her driven. Gilty comes next. I'd call this Gilt a power hog. She's big-chested, she's big-backed, she's big-ended, and she's really, it's amazing how clean-jointed and good-jointed she is for one with that kind of just true muscle and power. Gets a little rounder in terms of her hip and rump, gets a little rounder in terms of her muscle pattern, gets a little crestier right there at the top of her neck, but I think that one offers some breeding value in terms of a hog that's really clean-jointed that still offers some power. Gilty comes next, just absolutely good, incredible in terms of her skeleton, her height to shoulder, her set and angle to her blade and front knees, also good. Her length and levelness out of her hip with a good bendy, flexible rear leg. All those things are just absolutely spot on. For us, she needs to have more to her. She needs more shape. She needs more muscle. She just needs more dimension all the way through to get any higher within this competitive class. Gilty comes out next, another hog that you sure like in terms of just her shape and muscle, particularly coming out of the backside of her blade. She wants to get a little stiltier off of both ends of her skeleton. As a result, the longer you ask that Gilt to drive, she starts to want to camp outside of herself as she goes directly away from you. We worked through the rest of these, and again, thought the depth of quality here was very, very good. Our compliments to the young people.
That concludes our Class 27 of the Hampshire Gilts. We now move on to Class 28, where they're going to go back behind us and evaluate those livestock, either pin them in the individual pins, or we'll send them on to Joe, and Joe will evaluate them to go in the bigger ring for a second evaluation, or send them back to their pen. So in Class 28, we have 32 head ranging from July 1st through July 9th. And what'll be interesting to see is, you know, this second class was so deep and so competitive in those top five. We'll just see how the depth of quality there is in the next class as well. So we're excited to see that. I know these guys are enjoying evaluating some good livestock, and as they've commented, you know, it's a lot of fun when you have a lot of good competitive livestock and be able to find so many similarities and say, okay, what I value more than other things, or you could flip a coin here on these two and I wouldn't, you know, argue with you either way. And that's fun to see, that there's so much depth in the quality of these Texas feeders here.
Yeah, that first place is really a big growthy one. So you had two really neat looking Gilts. It's just kind of what your preference is, like Will said on that. But either one of them could be a dominant breeding piece when they enter the herd as a mother.
Kevin, when he says it. All right, the placings in the last class, class number 27 in the Hamp Gilts. In 10th place, we had Zoe Ellie. 9th place, Macy Spivey. In 8th place, we had Blakely Bottleberry. In 7th place, we had Briley Thomas. 6th place was Shyla Hatcher. 5th place was Kylie Sparks. 4th place went to Markley Matthews. Third place was Lila Bonert. Second place went to Landon Barnett. And our first place exhibitor in class number 27 was Isabella De La Garza from Eagle Pass FFA. Congratulations to everybody in those classes. We now move on to class number 28, which they've already pulled 3 in the holding pens. There's nothing in the big pen yet. And there's 32 in this class, like we said. So, Wayne, we talked about there. Hopefully there's just as much depth as there was in the last class, because this Hampshire breed has been very very good from head to tail on this breed, which is very good to see in the future of this breed.
Absolutely. The way they're doing this DNA testing at the NSR shows and stuff, we're making sure also that we're keeping that purity into them. So, if they can continue to make leaps and bounds, we might have what we call a true Hampshire breed again at some point. Just to let our audience know about the boar sires of this last class, class 27. The first place winner sire was HHI Tripod, and our second place was a TC. It's a T as in Tom, CG, hands down. So that's what the first and second place boar sires were of these 2 gilts.
So far, we've got 6 pulled back that the judges have, and now we have 1 in the big pen to get reevaluated. Looks like now in class number 28, we've got a total of 7 pinned back, and we now have 2 in the big arena. They're making their way through this initial sort back behind us here. And once they finish that, they will go into the big arena and give these kids in the big arena a second evaluation to potentially be in the top 10. Usually they will pull more than 10 animals to be placed for the top 10 just to make sure they have, give some of these other kids a chance, like, okay, we want to see this one compared to the 8 we already pulled, and just kind of see and evaluate. And that's just good sportsmanship, and shows a lot of class with these judges. Like, hey, you know what? I want to see what this one compares like to the 8 I already have out here, and maybe this pig might actually be better. So if you go in the big pen, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are going to be showing later on today or listening and might be showing tomorrow, just know if you go in the big pen, don't get discouraged, because we've had several instances today, especially in the Duroc breed. There was a couple that went from the big arena and made it all the way up to 5th. And so do not give up, because there's always a chance. And that doesn't necessarily just mean in the show arena. Don't give up anything you do in life, because you may surprise yourself what you can accomplish just by constantly, going out there, giving it your all. And just when somebody says no, you know, don't ever take no as an answer. So, and these kids out here have shown time and time again today that that is not the case. And I see a bright future in these kids that are out here showing livestock today. So, parents, sponsors, everybody out there, give yourself a round of applause, because you're doing a lot of right stuff in this world today, and that they may not have the opportunity to do any other place. So kudos to you guys. It looks like they've pinned back now a total of 12 pigs, so the guys are fixing to come out here and evaluate these 4 animals that are out here in the big arena. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know who just tuned in, who our judges are today. Our lead judge is Mr. Will Hilty. Will comes to us from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, and he's the owner and operator of Hilty Show Pigs, consisting of about 100 crossbred sows, with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. He's judged many major shows across the United States, and his free time enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows. And what better place to be than be here with us today at the Purebred Gilt Show at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Now Will and Joe, who's our secondary judge today, Joe Grinstead. It comes from us from Lebanon, Indiana, where he was on the 2010 National Livestock Champion team for the 4-H livestock judging team. Went to Purdue University, where he majored in agriculture economics in 2013, and is a member of the 2012 livestock judging team there. So Will and Joe are now excusing these individuals out here in the ring back to their pen, and he will evaluate what looks to be like 14 or 15. 15, wow. Yeah. So that tells you how deep this class was. He's got 15 pull black, and unfortunately only 10 make placing ribbons, but kudos to all 15 of these kids out here.
Absolutely.
You know they're going to show very well out here to make a top 10 spot at this very, very, very competitive Purebred Gilt Show.
That's pretty good when you can have a, you know, the class is so deep that 50% of them is pinned back.
Yeah, I guess so. 49.99983%, I believe that is the correct number.
That is the most accurate.
You can round it up to 50%, Wayne.
I did. First one where they let out, they evaluate it, they like it well, and they send it back to the pen here.
We saw that earlier in the last class, and one of them ended up being like second in class, and the other one ended up being fourth in class, I believe.
Absolutely. Well, that's what we were talking about. You know, you get them out, evaluate them, you really like them, and that's why you do, you know, go through a couple more sorts. It takes a little bit more time, but it's being as fair as possible, and you can't knock these judges. They're really working these animals and working these kids to make sure they're making good and decisive decisions.
Absolutely, Wayne, and they're taking their time, and you know, I'd rather somebody take their time than try to rush through it to get done for the day, when they're literally evaluating each animal and giving each kid a very, very, very fair chance to make it up in the class.
And in all fairness, they deserve that, because they've put lots of hours into this project from when they were little on to where they're weighing currently, and you know, they deserve that extra look. And these judges are sure making it happen for them. A little more trivia, if you've just joined us on the Hampshire deal, the first scholarship ever given in the Hampshire breed was back in 1996. The first recipient of that scholarship was Rusty Dutton, and he received a $6,000 scholarship. And then last year's winner in the Hampshires was a Madeline Nichols, and she was the champion and received $10,000.
So based off the pork checkoff here, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Hampshire breed. I don't know if we've done that yet today or not, but the Hampshire breed is known as the hogs with the belt. And as you can see for you guys watching, they have a very distinct white belt, and there's breed characteristics in the belt. It cannot break a certain plane. It can't go up so far on their nose. So there's breed characteristics in the actual belt itself that categorizes it as a purebred hamp, other than just blood testing, or instead of being a cross. They're most popular in the corn belt. Hampshires are known for producing lean muscle, high carcass quality, minimal back fat, and large loin eyes. The females, which are what they're judging here at this stock show right now currently, are known for being their motherly ability with longevity in the sow herd, meaning they have a lot of lifespan when it comes to raising lots of litters over a long period of time. So those of you who didn't know anything about the hamp breed, hopefully you all took something from that. And Wayne, it looks like he's pinned 6 back now for his top 6 that I can see here.
Yeah, I bet you in the depth of this class as well that we see him keep maybe 7 or 8 again like they did in the past class.
And if he bases it like he did the last class too, he'll put about 3 or 4 back for his top end and then place down from there.
I think so, based on the numbers you still see out in the arena. I mean, with keeping 15 back, that's pretty impressive, and
that's fair too. I think they're doing it the fair and right way. So he's pinned 7 now for his top 7. So now it looks like he's placing this young lady next, 8th place. He's already got his top 7 that he wants. And from here he places 7th, 8th, and 9th. So he's already placed 7th place. So we have 8th, 9th, and 10th left to go. And then he'll excuse the rest of the individuals that have showed their tails off out here. And then go back to his top 7 and place down from there.
Looks like they have gotten their top 10 and they're excusing the ones out here in the ring. And as we discussed, this is a very deep class, and all these kids that got pulled should be proud because they made the cut in a very deep class again. And looks like they're going to evaluate again these top 7, and then like Landon said, probably we suspect they're going to then put back at least the top 4 again for a final evaluation.
And once they do that, they'll place, 7th, 6th, 5th, and whatever they bring back for their top end. Then they'll release those out and place, 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 3rd, 2nd, 1st, depending on what they pull back again. And that's what I suspect is going to happen. Not saying it will happen, but I have a feeling that is kind of the pattern that they've done consistently when they pull 7 or 8 back in their top end.
Yeah, you never know. They might change up on us,
Change.
We can't assume. You know what that spells.
Yes, it does. And we're not going to say that on live podcast here, but
absolutely
you parents
not.
know exactly what we're talking about.
Speaking of webcasts, we want to thank Tim Fort and Simulcast.
Taylor Fort.
Taylor Fort for his simulcast operation here. Without them, we wouldn't be here giving you a play-by-play and visit with and have you spend your day with us. And we hope you're enjoying and watching the show. And anyway, we appreciate them being here. So thank you very much. Ma'am.
All right, Wayne. So
looks like they've placed 4th on down to 7th. They're going to release the top 3 here, the way it appears. Three nice individuals out here, and really
looks like the girl in the lavender has been placed 3rd.
They're really uniformed again the way they've lined them up, and then it comes down to personal preference out there. Young lady in the kind of the paisley plaid is just a really a nice striding type individual there, and the other one's got that same similar makeup. So it's just you know, us being at the top portion is a little bit harder to see all those little things, but we can see the profile and the width and the squareness and all of that, but they can really see them up on top of them. So that's sometimes the deal maker or breaker.
Looks like they've just placed their 1st and 2nd place, and we're going to hear from Will Hildy on his evaluation of this class.
Well, I think a tremendous way to round out our Hampshire show with this initial, really the initial 3 or 4 gilts are all really very good in their own right within this class. We thought the young lady's eventual class winner here, that one does so many things good. She's stout up front. She's got a big arm. She's got the right kind of setting angle to her shoulder blade. She's got the advantage when you get into the midsection of her body. She's got more roll and curvature to her forerib, and then you get right on top of her, and man, she reads so fresh and shapely coming out of the back of her blade, and just transitions. Everything fits, balances so well. She's a notch more comfortable in terms of the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and hind leg than the gilt that comes into. Thought that one was awfully nice to go ahead and win this particular class. The young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and come in 2nd. I love this one's just proportions, her moderation, her extra stoutness. Got a great big arm and a stout jaw, but still feminine and attractive about her front end. She rivals our class winner in terms of the amount of shape and expression she's got coming out of the back of her blade. Wants to tighten ever so slightly right there through her forerib, and then she's just not as comfortable in terms of the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and rear leg. Wants to read just a nickel courser right there at their hock joint. Those are the subtle differences we saw in those. Thought that pair was awfully good to go 1 and 2. Young lady's gilt that comes next is certainly another one that gives you a breeding hog look in terms of her extra stoutness, big arm, big rear leg, a gilt that wants to sit maybe just a little lower at her shoulder than she does at the point of her hip, and that just throws her out of balance a little bit. And we just need to make that one's top line blend and transition a notch better. And then she's a gilt, another one we just like to make a notch more comfortable or more athletic in terms of the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and rear leg. Awesome silhouette to the gilt that comes next. Tall-shouldered, high-headed, really sleek and attractive looking up front. We felt that this one wanted to flatten too much through her forerib and center body, and then just doesn't have the same kind of bulk and dimension when we got right on top of her as a couple of the other gilts. But man, you talk about a silhouette of one. That one's very rememberable in terms of the look she gives you from the side view profile. Gilt that comes next, big-chested, fresh back. You get right in behind her. She wants to push her hock too far outside of her body, and it just becomes too mechanical in the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and rear leg. She needs to be looser there, and then needs to be squared from hock to ground. We worked through the rest of these, man. Still some very high-quality Hampshire gilts represented. Thought maybe this was the deepest class we had the opportunity to work through today. Our compliments to the young people.
Nice job. Now, as we go, through the class here, what we're doing now, we're going to be evaluating for the champion, reserve champion, Purebred Hampshire, followed by third, fourth, and fifth overall, and the three classes. We had Class 26, Class 27, and Class 28 of the Purebred Hampshires.
And class 34 Berks, this will be your second call. Class 34 Berks, second call.
That first place that came out in Class 26, the first one that came out is that Dunning, D-U-N-N-I.
Dunning High Speed.
Dunning High Speed. And then our class winner in Class 27 is the HHI Tripod. And then in our last class, that first place was HHI Top Gun.
You know, Will and Joe both had talked about each class and how deep that first set was and how high they were on these. It'll be interesting to see where they go to, because that first class, he was just kind of blown away with that first class. But you know, he said the same thing about the second and then even third one. So let's see where they go from here for their breed champion here. They're really evaluating these three very hard. What do you see here, Wayne, in these three that they're evaluating for the breed champion in the Hampshires?
It looks like, and of course I'm going by their eyes, but I think if I was seeing what I see out here, they're looking at the two oldest class ones. I think they're talking the differences between the oldest class and the middle class, the way it looks to me. And, you know, it's going to come down to their personal opinions. I think they like both of those, and it's just a matter of what they're seeing over their tops and the shape of their hips and kind of putting all these emphasis together on the most complete one in their mind today.
Here we go.
Well, certainly a good trio of class-winning Hampshire Gilts. Before we get too far down the road, let's put our hands together, congratulate the three young ladies on an excellent set of Gilts. I'm sure if you're ringside, taking nothing away from the young ladies Gilt out of Class 1, we thought she won that particular class pretty handy, but it comes down to the two older Gilts out here, and man, we think they're both right in their own right. One offers some more extreme pieces and maybe offers a few more glaring holes or things that you'd like to change about her. The other one is just so correct in her skeleton, so attractive, so shapely, everything still stays in check and stays in balance, still offers you some extras, and we feel just more comfortable with her rear leg, the way it sits, the way it works. Young ladies, Hampshire Gilt right here is your champion.
Class 3, right? Was that Class 3? That came out of your third class.
Class 30 or 28, right? There you have it. The champion came out of Class 28, and it was out of Top Gun.
Great movie.
Was we get ready to tie reserve, that second place Gilt comes in and certainly jumps right into the mix of things. But there's another one out here that we think offers so many things in terms of width of chest, in terms of stoutness, in terms of still giving you a very balanced, proportional look from the side. You know, you could tweak her rear leg ever so slightly when you get right in behind her in terms of where her hock sits. It's certainly on the edge, but you change her in that one particular area, and I think she just absolutely lights out. We still think she's awfully, awfully good. Young ladies Gilt right there is going to be reserved.
There you have it. Class 27, the middle class. That one was out of Tripod, the sire.
Now we're judging, excuse me.
We get ready to tie third overall. I think it becomes close between the three individuals out here. And realistically, you could make a case for any one of the three. For me, I think there's one of them when they drive right at you, just a notch square from her chest, knee to ground. Sam Gilt offers you some more in terms of extra stoutness while maintaining a feminine and attractive look up front. Her attitude sucks out here today, but we think she's third best. Congratulations to the young lady right here.
Now they're going for the fourth overall.
Third overall came out of class number 28, and the sire.
Again, close call here for fourth overall Hampshire. There's one that from the side view profile that we think is absolutely impeccable in terms of her shoulder set, her proportions, her softness of center, the way she maintains her top line. You could tweak her a fraction off of both ends of her skeleton, but man, her side view profile is just absolutely lights out. Young lady right here is next.
Congratulations to all of our Hampshire exhibitors today. What a deep set. In the meantime, we want to, recognize all these kids in the different classes. We hadn't had a chance to recognize Class 28. So in 10th place from Class 28, we had Jackson Beavers. In 9th place, we had Blakely Bottleboro. I'm trying on your name, my friend. I'm very congratulative, but I do want to know how you pronounce your last name. And in 8th place, we have Ella Montgomery. In 7th place, we have Sarah Foster. In 6th place, we have Carissa Sider. In 5th place, we had Kaya Williams. In 4th place, we had Kylie Rodriguez. In 3rd place, we had Cameron Craddock. In 2nd place, we had Shaylee Dunham. And in 1st place in that class was Lacey Clark of Hondo FFA. Congratulations to all these exhibitors here, and best of luck to you in the future. Now that we're done with the Hampshire breed, we should be moving on to the Berkshire breed. And we'll get all that information to you. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to you shortly with the Berkshire breed.
Before we do that, I just wanted to report to you on your, you knew what the champion and reserve Hampshire sires were. Your third overall was our second place in class 28, the oldest class. That was out of Range Wars. The fourth overall was the Hands Down, which was the second place in the middle class. And the lightweight, the Denning, D-U-N-N-I, high speed, which was a 99 proof Sun, was the fifth overall. So there you have the boar sires for you guys interested in on the breeding side. Like Landon said, we'll take a short break, and we'll go ahead and get started with the Berkshire breed. You viewers here, welcome to our Berkshire. We have 7 classes of Berkshires here. Pretty large. It's the second largest breed of the entire junior gilt show so far. Second largest of today. Duroc's being the largest. We're on class 34, which is our first class. We have 35 in this class, and the age or birth dates range from August the 9th through September 3rd. Again, we have 35 in that class, ages ranging from August the 9th through September 3rd. Looks like he's got 10 pens so far, and we've got 5 out in the big arena. All of these classes look pretty good size. I mean, the size of the classes range from 33 up to 41. We actually have 2 classes that are 40 or better. So there's some really good sized classes. A lot of kids brought Berks here to this show. So I think it'll be a real nice, interesting show, and probably some really good quality coming out of this Berkshire breed as well. Little trivia on the Berkshire breed. The first scholarship given for this breed was back in 1996 as well. The scholarship given at that time was $6,000, and the first recipient of that scholarship was Brian Balser. And then last year's winner was Madeline. Berkshire. Okay. Brendan Gross, and she had received the $10,000 scholarship. They've done the initial first sort, and they're looking at the ones here in the big arena to see if they're going to pen some more. Like we have 14 penned, and I think they've gone in and penned another one here. They've excused the exhibitors again. Very deep class, and like I said, these classes are exceptionally large, and so they've done a really good job as well, and they've worked hard with their animals, and just to get pulled in this competitive show with this much scholarship money on the line is quite an accomplishment. Joe and Will are on their second sort. Looks like they've pulled 3 back. They had about 15-ish to sort. They're sorting back through to pin back a second time. Looks like we got 4 in there now. So we still have. More that are in the pen. They just left. We'll have 3 remaining in the pen for them to evaluate. Then we'll see, based on the number that we've seen with this size show, they'll probably keep maybe up to 7, I would guess. Looks like they're going to place, starting with 6, they have issued a placing. So they're going to, for the third sort, they're going to go the top 5. So I suspect since we only have kept 5, we're going to just let them out one more time and place them from there. But could be wrong. But if anything, if they don't do that, then they'll keep the top 3. But it'll be one or the other. But anyway, they're going through and they're placing 6th on to 10th.
So they just exited all the other individuals outside of the show ring. Now they're going to be evaluating the pigs that are left for their top 10 in the first class of Berkshire Gilts here. Regarding the first class of Berkshire Gilts, which would be class number 34, we have 35 Berk Gilts in this class. Age range is from August 9th through September 3rd. And for those of you who have been with us all day long, just to kind of tell you how Texas weather runs around here, it was 30-something degrees this morning and rainy and cold and windy, and now it is sun shining and low 60s now. Welcome to Texas weather. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't snow today. They have now just placed all their individuals in this class, 1st through 10th. And Will is coming over to the mic now to talk the class and explain what he did. So interested to see what he says here. Great job by all.
Well, what a tremendous way to get started with our Berkshire show. And the young lady here that in the yellow shirt that drives our class winner was never negotiable what gilt we wanted to start with. It was this one from the start to the end. Then we think this is a really good Berkshire gilt. I told Joe there as we got ready to name her our class winner, man, it's going to take a good one to beat her. She's tall-shouldered, she's big-armed, she's really soft and pliable through her four-rib and center body. When you're off to the side of her, she just absolutely proportions so well. Her step, her comfort level off of both ends is very good. Striking look from the side. That one does a lot of things together to go ahead and win this first class of Berkshire gilts. Young man's gilt that's going to go ahead and come in second. Obviously, probably the youngest or at least a pound smallest gilt within this particular drive, but we think she's the second best just in terms of quality. Another gilt that's got a good look up front, a great big forearm working in her. She's fresh and shapely when you get right on top of her. She maybe wants to pull apart right there at her ham-loin junction ever so slightly, but we think this one's trajectory and upward trend, ceiling's very, very high there. Just kind of ran into a buzzsaw that beat her in this particular drive. Gilty comes next, ultra stout about her head and her jawbone, got a great big forearm working in her. She wants to come in a few more pieces. She's lower set at the point of her shoulder. She wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her rump, and then she needs to blend and tie just a notch differently right there through her ham-loin junction, but certainly admire that one just from a bone and stoutness perspective. She does those things exceptionally well. Gilt that comes next is one that reaches and goes good off of both ends of her skeleton. A lot of the same things could be said in terms of we just talked about the gilt ahead of her. She comes in too many pieces, particularly right there at her ham-loin junction. She's got to blend and transition better, and she wants to get just a notch rounder in terms of her muscle pattern behind, but that one for a gilt that's packing some muscle and power, she gets out and floats across the surface. Certainly like those attributes about her, nice gilt to go for. Gilty comes 5, front 2/3 or front end of this one just gives you a striking look from the side. She's neat looking up front. She's moderate in terms of her length of body. She's just too short out of her hip and rump, and consequently she wants to step outside of her body when you watch her go directly away from her. But man, the silhouette and look of that one, her presence up front's all very, very good. Young man that comes next drives us another one that reads with some stoutness a feature. She's just got to be better when you get right in behind her. If you could fix that gilt behind, she slides up several spots in this class because the side view profile of that one, very, very good. She's just got to be better going away. We let the rest of these roll out. Some gilts that have some muscle and shape, some gilts that just need to be better in terms of their balance and the way they proportion. Good way to get started. Our congratulations to the young people.
Once again, we want to congratulate all these individuals in the first class of Berks, Class 34. Now we move on to Class 35 of the Berks. The guys are going to go back and evaluate each animal as they come out, and we will keep you updated from there as the show goes on. Once again, welcome to the podcast, and hope you enjoy your time here with us today. Thanks again to Taylor Fort for putting this podcast together. Him and his team are doing a wonderful job out there, and hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are commentating it today. And talking about our last class that we just evaluated, class number 34, the top 10 individuals read as following. 10th place went to Anna Higginbottom. 9th place went to Tessa Sanders. 8th place went to Travis Henderson. 7th place went to Micah Duke. 6th place went to Casey Simpkins. 5th place went to Lindsay Lowry. 4th place went to Zoe Alamon. 3rd place went to Kenley Ford. 2nd place went to Jonathan Walthall. And 1st place went to Farrah Wilkinson from Lavernia FFA. Congratulations to all those top 10 exhibitors, and best of luck in the future for you guys, and look forward to seeing you down the road. Now we're evaluating class number 35 of the Berkshire Gilts. In class 35, there are 34 head, and the date ranges on this class are August 2nd through August 8th. So just about 6 days difference between the youngest and the oldest in this class. So there shouldn't be too much variety in weight in this class. When you get into some of these classes where there's about 20 to 30 days difference, you're going to see a substantial weight difference between the individual pigs in the class. To tell you a little bit about the Berkshire breed, it is the third most recorded breed of swine in the United States, according to Pork Checkoff. Berkshires are known for fast and efficient growth, reproductive efficiency, cleanliness, and meat flavor and value. So you see a lot of restaurants, you'll have Berkshire pork chop or whatever else. And some of these gilts that we'll see today help contribute to the livestock industry, where they will go on and we will enjoy them in that way. The first U.S. meeting of Berkshire breeders and imports was held in 1875, a few years ago, with the American Berkshire Association formed shortly after, making it the oldest swine registry in the world. So the Berkshire's been around for a very, very long time in the swine registry side of things. So there's a lot of history behind that breed and pedigree. So we welcome all these Berk exhibitors today here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo at the Purebred Gilt Show. Right now we're judging class 35 here. Looks like the guys have 4 pigs pulled in the placing pens and 2 out in the big arena to be reevaluated. This class, like I said earlier, has 34 in the class, and date range from August 2nd through August 8th. Welcome to the podcast. My name is Landon Rohde, and my co-host is Wayne Rohde. Father-son duo here. If you want to know if these guys were related, yes, we are. Have another one pinned back here. That makes 6. For you who are just joining us, the guys have been, when I talk about the guys, Will Hilty and Joe Grinstead, I apologize, guys. Joe Grinstead, Will being the lead judge and Joe being the associate judge here today. They usually pin about between 12 and 14 is what has been the kind of norm for these guys, and we have 10 placing ribbons. So they'll evaluate, their top 14 animals, pin the ones they want back for their top end, and then place the bottom to top from there. So they do a really good job, and they're very consistent in how they've been doing at things here today, and it's been easy to follow from our perspective. Right now they have a total of 8 pulled back, and they're about halfway through evaluating class number 35. So we wish all these exhibitors luck here, and we'll keep you posted as the class moves forward. For those of you tuning in, this will be the last breed we're evaluating today, and then we start off tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. with the spot class, spot breed, and then the Chester Whites, the Poland Chinas, and the Yorkshires. So today is the last breed we will be doing today. We have judged the Durocs, we have judged the Hampshires, we have judged the Landrace, and now we're evaluating the Berkshires. And there is 7 classes of Berks today. We're on the second class as we speak, but this will be the last breed we evaluate today. Come back tomorrow and judge those other 4 breeds, which are your spot breed, your Chester Whites, your Poland Chinas, and your Yorkshires. And once we evaluate all those tomorrow, then they will come back and be judging for the Grand or Supreme overall, Reserve Supreme overall, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the entire show. So just kind of give you kind of a schedule of how tomorrow is going to work. That's how it's going to run. This is the last breed we will be evaluating today. We welcome you to the podcast, Taylor Fort, and we can't thank you guys enough for all you guys do for us at home who can't make it to the show. Without you guys, this would not be possible. So we thank you, and we thank San Antonio above all for giving so much money. I think it's $86,000 in total scholarship money just for this Purebred Gilt show alone. So without that, these kids would not have some good college scholarship money going on for their futures, and we can't thank them enough for that. Currently in Class 35 of the Berkshire breed, we've got a total of about 10 pulled back, and there's 10 placing ribbons, but historically what the guys have been doing, Will and Joe have been pulling about 12 to 14 back, sometimes up to 15, and evaluating those for your top 10. There is currently 5 out in the big arena to be evaluated for a potential placing spot. And they are kind of winding down this class as we speak. Looks like they're excusing the kids in the big arena right now. We appreciate their time and effort that they put into these animals, and as they go back to their pen, let them know that there's a bright future ahead for each one of these kids out here. Next thing we're going to do, the guys are going to pull out these individual pigs they pinned back, and it looks like there's a total of about 11 or potentially 12, can't tell for sure, 11 to evaluate for the top 10 spots. And what they've been doing is, if they really like your animal or whatever, they'll send you back to your individual pen to be placed in the top part of the class. And once they have their top part repinned again, they'll sort through whatever placings are left, that being 10 up. As the guys evaluate this class, you'll see that he pinned a couple back so far. That'll be in his top end of the class. He still has 3 more to sort through in the individual pins. And like I said, they usually pull about 3 to 4, sometimes a little bit more. If the class is real deep, they'll pin 5 to 6, and that'll be your top end of the class. But as of right now, he's gone through 8 pigs and pinned back 2 for the top end thus far. The 9th pig coming out currently. Sending another one back to the pin for the top end of the class. This will make his 3rd one that Will and Joe have pinned back. Now he's pinned back 4. And kind of judging by their what they've looked at so far, they may pull 1 or 2 more back, or not at all, and start placing. But it'll be interesting to see if they pull any more back for their top end. Right now, currently, they have 4 in their top end to reevaluate after they place the other placings. But it looks like Will's going for the pins, so he's going to place 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th right now, and then come back and follow up for your top 4 individuals in this class. Just placing his 6th place right now to the girl in the black shirt.
Looks like they've got them placed down to 10th place. Now they're releasing and letting out the top, looks like the top 4 is what they're going to do in this class. So the first one's out. They're analyzing it, discussing it, and see what they're going to do. I would think they'll go ahead and leave all 4 of these out and place them. There you've got it. We've got the young lady in the black vest there, and ready for the comments from Will.
Well, we talked in this particular class, one of the maybe more challenging classes to piece together from top to bottom, but still a pair of quality, high-quality gilts here at the top end to work with. We felt most comfortable with the young lady's bigger gilt, although she's not the most attractive gilt. About her crest, her front end, and the front one-third of her body. From her shoulder blade back, we thought this one was very good. The set and angle to her blade, the cushion to her front knee, just her ability to reach and go out of her front end. She stays comfortable and coordinated out of her rear too. Step right in behind her, and of the initial 3 or 4 gilts, she's the squarest from her hock to ground, and that one goes ahead and wins pretty handily for us in this particular class. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be second, no doubt, has a more attractive look, a sharper look about the front one-third of her body. She opens with great shape and expression coming out of the backside of her blade. Step off to the side of her. She's a little lower set up front. She's a little crestier right there at the top of her neck. But more importantly, when you get right in behind her, she wants to push her hock to the outside of her body. But again, that's still a quality gilt from a muscle shape and just freshness standpoint. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. Gilt that comes out next, again, in terms of having a sharp look up front. She's really neat looking about her head and neck. She's got a stout jaw, yet a feminine and attractive look up front. You get into the midsection of this one, and she wants to flatten maybe ever so slightly in her forerib. But more importantly, we just need to coordinate this one and hinge her differently in terms of the way she goes, particularly that left rear. She kind of wants to step it out to the outside of her body, just never gets comfortable and takes a north and south step. But you certainly admire that one just from a look and freshness standpoint. Really nice gilt to go ahead and be 3. Gilt that comes next in 4, ultra stout in terms of just foot, bone, and feature. She's one that wants to get a little more upright in terms of her blade and front end, and as a result, the longer you ask this gilt to go, she just wants to struggle too much out of her front. Need to lay her blade back and just make her more comfortable, make her hinge looser out of her front end. Gilt that goes ahead and comes next. Young lady does an awesome job of getting this one driven. She's fresh bodied, she's fresh back. Really a gilt that proportions very, very well from the side view profile. That's another one. When you step right in behind her, you got to square from her hock to ground and lengthen her about her hip. But again, just in terms of body shape, muscle, freshness, that gilt does a lot of things good. We work through the rest of these. One here comes just a little longer bodied, have a hard time getting that gilt to proportion and balance just right. Then we run into some structural issues as we work through the rest of the class. Nice class of Berkshire gilts. Congratulations to the young people.
As we conclude Class 35, we're going to be moving on to Class 36 next. Class 36, there were 38 in that class. Date ranges on these gilts range from July 22nd through August 1st. After this class, we have 4 more after that one, and then we evaluate for the Supreme Champion Berk, followed by the Reserve Supreme Champion Berkshire, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And that will conclude our judging today after the Berkshire breed. Tomorrow we'll follow with the Spots, the Chester Whites, the Poland Chinas, then the Yorkshire breed. And after that, we will be picking our Supreme Overall Gilt, Reserve Supreme Overall Gilt, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th Overall Gilt.
2023 Crossbred Gilt Show is Brooke Ford of the Berkshire FFA.
going off our Class 35 Berkshire Gilts that Will and Joe just evaluated, the placings in that class, starting in 10th, we had Stevie McFarland. 9th was Jaden Wade. 8th was Southern Sanders. 7th was Michaela Swallow. 6th was J.C. Lane. 5th was Whitney Drummond. 4th place went to Paisley Wells. 3rd place went to Kinsley Giroux. 2nd was Lucy Staling. And our first place winner of Class 35 Berkshire Gilts went to Catherine Barnhill of Falls City FFA. Congratulations to all these top 10 exhibitors out here.
Talking about this Class 35, I've got the sires for that class. The first place in that class was sired by Mama Tried, and then our second place was sired by About Time. Again, the second place, About Time. In the first class of Berks, when we started this Berk show, the first place was sired by The One, and the second place was sired by High Horse. So there you have it on the sires so far as the classes, and we are getting the sires up here for you guys that are interested in the Berk sires and the breeding behind them. So I will keep announcing that, and stay tuned. Thank you.
And moving on, we are now evaluating class number 36. They're doing the initial sort. Looks like he's got a couple already pinned in the holding pens for a placing potential spot. There's nothing out here in the big arena yet, but they just kind of started the sorting side. Looks like 3 now in the holding pens here. I've not seen anything go back to the pins yet, so I'm sure we have a majority of the class to still sort through. Like I said, there are 38 individual gilts in this class here, and look forward to seeing them evaluate this class as well.
Looks like we've got 5 in the pen and 2 out in the big arena at this point.
Looking at the numbers based off today, the Durocs had the most classes by far today with 13 classes, where the Landrace had 2, Hampshire had 3, and Berkshires have 7. So I think just based on number-wise of the entire Purebred Gilt Show, I think the Durocs had the most pigs entered here today and tomorrow, and then Berkshires was, I think, second shortly behind it with 7 classes. So there's a lot of pigs in these classes as well. If you look at the classes, right now we have 38 in this class, 37 in the next class. In class 38, we have 33, 40 in class 39, and the last class today we have 41. So we're looking at high 30s and low 40s in our classes of Berks. So that's a lot of pigs. So if you make the top 10 in any one of these classes, you need to be very proud because there's a lot of quality depth in each class here, especially in the numbers that they have here at the show today. Looks like so far the guys have pinned 9 pigs back in the holding rings for placing classes. As I've said before in the day, there's only 10 placing ribbons we have here. They have pulled anywhere from 12 to 14 on average to place 10. So that way they have a few extra in there that can compete for the top 10 spots here today. And that's been pretty consistent as the day has gone on today.
To give you a little background, those that maybe just tuned in, the Berkshire breed, the first scholarship given was in 1996. It was for $6,000 and one was won by Brian Balser. And then last year's Berkshire winner was Brendan Gross, and he won the champion and won $10,000. To kind of, if you've just joined us here in the last couple of breeds, how this works is if you win the breed champion, you get $10,000. If you win the reserve supreme, you just get additional awards. But if you win the overall supreme, you get an additional $5,000, therefore making the winner accumulating $15,000. If that person has not won any scholarships here at San Antonio previously, then he is eligible for another $5,000. So he could come back and win this breed and get an additional 5. He wouldn't get the 10, but he would get the 5 because the maximum or the ceiling on their scholarship money to any one individual is $20,000. So. But, you know, if you, a student or your kids can also, if they get tired of showing breeding gilts, they can win it in other areas as well. You can win it in crossbred show as winning a breed, winning the overall champion there, or you can win a market breed in the barrow show. You can even enter like the skillathon, and if you win the skillathon, you get $10,000 there. So there's a lot of other events, including the heifer show and the breeding sheep show and all the other livestock species as well. They have scholarships there. In fact, they give about $85,000 worth a year to kids.
Looks like they've got about 12 pinned back, Wayne, at this point, and there's about 5 in the big pin that have a chance to potentially get pinned. Now they pinned 13 for a chance to potentially get in the top 10. And there's 5 in the big ring that get a chance at a second evaluation to see if they want to pin them back for a chance to be in the top 10 as well.
Looks like this is a pretty deep class as well. This Berkshire breed is continuing to be a good, strong breed as well.
And you know what's really neat about these Berks out here, and I've come to notice this as I've gotten older and how the breed has progressed. They look more like a cross in my mind, in the sense of just the makeup of the actual animal itself and how it looks. And I know that we've resulted into breeding cross boars that have Berk appearing pigs now, but the purebreds are not too far behind our crosses here.
Absolutely not. If they continue down the road they are, and they be patient with the changes that they're trying to make, I'm seeing these purebreds being competitive against some of the ones that have been created a different way.
Exactly. And, even the purebreds are competing with these other crossbreeds. I've seen it at county shows where, heck, a purebred Berk won a big county that's very competitive county. And Going back to the show ring here, guys, it looks like Joe and Will have decided to excuse these individuals in the big show ring. They've got 12 pigs pinned back over here for their top 10, and I guess they didn't see anything that they wanted to bring back to be evaluated with the rest of them. So let's give these kids a round of applause and congratulations for making it this far and all the hard work they put into it. Now Will and Joe are going to go out here and sort through their top end that they pulled back in the initial sort. And what they've been doing is pulling the top end that they like back and putting them back for the top end of the class, and then evaluating the other ones for the bottom end of the top 10. Will just pulled one back. The first pig out of the gate got pinned right back again.
Yeah, really a trendy little Berkshire gilt there.
Well, it looks like you pinned the second one back as well, and we saw this earlier in the day with the Hampshire breed.
Absolutely.
Excuse me. This will be the fifth pig coming out of the gate. So far in the early part of the sort, they've already pinned two back for their top end, and now that makes three now that they pinned back for their top end. Still have over half of the individual pigs to go through yet.
Yeah, this set really looks deep, because you look at the ones that they hadn't pinned yet out in the big arena yet. There's a lot of good in those pigs too. I don't see any major problems, even those that are still left standing out there.
Just pinned another one back, so that makes four. This could end up being like the earlier classes where they could have pinned up to 8 individuals for their top end, just based on the numbers they still have to go through yet.
Absolutely. Like I said, they haven't given up a whole lot of quality. There's still a lot of depth out there that's still out showing in the big arena.
When you talk about the breed as a whole in the Berkshires, and I was saying it earlier in the history, it's the oldest registered breed in the world. And Berkshires are really known for their quality of their pork chops. You go to any restaurants, you'll see some restaurants, some of these fancier ones that say Berkshire pork chop or Berkshire ham, very high quality meat when it comes to carcass yield.
Yeah, they're a breed that's known for having good marbling in their muscle tissue, and it's kind of like certified Angus, beef. You always see that, but the Berkshire kind of has been marketed as such that it's really a high cutability, high marbling type muscle meat.
We talk about the breeds and the meat quality and everything for eating or consumption. But for those of you at home, these are mainly going to be used for mamas and to make little ones for the market show or the breeding show as well. But these are usually competing to become really good mamas one day. And looks like Will is going to start placing. He's got 4 pinned back for his top end, so now he will place 5th through 10th, starting usually with 5th all the way up to 10th place now. Once again, we're evaluating class number 36. Class 37 is fixing to be in the holding pen to be evaluated once they conclude class number 36, which they're going through right now. He has placed 5th place and now 6th place, with the girl being in the blue shirt or blue sweater shirt as your 6th place individual. 7th place being the young man on the far end here. The young lady with the pigtails was placing 8th. 9th, the girl in the maroon shirt, which leaves us one more placing animal here to make the top 10 here. That will be the young lady in the vest. So now that he's placed 5th through 10th and talks to these other individuals who didn't quite make the top 10 and kind of tell them congratulations and liked your hog, here's what we changed, whatever, they may be telling them. They're going to go back and judge their top 4 individuals here to round out the top part of the class. And I'm interested to see where he goes from here because 3 of the 4 he pinned back very, very, very quickly. So they were very high on those individual Berkshire Gilts. So it'll be interesting to see where they go from here and how they evaluate these 4. Looks like he's placed 4th and 3rd. Now they're down to the top 2 here. And the young lady in the purple wins the class.
And one in the blue shirt was 2nd.
Making the girl in the sports coat 3rd, and the young man that's now pinned back is your 4th place. Let's hear what Will say on the class.
What a really good pair. Gilts surface to the top, and the one with the extras is going to go ahead and be your class winner. That's the young lady right here in the purple. When you talk about just stoutness of feature, that one's extra stout about her jaw and head, yet still gives you a feminine and attractive look. The angle to her blade, the set to her blade's good, and where she has a distinct advantage, although you'd like to maybe lengthen her hip just a skosh, when you get right in behind her, her hock sits in her square, and she just maintains more comfort out of her hip and hind leg. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and here and be in 2nd. Man, if we just judged them from the side view profile, this one's absolutely lights out. She's extended about her front end. I love the way her just throat transitions into the base of her chest. She's shapely and fresh when you get right on top of her. She's got bend and flex to her rear leg and potentially maybe just a little longer hip than the gilt that beats her, but when you get right in behind her and watch her go away, she wants to get a little puffier about her hock joint, wants to get a little coarser behind. Need to tweak her in that one particular area. Gilt that comes next, just from a basic fundamentals standpoint and structure standpoint, is a very nice kind of gilt. She's proportional. She's got a good set and angle to her blade and front end. She wants to tighten maybe just a little bit out of her hip and hind end, then wants to wrinkle ever so slightly right there at her ham-loin junction. Then we also thought of the initial 3. She was the frailest just in foot and bone, but certainly like that one just from a muscularity and freshness standpoint, young lady does an awesome job. One coming next, ultra wide, dense, and stout. She just wants to become too tight hinged, particularly out of her hip and rear leg. Wants to become too short and steep behind. Just need to elongate that gilt about her hip and make her take a more coordinated, comfortable step off of her rear too. But if you like them stout, that one's certainly for you because she's as opened up and stout as anything we've got within the top end of this particular drive. Gilt that comes next, the louder marked gilt that comes out here. Good ribbed, good bodied kind of gilt that proportions well. She's another one that we need to make longer out of her hip and rump and just make her take a longer, more comfortable, more authoritative step out of her rear too before we can work her up any higher. Work through the rest of these. One that comes next, a little longer bodied, makes it hard for her just to balance right. And then we run into some structural issues as we work through the rest of these.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the top 10 of class number 36 here in the Berkshire Gilt Show at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We now move on to class number 37. Based on the numbers here, we have 37 in that class, and the date ranges from July 17th through July 21st. Evaluating class number 27, we have 3 more classes after this next class, and then we're going to do the overall picking of the champion and reserve champion, followed by 3rd and 4th overall Berkshire, and that will conclude our Gilt Show for today, starting at 7 a.m. in the morning with the spots. The top 10 exhibitors in the last class, being class 36 of the Berkshire Gilts, starting in 10th place, we had Madison Sampson. 9th place went to Ireland Donahoe. 8th place went to Darby Glenn. 7th place went to Carson Browning. 6th place went to Mallory Mayer. 5th place went to Mia Skelton. 4th place went to Rhett Owens. 3rd place went to Diame Gutierrez. 2nd place went to Caitlin Kirby. And 1st place in the class was Ailey Sims. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in class 36 for making the top 10 on a very, very deep and competitive class. We move on to class number 37 now, and it looks like we have 1 or 2 pinned back in the top spots for a chance to get a placing ribbon in the top 10, and 2 out there in the big pin that have a chance to have a secondary look for a chance to get pinned back by the judges after they do their initial sort to place in the top 10 potentially. For those of you just joining us today, our judges are Will Hilty and Joe Garrett. Oh, sorry. Did you want to go? Sorry, I thought Wayne was going to talk on something, so I apologize.
Well, he's looking up something on our first place.
Well, it's Will Hilty is our main judge, and then Joe Grinstead. is our associate judge. Apologies, I thought I didn't want to cut Wayne off there, but I wanted to go and finish that. So Wayne, go ahead and take it over because I know people are anxious to hear what the breeding is in the last class.
Well, I've got one of them in, and that's our first place in that class 36. The sire of that one was Pound Town. Again, for our first place or class winner in class 36, it was Pound Town. Still waiting on the results of our second place boar sire, and as soon as we get it, I'll announce that second place's sire as well.
Looks like Will and Joe still have, well, it looks like just one pin back in the pen, and they have 3 out there in the big ring. For those of you just joining us, we are in class number 37. There are a total of 37 in this class. Date ranges are from July 17th through July 21st. And welcome to the show here. And it looks like now they have 4 pinned back in the placing pins for a chance to make the top 10 of the class.
We'd like to thank the San Antonio Livestock Show for all they do for these kids and putting together all the hard efforts and work and volunteers and to make this show not only run but also gathering the monies together to provide these scholarships. Over the years from the time of inception of this, they have given out about $243 million worth. That's including such things as scholarships, grants, endowment, auction monies, Campbell Scramble program, and show premiums. The first scholarships they ever gave was in 1984. And at that time, there was 15 total scholarships, and it totaled a mere $90,000. So they have really exceeded, because the Gilt show alone is now $85,000. So they have made leaps and bounds and really educated our community to participate and realize that this is a great program to invest their monies into furthering the education of our young people.
Absolutely, Wayne. That very well said there. And you know, this is such a family-oriented thing too. It's not, you know, it's what we do this is for the kids and their futures and all the learning things that come along with those things. And you see so many people, and I'm sitting up here on high on the perch here, watching from the bird's eye view of the show, but I'm looking at all in the stands and seeing all these people supporting their kids or supporting friends and family. It's just great to see all these different communities coming together to support these kids and show them, you know, all the support and love and all the hard work they put into this project, because it is a family project, and it's hard to do it by yourself, and it's good to see all these parents and sponsors helping contribute to give these kids the best successful chance they can possibly get here. So kudos to all you parents, sponsors, ag teachers, advisors, extension agents, and all the volunteers that help make this happen for these kids, and by extension all the volunteers at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo who help put on this show and spend countless hours that we don't even know about. You know, they don't get the credit they deserve, because they put on so much of their own time to make this show run, and sometimes we don't appreciate what it takes to run a show and appreciate, you know, all the hard work they put into it. We look at some of the things that we would change versus saying, okay, here's everything that they did right, and that's what they need to, you know, you need to thrive on is everything they try to do right, because they do it all for the kids. Looks like so far in class number 37, they have pulled back 8. We are continuing this class. They've gone through a little over half the class, it looks like, in the back. And they have a total of about 5 or 6 in the big pen that is going to have a chance to get repinned to compete for the top 10 in the class. Looks like the guys have 9, now 10 pinned back. They're in the big arena right now evaluating these stock that they put back for a second look. And they've already pinned one back to potentially make the top 10 individuals. They are now excusing the pigs in the big arena here. Want to give them a shout out and congratulations for making it this far in a very, very deep competitive class. Then we will move on to the individual pins that they pulled back and placed the top 10. Looks like there might be 11 that they have pulled back now, sorting from the big arena here, and they have 10 placing ribbons. So here we go. With class number 37, the final sort. Looks like so far of the 6 they've evaluated, they pulled one back to be in the top end of their class. Now that makes 2 of them. and once they pull back their initial ones they want in the top end, they'll start placing all the way up through 10th place and bring back the top end of the class for the evaluation and placings at the top end of the class. Still have about 6 more to look at before they either start placing or pulling a few more back. Like I said, as of right now, they've only pulled 2 back, and in the previous 2 classes, they usually have about 3 or 4 maybe pulled back by now. Just pinned back another young lady to be in the top end. Looks like this is the last one that they're going to sort through individual pins before they either pin another 1 or 2 back for their top end or start placing from bottom up. So it looks like he's just going to have 3 that they want to look at for the top end of the class. Now they're going to start placing from 4th all the way to 10th place in this class, class number 37 here. They just made the first call for class number 38 to go to the back rings to get sorted. They just placed 4th and 5th place so far. And we'll make our way through 10th place and then come back and evaluate the top 3 that they pinned back. Just placed 6th place. Seventh place has been picked. Eighth and 9th, and now we have our 10th place spot just picked out. I want to congratulate the young lady who got 11th. Did not get a ribbon, but showed equally as hard as the rest of them in the class did. So I want to congratulate her as she exits out.
Now they're going into evaluating the top 3.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it took them a little while longer to pin some of these back in the top 3. Not saying the quality's not deep. There was one they pinned back pretty quickly, and the other 2, it took them a little longer to pin them back. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what they're thinking and what they see and where they evaluate these 3 from here to try to keep along with the pattern they've set for themselves in the Berkshires. I see a lot of muscle quality in all 3 of these gilts here.
Oh yeah, they've got really good muscle quality. Got some good width coming to you. One in the pink probably is the most stylish one of the 3 out there as far as having that extra eye appeal through that head and neck area, but not quite as deep.
And that's
body.
the one he used for first as well.
There you go.
The other 2 kind of looked a little chunkier in the neck. Not a little bit. They needed to freshen up in the neck a little bit. But overall, all 3 gilts were very, very good. And Will's fixing to talk to class. And so let's hear from Will, and we'll go from there.
Well, I think here at the top end, a class that fits together pretty logically. The young lady there in the pink striped shirt drives your class winner. That's a gilt that we really like her look and presence up front. She's a big-armed gilt that's fresh and shapely. When you get right on top of her, she leaves you with a tremendous amount of width and dimension. You know, to be real critical on her, she kind of wants to search outside of her body just a little bit when she gets to going fast. But we thought, without a doubt, that was the one that balanced and offered some extras to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and come in second. Love the body shape in the midsection of this gilt. She's really soft and pliable through her full rib and center body. You get on top of her, she opens with great spread and bulk coming out of the back of her blade. She gets a little more fragile in terms of foot and bone work. She gets a little crestier right there at the top of her neck, and she's not just as unique or doesn't have that presence about her front end as the gilt that goes ahead and wins the class, but a very, very solid kind of gilt to go ahead and be in two. Gilt that comes next, the louder marked gilt here, another one we like in terms of just body shape and depth to her full rib. She's another gilt that's really good in terms of just the bulk and dimension she's got up high. You get right in behind this one. She wants to get a little coarser about her hock joint, wants to read a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump. But again, that's an awfully nice Berkshire gilt to go ahead and be three in a competitive drive. Young man's gilt that comes next, one that you like the head shape and just the presence she has up front. She wants to come in too many pieces. She wants to flatten through her full rib and center body. She wants to pull apart at her ham-loin junction, and then you'd sure like to square that gilt up when she comes right at you. Young man needs to be commended. Skin and hair is incredible on that gilt. He does an awesome job of getting her driven. Gilt that comes next, the gilt that's good in terms of her skeletal quality, her angle to her blade up front, the length of her hip, and just the bend to her rear legs, all very good. She needs to be a little longer bodied for us, and as a result, you can't get this gilt to proportion just right, or can't get her to power up enough. We'd like to moderate her in her length of body and just make her bulk up a notch. Gilt that comes next gets a little piece here. We work through the rest of these. Certainly some quality represented on down through here. Gilts that just come in too many parts and pieces. Some feet and leg issues as we work our way to the bottom.
Before we get into the placings of this Class 37, I did finally get the boar sire of Class 36 on the second place. In fact, the first and second place were litter mates, so they're both out of Pound Town. So both first and second in Class 36 were litter mate gilts.
Pound Town. All right, now we're moving on to class number 38 here. There are 33 individual gilts in this class, and the date ranges are July 11th through July 16th in this particular class. We have two more classes after this, followed by the crowning of the overall champion and reserve overall champion Berkshire Gilt, followed by third, fourth, and fifth overall Berkshire Gilt. And then that will conclude our judging of today at the San Antonio Gilt Show. Tomorrow we'll start at 7 a.m. sharp. God willing, and after everybody's had their coffee and ready to go, we're going to start with the Spot Breed, followed by the Chester Whites, then the Poland Chinas, then the Yorkshires, and after that we will crown our Supreme Overall and Reserve Supreme Overall gilt of the entire show. So welcome to the podcast. Thank you, Taylor Fort, for you and your crew coming out and giving us an opportunity to watch these animals be evaluated today. For those of us who cannot make it to the show, you allow all of them to be able to watch it and support their family by not even having to be there. And I know that some of us are a long ways away from where we're at now and where the kids are at now showing, but we thank you for tuning in and supporting this youth, even if you aren't here in person. Thank you, San Antonio Livestock Show, and for all you do scholarship-wise and supporting these kids. You give out a lot of money to these kids to help with their futures and their projects, and we can't thank you enough for all you do for these kids.
I've just gotten in the boar sires for this class that they just finished, Class 37. Our class winner was out of the boar called Good Color. Again, our class winner was out of Good Color. And our second place was out of Fair Warning. Again, our second place is out of fair warning. So there you have it. And as Landon was saying, the judges are in the back. Joe and Will working on class 38. We have 33 in that class, and the age birth dates are July the 11th through July 16th. Again, 33 head in this class. It is the least amount of the 7 classes we're having in the Berkshire Drive today. But the birth dates are July 11th through July 16th. Thank you.
Going back to class number 37 here, the top 10 individuals in that class started with Laddie Bonahan in 10th place. 9th place went to Colby Sangetti. I hope I said that right, Colby. 8th place went to Danica York. 7th place went to Rayleigh Keene. 6th place went to Carly Cross. 5th place was exhibited by Valeria Tapia. 4th place went to Briar Bonahan. 3rd place went to Tinsley Beatty. 2nd was exhibited by Cameron Craddock. And 1st place in class 37 of the Burke Gilts was Annabelle Groom of Johnson County 4-H. I want to give these exhibitors a nice round of applause and congratulations in a very deep Berkshire class. We have moved on to class number 38 now. There's 38 head in this class, ranging from July 11th all the way to July 16th in age, followed by class number 39 and 40, and that will conclude all of our classes, the Berks, for the day. Stay tuned. The judges have 4 pigs pinned so far, and there's 2 in the big arena to be reevaluated at this point. They still have several more to go through in this class, and wish all these exhibitors the best of luck, and we will keep you updated as the class moves forward. Thanks for joining us today. As they excuse these exhibitors in the big ring, we want to tell them congratulations for making it for a secondary viewing. There are 13 pigs, it looks like, pinned back for a chance to make the top 10 here in class number 38. Once again, there are 33 pigs in this class, Gilts and purebred Berkshire Gilts in this class.
Okay, tell her thank you for me.
And what the guys have been doing for you who just tuned in, they're evaluating, and if there's something they really like about an animal, they'll pin it back, and that'll signify it's going to be in the top end of the class. Once they pin those, the ones they want for the top end of the class, they're going to sort the rest of them and place all the way through 10th place, and then go back and evaluate the top end of the class that they repinned. It's varied a little bit between 3 all the way up to 8, depending on the depth of the class, what they see, what they want to use here. Looks like they've pinned 1 back thus far. Now 2. Still have about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 more to evaluate.
Any better, I'd be twins. They look like you two guys.
Oh my God!
Saw your sister a while ago.
Yeah, I got saw Miss Judy a while ago.
Good.
How's retirement for you?
Well, good.
You see him smiling
They put me
everywhere.
back to work.
Really? You helping Miles
I'm
out
doing
or
a
what?
superintendent job.
Where at?
Just dirt boy, just south of the house.
Okay.
You know, I know the
Looks
folks
like they
and
pinned
they're
4 back so
doing
far.
and fixing stuff, so.
Hey, we've been close to the house.
Still have a total of about 5 or 6 more to evaluate through. Like I said, there was 13 originally pinned, and there's 10 placing ribbons that they can use, and so they want to give these kids a fair shake, whether they be, 10th or 1st or 13th. All 13 of these animals are all very high quality in the class, and it's always just an appreciation to even be in the top end of the class, top 13, especially in such a deep class like this one. And like I've talked about throughout the day, these guys work very well together. They evaluate the animals together, as you can see, go back and forth between each other, trying to come up with the best solution. And they've been on the same page pretty much all day from what we can tell from up here. Work together as a good team, and that's part of having 2 judges. Sometimes people butt heads, but these guys work very, very well together. And they've set a pattern, and they've stuck through it, and been very, very fun and easy to follow.
1 year ahead of me.
They just pinned a 4th one, or excuse me, a 6th one now, and this is going to end up like some other classes where they pull about 8 of them potentially, and then place your last 2 or 3, and then reevaluate the top 8 or 9, whatever they pull, and then pin back an additional top 4. Place the rest of them, then come back to the top end. I hope that made sense. And as you watch, and it'll kind of all make sense as we go along, and I'll keep you up to date as they place. So they just pinned another one, so that makes 7 pinned back for the top 7. Now Will has signified that he's going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then come back to the top 7 in the upper end of his class, and sort them next after he places these other 3. And they will probably excuse the other exhibitors out of the ring. Kudos to them for all showing their animals and presenting them very well today in this class, giving it their all. They just placed 8th place. Ninth and 10th, and now they're going to excuse these exhibitors out of the show ring.
Well, we went a little deeper in this class, huh?
And And we've seen that throughout the day. We've seen them pin 3, 4, and then sometimes 7 or 8, depending on how deep the class is. And this class is no slouch class either. So now that they placed 8th, 9th, and 10th, and excuse the other exhibitors out of the ring, they're going to go through these initial 7 that they pin back, and maybe pin 1 or 2 or potentially 3 or 4 back for their very, very top end, place the other ones, and then resort the top 4 or 3, whatever they pin back here. And what they're doing here is just making sure they line them up the way they need to, and that with fewer pigs in the arena, they can really analyze them a little bit easier and better, and put them in the appropriate places they need to go to based on their pattern that they've come up together. Looks like they pinned one back to be in the top end of their class so far. 4 others out here and 2 more to pull out of the top 7 here. He's pinned a second one back thus far to be in his top 2, it looks like, at this point. Now he's placing his animals, so he has placed 7th place. Not sure if he gets down to the 3rd and 4th place, if he'll go ahead and bring the 1st and 2nd place, potential 1st and 2nd ones that he's repinned back again out with those 2 or 3 that he has left, but we'll see. Just placed 6th place. Fifth place was just placed by the young lady in the pink plaid. 4th place, the young lady that's with the judges right now. And so he is leaving one out here and bringing the last 2 that he just pinned back earlier in the 7 to evaluate this one hog that's still left standing out here with these other 2 they pinned back to see how they match up. And that's just good. That's being a good judge by saying, okay, I just pinned 2 back. Let's see what this other one compares like to the other 2 that I've already pinned back, and make sure that I place them the right way. do you see out here, Wayne, so far on these top 3 in this class? Oh, he's placing
Yep.
it. I think the one in the blue is going to win it, huh?
Yeah.
And the young lady second. And
that was kind of my eye catcher in this drive. All 3 were really nice. It just that one kind of had the little extra show biz to the features of the side profile with the way
here we go with Will.
Well, a good set of them here to work through on the top end, but there was never a doubt that we weren't going to start with the young man's Gilt because this one ties a lot of extras together and still does it in a basic fundamental package in terms of her skeleton, yet she comes with the extra stoutness of skull. She's got a big arm. She's soft and pliable through the midsection of her body. Get her right in behind her. She stays comfortable. Her range of motion's good. We felt like there was just more stoutness and feature there than what comes in the Gilt in second. The Gilt that comes in second, a good Gilt just from a skeletal build standpoint. She gets out, reaches good off of both ends. She's not as stout featured. She's not as big armed. She's not as shapely coming out of the backside of her blade. But man, that one looks like a long-term, good, fundamental Berkshire sow for somebody going forward. Get that one mated up right. Her fundamentals are good. She just needs some extras for these 2 show judges today to get any higher. The one that comes 3 does offer some extras in terms of stoutness of feature and body shape. She's so round and robust through her forerib and center body. She's got great shape and expression when you get right on top of her. And I think that the impressive view of that particular Gilt, when you watch her go away, her inner crotch and just her lower stifle are so square and expansive. It's when you step off to the side of that Gilt. She wants to get a little piecier. She gets a little tighter and higher in her spine, wants to wrinkle in her ham-loin junction ever so slightly. Just need to blend that Gilt, loosen her in her spine, make her proportion a notch better from the side, but certainly one that we like in terms of the extras. Gilt that comes next resembles the Gilt we used in second quite a bit in this class. Her skeleton's good in terms of the angle to her shoulder, her set to her hock, her length of hips good. It's when she drives right at us. She wants to close too much from her knee to the ground. Her ham loin wants to wrinkle. And then of the initial 3 or 4 Gilts in this class, she reads to be the flattest to me through her forerib and center body. She just needs more turn and curvature there. But again, from a skeletal build and comfort standpoint, that Gilt does a lot of things good. Gilt that goes ahead and comes next, again, if you want to talk about skeleton and comfort, this is one that trips my trigger just from a skeletal build standpoint. If I were to breed Berkshires, man, I'd be excited to take this one home and get her bred to maybe one of those wilder looking, more extreme boars that are out there, because we think her skeleton's good. She just needs more everywhere for us, but I think that's one that offers a lot of breeding value. If you get her mated properly, certainly could make some progress with that Gilt. One that comes out next, another Gilt that's certainly worthy of discussion. Extra stout about her jaw, great big arm working in her, really soft and pliable through her forerib and center body. She reads shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump, and as a result, she's too tight hinged out of her hock and just her rear end. She just needs to hinge looser out of that whole assembly before we can get any higher, but certainly admire that one's stoutness. We work through the rest of these, still some quality Gilts roll out here, just need to be tweaked in an area or two to get any higher. Good class, our compliments to the young people.
That concludes Class 38 of the Berkshires. We are moving on to sort Class 39. And in Class 38, we'll go ahead and name those top 10 individuals here in this class. In 10th place, we had Chloe Chick. 9th place, Wyatt Oldham. 8th place went to Jaylee Gilbreth. 7th place went to Landon Barnett. 6th place was exhibited by Ella Montgomery. 5th place went to Tilly Fungerbacher. Hope I pronounced that right. I apologize if I did not. 4th place went to Mila Manek. 3rd place went to Kenneth Gardner. 2nd place went to Taylor Horn. And our first place exhibitor in Class 38 of the Berkshire Gilts was Stephen Bomar of Coryell County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 exhibitors. Wayne?
Our first place that he just mentioned, the boar sire of that gilt was About Time. And then the second place in that class was Keep the Change. Again, the sire on our first place was About Time, and our second place in Class 38 was Keep the Change. They're sorting Class 39 back behind us. This is the second largest class of the day. There are 40 head in this class, and the birth date ranges from July the 6th through July the 10th.
And after we sort class number 39, we're going to go on to Class 40, which is the biggest class of the day in the Berkshire breed, ranging from July 1st through July 5th. There was 41 head in that class. After the evaluation of class number 40 here, we're going to go on to bring all the first and second places back from each of the 7 classes of Berkshires and crown our breed champion Berkshire Gilt, followed by reserve breed champion Berkshire Gilt, and then also crown 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall in the Berkshire breed as well. And then that will conclude our judging of the Purebred Gilt Show here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo for the day. And we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp, starting with our spot breed. Looks like so far in class number 39, there are 8 pigs pulled and 3 in the big arena so far. I have a feeling this is going to be a very, very deep class and a lot of pigs pulled for the top 10 spots here.
Looks like we've got 9 penned in this class here. They are sorting Class 39. There's 40 head in this class. And then we have 3 out in the big arena. You've joined us just midway through this Berkshire breed. We have this class and just one more class. The final class has 41 in it, so it is the biggest of the day. And then after that, then we'll go and get all the first and second places out and go for that $10,000 scholarship. Like we've got 10 in the pen right now so far. Still 3 out in the main big arena. Looks like there's a lot of depth in this class as well. Even looking at the three that are out in the big arena, there's really nothing really wrong with those pigs at all there. These gilts look really good, even if they're not panned out there, that they're competitive as well. One thing for sure, the exhibitors couldn't have asked for a better day. It started out a little wet and a little chilly this morning, but it's sun shining now and it's nice weather outside. It's not like what happened in Fort Worth last week where it was a lot of ice or freezing rain. That was, I know, tough on all the exhibitors that went up there for the barrow and the steer show as well, and so it was pretty tough. Even down here south in the Fredericksburg, Austin area, we got some of that ice as well, but Austin was the one that got hit the hardest around our area, where we had a lot of breaking limbs and a lot of power outages around that Austin area, and we sure hope that is all getting turned around as well. Looks like we've got 14 head panned at this moment, and out in the big arena we've got 6 out there. So looks like, as I had mentioned a little bit earlier, it looks like this is a pretty deep class as well. It's been really pretty deep all the way through each and every one of these classes. We have a total of 7 classes, and this being the 6th class. And so we've just got one more to go through after this.
Yes, like you said, Wayne, I had a feeling this was going to be a very deep class. Having the second most quantity of the Berkshire breed in the classes, having 40 head in this class, the next class only having one more than that at 41, but they've already pinned back 14 pigs, and unfortunately, they only have 10 placings that they're giving ribbons out to, and that's awesome, and that there's so many kids out here that have such high quality animals. Let's make that 15 pigs that they pinned back thus far. And they haven't even made it. Yeah, they haven't even made it to the big arena yet. But it looks like they're about winding down back behind us here. Have a few more to sort through, and then they'll head to the big arena and reevaluate these animals out here to see if there's anything they want to pull back for a chance at the top 10 placings. Right now, currently, they have 15 pinned back. Looks like the boys have made their way to the big arena over here. That being Joe and Will, of course. Will being our lead judge and Joe being our associate judge. They've got 16 pigs now pulled for a chance at the top 10 individuals over here, which, to my knowledge, that has been the most pulled thus far in the show, showing you the depth of quality in this class. Now the judges are excusing these exhibitors here in the big ring. Kudos to them for doing a fine job showing and getting a second look by the 2 judges. Those of you who've just tuned in with us, what they've done historically in these classes here is they'll pull back the top end of livestock they want to keep back for the top end of the class. Having this many animals out here, I wouldn't be surprised if 8 to 10 get pulled back and they get resorted again. So it'll be interesting to see with these 16 head. He's already pulled one back, and also the first 2 out of the gate have both been pulled back for the top end of the class. That top end could be anywhere from 4 to 5 all the way to top 10. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what transpires from this here. That makes 3 pinned back already out of 4 hogs. So that just shows you the depth of this class. If you made the top 16 in this class right here already, that shows a lot about the quality of this individual class. And I think this is probably the deepest set a class so far from top to bottom there's been in the Berkshire breeds thus far. So far it looks like Will has pinned back 5 to his top 5 so far, and still has another 7 to evaluate coming out of the holding pins here. That makes 6 pinned back, and judging by just what I've seen thus far, he's going to pin maybe a few more back. It'll be interesting to see what they do, but they'll probably place from there, from from 10th place down to whatever was left from what they pulled, minus the ones they pulled, and then go reevaluate that top end again. That makes 7 he's pulled back thus far. And still has, they still have this one, and then this should be the last one to evaluate from the initial sort of the top end of the barrows, which are the Gilts, excuse me, purebred Gilts here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. And this is by far, I think, the deepest set that they've had so far. They've pinned back 8 Gilts so far. And from here on out, they'll place 9th and 10th place, and then probably excuse the other exhibitors out of the ring. Kudos to them in this very, very, very deep Berkshire class here. And judging from up here, you know, just looking at the depth of quality from top to bottom, even on the ones that will not place in the top 10, there's just a lot of good breeding pieces and breeding Gilts in this class. Now it looks like the guys are excusing all the individuals that are left out here, kind of talking to them, telling them good job showing, and maybe talk about their Gilts a little bit, what they liked, what they changed, and just giving them some good feedback. And then now they're going to go through the 8 that have pulled back again to place the top 8 individuals here. And what they've done when they've pulled this many back, they'll pin a few of them back again for their very, very top end, and then place the rest of the individuals. it'll be interesting to see where these guys go from here on what they like and they see. I see a lot of Berkshires out here that have a lot of good bone and structure to their pedigree, and man, they are so free moving at this time. So, you know, there was a couple that he pinned back immediately out of the gate, and it'll be interesting to see if he does that again with these individuals, which he just did with the first one that came out of the gate. And right now we have a total of 8 gilts left that have yet to be sorted and judged. And the second to last class of Berkshire gilts, there's 39. In class 39, there was 40 total head. Now we're down to 8. The next class is class 40. It's the last Berk class of the day. There's 41 head, the second largest class or first largest class by 1 pig in comparison to the 40 that are in the current class right now. The date ranges on the next class will range from July 1st to July 5th. So far, Will and Joe have pinned back 2, now 3 for their top end of the class. And this is the last one to sort through in the top 8 here. Now he's pinned back 4. So he's got 4 pinned back in his top 4 here in the second to last class of Berks, and looks like he is now starting to place. So he's going to place 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th here. This top 8 in this class were very, very, very deep, and the fact that he's narrowed it down to these 8 and they're all so unique and consistent, kudos to these kids here. So it looks like he's placed 5th, 6th, 7th, and now 8th. And I'm not sure if he placed them 8th through 5th or 5th through 8th here. It looks like he went from 8th through 5th. Now he's bringing out the top 4 individuals in the class to take a look at them and get them going. And that'll conclude class 39 once he places these 4 and talks them. And then we're going to move on to class 40, the last class of Berks of the day, before we crown our overall and reserve overall and 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Berkshire Gilts of the day. And that will conclude the judging for the Purebred show for today. looking at these 4 that are still out here, left standing here, they're all very, very uniform and very, very good. All 4 of them, I would put in my barn any day of the week and breed these individuals here.
Yeah, this is all 4 of these are really nice, and the 3 out here left, they match up the best, and there you have it. I thought the young man's pig, they ended up starting the class with just glided around the ring. You really like the
out there,
show presence that it exhibits out there.
Well, Joe and I, as we had dinner last night, we talked about maybe what we'd expect of some breeds, and the breeds that we thought maybe would be a little more competitive than others. And Berkshire's was a breed we expected to be good. And to be honest with you, it was a little bit of a letdown in a class or 2 along the way. But when you get into this one, man, it's stacked deep. If you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in this particular class, keep your head up, because these are good Berkshire Gilts. I mean, a whale of a good class. Give them a nice round of applause. Good class. Deepest class we've seen thus far today. Yeah, with that said, the gilt that wins, man, she checks a lot of boxes. When you're off to the side of her, she's extended and feminine about her head and neck. She's got a great big arm. She's got a soft, pliable center in her. Get right on top of her. She's so fresh and shapely. Transitions back into a great big hip and stifle. Maintains squareness from the top of her pins to her hock to the ground. I mean, that one's just real hard to poke. A major hole in. Yeah, brings a lot of extras to the table. That's a good gilt to go ahead and win this class. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be in second. Equally a good gilt in her own right. When you talk about making them stout featured, this one is stouter featured than the gilt that wins the class. She's stouter about her jaw. She's got a bigger arm. For us, when we step off to the side of her, she wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump, and just doesn't balance up and doesn't give you that elite look up through her front end. Not that her look's bad, but she just doesn't have it to the degree that the gilt that wins the class does. Man, that's a good pair of gilts to go 1 and 2. My hat's off to them. The gilt that comes out at 3 in terms of just boxiness and moderation, you could make the case that she is the boxiest, or maybe the most barrel-oriented. For us, we read her to be the frailest in terms of within those first 3 gilts. You study this gilt as she goes to the ground. Her arm and front foot want to read a little frailer. Her rear leg the same, but man, when you get on top of her, she's so impressive. She's so shapely and 3-dimensional. Like I said, we just got a stout in her shade in comparison to the 2 ahead of her. Man, what a trio of gilts to go 1, 2, 3. Gilt that comes next wins a lot of classes that we've been through thus far today, and that speaks volumes in terms of the depth of quality within this class. That's another big armed, stout featured one that's soft and pliable through a 4-rib and center body. She wants to read a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump, and as a result, when you get in behind this gilt, she just wants to camp outside of herself and just not as coordinated out of her hip and rear leg. Now it's getting critical, because I'd love to drive one. I'd love to own one that looks like that. I think that's a whale of a good Berkshire gilt to go ahead and be 4. One that comes out of 5, just from a design and presence and silhouette standpoint, we like her moderation in terms of her length of body. She's got a beautiful look up front. She's the flattest of the initial 4 or 5 when you get right on top of her. She's not as expansive through her rib cage. She's not as shapely coming out of the back of her blade. But man, her proportions are so good. Her length of body and all that, the way it ties together, fits together, is near perfect. She just needs more bulk, mass, and dimension for us today. We work through the rest of these really 3-dimensional gilt that comes next. Gets a little piece here in her ham loin. Then we work through some gilts. Good pattern to maybe just get outmassed in this scenario. Again, can't say enough of what we thought about that class. Compliments to the young people.
That class winner was a really good one. What a deep class, class 39. Top to bottom, it was just fun watching them evaluate that class. That first place was a hoss. second place, third, fourth, fifth, all the way to eighth place in that last class, and not docking the ones that were even farther down the road, but it just shows you how great these animals were out there today in this class, particular class. Can't wait to see what class 40 has to hold, which is what we're fixing to sort now. The placings in class 39 in the top 10, kudos to all these individuals. 10th place was Liberty Kirk. 9th place was Desiree Ramirez. 8th place was Landon Flowers. 7th place was Joaquin Dudley. 6th place went to Gigi Staling. 5th place went to Willie Anderson. 4th place went to the one and only Weston Herbert. 3rd place was Hunter Butler. 2nd place, Courtney Williams. And our class winner today from Farmersville FFA was exhibited by Carson Dillard. Congratulations to all these exhibitors in a very, very tough class. It was a fun one to watch, everybody. We now move on to our biggest class of the day, class number 40. There's 41 in this class, and in comparison to the last class, there's one more in this class than there was in class 39. But this is our last Berkshire class of the day before we take them out here, all the class winners in second place, to exhibit for the top prize in the Berkshire division, which is breed champion Berkshire Gilt, followed by reserve breed champion Berkshire Gilt. Then third and fourth and fifth will also be picked out of the class. Kudos to all these exhibitors today. What a fun and beautiful day it's turned into here in San Antonio, Texas. And we cannot wait to start the drive tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. With the spots. So stay tuned for the Berkshire Drive after the result of Class 40 here today.
Getting to class 39 that we just finished, I have the boar sires on both of these. Our first place, which was really an outstanding gilt. In fact, all three of them were, but she really stood out in my in how she glided around that ring and was really put together well. She's about out of a boar called About Time. Our second place in that same class was out of fifth base. Again, second place was out of fifth base. Our class winner is out of About Time. So just want to let you know on that. They're starting the last class of the day, class 40. And as Landon had mentioned earlier, we got 41 head in it. It is the largest class of the day for the Berkshire breed. And so anyway, they're sorting back there and they're starting to pen some. We've got 4 already penned and none out in the big arena yet. So we're almost at the end of the day for today and mark it up for history. So anyway, we look forward to seeing what we have in this last class, because the class before in class 39 was pretty deep. All right, well, stay tuned. Thank you.
completing class 40 here. We're still have a few left to sort in the back here, but so far they pinned 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 are pinned back, and this is kind of shaking up to be similar to what the last class was, where they had 16 pulled back in the last class. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what they do here on this class, and if this class is as deep as the last class, man, I'm telling you, it was fun watching. I don't know how fun it was for you guys to watch at home, but being here, it was just incredible. And the amount of good quality Berkshires in that last class was just awesome. Not to take away from the other classes, but the depth of quality in that last class, you were looking 10 deep. And, you know, where in other classes you might have 4 or 5 that were really, really good, and the rest had really good pieces to them. But I mean, you could flip coins on a lot of these pigs in the last class, and it was just fun to watch these two judges work together and sort them and take the time on each one of these kids and really make sure that they followed their pattern, and the top end definitely showed a good consistency there. Right now we've got 15 or 14 pulled back right now, and they're finishing up the last few back behind us here that y'all can see on your screen. And then after that they'll come out in the big arena and see if there's anything in there that they want to bring back to be considered for the top 10. Like I said, they only placed 10, but the depth of quality is more than 10 deep. So it's really fun to see this many good Berkshire Gilts this late in the day. And what a way to round off the end of the day today, Wayne, with just some really good quality purebred breeding Gilts here today.
Absolutely. It has been fun to do this all throughout this today, and just to get to analyze a good set of breeding Gilts all the way through, starting with the Durocs all the way through the Berks today. I have not been disappointed at all in any of the breeds that we've looked at today. And when we get this last class judge, I think you'll see too a really stout set of Berkshire Gilts like we saw, especially in the Duroc drive. Just really a deep set of class winners are fixing to come out, I think, as well for this breed.
So it looks like the judges are excusing the exhibitors here. They've got 15 pulled back here. Like I said, they're only going to place 10 of them. So they're probably going to do like they've done in the past classes all day, where they pull, you know, a handful of them back that they want on their top end, and it could be range anywhere from 3 to all the way up to 10 at some points, depending on how deep the class is. But judging how deep the last class was, I'm sure this class is going to be right up there with that last class. So welcome to the last class today. Hope you guys enjoyed your time here with us today, and look forward to getting back here tomorrow and sorting some more good high quality purebred Gilts. But this is the last class of Berks for the day, and then we're going to judge for the overall Berk and Reserve, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Berkshire purebred Gilt here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We thank this organization for all they do for the kids, along with the volunteers, sponsors, and the people who just have spent a lot of time the past few months, and especially the last few weeks, getting ready and prepared for this wonderful show we have. Here we go. It looks like the guys have already pinned one back out of the 4 that they had out there.
As they're putting these back, if you haven't joined us throughout the day, or just have joined us for tomorrow, we'll start out with the spots at 7 a.m., followed by the Chesters, the Polands, and then we'll end the day with the Yorkshires, and then we'll have the Grand Supreme Drive. Like they've put 2 back in so far, and they're continuing to look at the ones they had pinned on the initial first sort.
Like he's got 3 pulled back so far, and what's different about that, now granted he still has a total of another 7 to go through yet, but in the last class I think he had 8 or 6 10 back now to this point.
He had kept 8 of them to reevaluate, so who knows, he might do this again the way it looks. The ones out there still are, that's kind of what we've seen throughout this breed this afternoon, is they are just pretty stacked. I think they're pretty loaded for Berkshire hogs.
And like Will was talking about on the mic a while ago in the last class, they talked about how they'd visited and talked about the breeds and the depth of quality and everything, and he said the Durocs and the Berks, he said, I expect to be guns loaded in those classes, and he said that has not disappointed them today thus far, and so that's good to see all the quality and depth of quality between the breeds today.
They've just now penned their 4th one, the young man coming into the pen.
And this is the last one they're pulling out right now of the initial sort of the ones they pulled back. It'll be interesting. They might pull a few more back just to kind of stack up with your 4, or they might start placing them. It just kind of varies depending on the quality that goes with the first 4 that they've already pinned back here. Be interesting to see. It looks like he's going to pin another pig over here. Young lady in the pink sweater.
That'll be the 5th one so far.
It appears that way. And I'm not sure if he has the buttons in his hands or not. Yes, he does.
It looks like so.
So it looks like he'll be placing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And, in that one class he went from 6th to 10th. And the other class he went from, 8th or 10th down to 6th. So I think he's pulling the ones he really likes out next and working his way up to 10th place, it appears.
They have released the rest of these out of the big arena, but again, these young people had a really nice set of Berkshires and another nice tough class. So they have nothing to be ashamed of, because they do have some nice breeding gilts as well.
You hit the nail on the head there, Wayne Rohde. The last 5 they have here that they're going to sort through, they look pretty deep as well. It'll be interesting to see where he goes with this class. And then, like we were talking about, after the conclusion of this Class 40 Berkshires, we're going to bring all the 1st and 2nd place back and judge for our overall, reserve overall, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Berkshire Gilt for the day. And that will conclude our day today for the Purebred show. And we will pick back up at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow after some coffee and donuts, I believe. Looks like he's got his top 3 now in this class. Still
Yeah.
standing out there.
All 3 of them really, really flexible how they're moving out there.
I agree.
Young man's pig just got that cool look to him. Look how he takes a really long stride out of his front end now.
Very tall, point shoulder, clean front end. Yep, and you called it again, Wayne.
There
Ready?
you go.
Buy a lottery ticket.
There you go. I got to do it tonight. Yeah, no, very classy gilt there. Like I said, these Berks have made leaps and bounds. Here he will with his comments.
Well, I think we've got a really good class to wrap up today, and a non-negotiable class winner in the young man's gilt right here in the center of the ring. This one just checks so many boxes for us. She's good looking ahead of her blade. She's got a big forearm working in her. She's soft and pliable through the center portion of her body. You study her length of hip. She's not the longest hipped in the world, but she's got the right kind of slope to it to allow her rear leg to get out and function, and that gilt does exactly that. That's one that packs some punch. It just stays so comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. She checks a lot of boxes for us to go ahead and be your class winner. Young lady's gilt, it's going to go ahead and be 2. The longer this gilt's out here, the more she grows on you. She's tall-shouldered, she's attractive up front, and just perfect, near perfect in the angle to her shoulder and the length to her hip, the bend to her rear leg. Her skeleton is absolutely almost flawless. She gets a little longer bodied, and as a result, she wants to get a little easier in her top line, and then we'd just like to bulk her and give her more spread in comparison to our class winner. But her skeleton allows her to gravitate toward the top and be second in this class. Gilt that comes next is one that initially hit me hard, and I thought we could work into the top end of this class because she's bold-chested, she's big-armed, she's fresh-backed and 3-dimensional. The longer this gilt's out here, she wants to pull apart at her ham-loin junction, wants to camp her rear leg too far up underneath of her, and just wants to become too tight hinged in the terms of the way she goes out of her hip and rear leg. But certainly a gilt you admire for the amount of just muscle and product that she brings to the table. Another good design, good built one that gives you a good look in terms of her silhouette from the side. We need to redesign this one in terms of her hip structure and her rear leg, particularly when you take her to the ground. She needs more cushion and give it a rear pastern. She's just too stiff and rigid there. If we could give her more flex in that one particular area, she's a gilt you could talk about moving up a spot or so because her design and her look and her build's so good. Gilt that comes next is one that's just absolutely chock full of muscle. She's just too tight hinged out of her hip and rear leg. Need to loosen her to make her move up any higher. We work through the rest of these. Good design, good built one. Needs to be a little lever hipped, and then we work through some gilts that just need to be better in terms of their balance and build. Real good way to round out the Berkshire show. Our compliments to the young people.
I think we've got some really nice Berkshires out here in this drive as they're discussing them. I think kind of looking through this group, they're all really nice, but I think the two that I think might be in contention is the Class 39 and the Class 40. I think those two kind of come to the top for me. That doesn't mean that that's what they're going to pick, but they're two that hit me really hard in this Berkshire breed of just being, complete through their front ends, flexible, got that extra eye appeal to them. We had not talked about the sires, but Top Shelf raised the Class 40 first and second place. They were litter mates.
We know a few classes ago I talked about how Joe and I at dinner last night thought what breeds that we would be really competitive as we work through the show, and the Berkshires was one of them. And then, I talked earlier that I said maybe it was a little disappointing in a spot or two, and maybe some of the classes weren't quite as deep as others, but when you get these 7 Gilts back out here, man, I think they're absolutely creatures. They're Gilts that bring so many good things to the table. So before we tie our champion, I think, again, would be amiss if we don't put our hands together and congratulate the young people on their class-winning Gilts. I think a tremendously good Berkshire drive. There's several Gilts out here that we like. There's Gilts that are heavy structured and good built, and then there's one that's just in a different league in terms of her look, her presence. She's still heavy structured. She's proportional. She's maybe on the edge, just a fraction when she goes directly away from you. But, man, sometimes you got to live on the edge if you're going to be this wild and neat looking and just that different. Young man's Gilt right here in front of us, your champion Berkshire.
They really like this Gilt as well, I think, in class, so I know they kind of looked at her as well. So it'd be interesting if they follow her up with that one or if they follow her up with one out of Class 40. But, that was a deep class in 39.
Here he goes. We're fixing to find out here in just a second, Wayne.
Well, you drop that second place out here, and she certainly jumps right in the mix with a couple of other ones. The one we're going to tie reserve, I think, is just absolutely flawless in terms of her front end design, the angle to her shoulder, the cushion to her front knee. You could make the argument that she's even stouter featured than what our champion was. Came out of a tremendously, tremendously good class. Young lady, second place, Gilt, your reserve Berkshire.
He did follow it up with a second place in that class. That was such a deep class.
No, it was a very deep class. I felt like she was in contentions for reserve as well. I think the other one that was probably the one in Class 40, but I thought those two matched up so closely together. But a fine set of Berkshire.
And we still have
again,
third,
as we get ready to tie your third overall Berkshire, there's one we saw earlier in the day, and I made the comment when we talked this particular Gilt in class, it's going to take a good one to beat her. We found 2 to beat her, but we didn't find 3. Young ladies Gilt out of the first class is going to be your third overall.
So he went to the first class of the day's Berk, which was a very, very true and beautiful package Gilt, very true and very clean and very fresh looking, being the youngest in her age group. So it's good to see that in your third overall. Now they're going to pick the 4th overall in the Berk's Purebred Gilt show.
Absolutely, the youngest Gilt class of the day to get third overall.
We get ready to tie 4th overall, and there's one out here that I think is just so proportional in the way everything ties together and fits together. She's not the wildest in any one particular area, but a Gilt again that just proportions and balances so well. Young man's Gilt right here is going to be next.
And that was the first place out of Class 40 for 4th overall. Now we have one more to pick for your 5th overall. And it'll be interesting to see where he goes from here.
was we get finished up for today. Can't say what an enjoyable experience it's been. Thought the Gilts show today has absolutely been tremendous. Looking forward tomorrow and getting these breed champions back out here, working through the rest of the breeds. Man, it's been a whale of a show. Your 5th overall Berkshire is one that just offers some extra stoutness, a feature, maybe not as sleek looking or as attractive as some of those ones we've used ahead of her, but man, she is stout, and still can get out here and motor. Young man's Gil right here is 5th overall.
The 5th overall came from Class 38. That concludes our Purebred Gilt show for today. We'll see you guys at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow, starting with the spot breeds. Thanks again to Taylor Fort for all you do to get the podcasting going. Look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. My name is Landon Rohde, and my co-host is Wayne Rohde.
You have a great evening and stay safe, and we look forward to having you with us tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.
Sounding off.